And good night, good day, good evening, good afternoon, everyone! Shouting! Welcome to the Azure Dreams Tournament Finals for the Star Tournament, where we will have both Dreamy and Czaj, the two undefeated titans, that are gonna fight each other tonight for your own pleasure. And tonight I will have the chance to have Lady Demi with me. I don't know if she's around yet. Oh, there she is. Welcome.
There I am. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lady Demi. Alrighty then, they are ready for the countdown. And so, they will be off in just a minute. Have you explained yet to the good people what this game is, Sand Knight?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So this is a roguelite game. Obviously this is a randomly generated game. You're going to have a dungeon that you're going to try to beat. Simply put, there is a 40 floors tower that's in front of them. And it's the only dungeon in the game, but it's very, very hard. They could have made it different dungeons, but they decided to bunch it up in one real experience. The thing that's really crazy is how the dungeon is going to try to block you at some point. We're going to see floor 6 is going to be our first wall that they're going to try to break through. Generally, what the game would want you to do is actually leave around about floor 6, come back home, try to talk to the girls. There's a dating sims part of the game. You're going to improve the city by spending your money and just going back a little bit stronger. We're not going to do that today, or probably not a lot. These runners are trying to climb as high as they can in 1 hour, which is definitely not what's intended from the base game. And 1 hour is going to be how high they can go. Obviously, if they reach 40, that's a point to that runner. And if not, then it's going to be the highest at the top mark of the hour that's going to get the point. In case of a tie, it's the first one to reach that floor that's going to get the point. And it happens much more than you might think, because if someone gets a really bad floor, this game is seeded, so they're going to have the exact same floor on the other side. So if a floor is really rough, they're going to have to both get through it. And if it stumbles one of the player, it might actually stumbles the other one.
Right, though there is still a fair amount of random chance in terms of how traps do or do not go off based on their movement, that sort of thing. So we will see some variants, particularly as play style is developed. Because this is the Stars Tournament Grand Finals, we are doing best 3 out of 5, so buckle in, folks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a complicated one. Obviously, these guys have proven that they're really good, that they're really powerful as runners. But you gotta understand one thing. This is a little bit different. Like Demi said, this is a best of 5, and so playing up to 5 match, minimum of 3, is you're gonna have the thing that you need to have some kind of endurance, right? These matches are complex and they drain a lot of your brain power. This is not the kind of game you can just learn and develop a muscle memory for. This is we like to call it some kind of a puzzle game. You're gonna need to use like every knowledge you've gotten from the game and use that to get out of these situations. So obviously, this is never the type of game you can just go in cruise control. You always have to have your hands on the wheel.
Giolonian, correct. The seated runs do have fixed floor and loop layouts for that entry. That is to say that because both of these runners are allowed to leave the tower and come back, the second tower won't be the same as the first, but it will be the same as the other runner's second tower. Well, this is done using programmers' fantastic de-randomizing randomizer, which has really changed the way this this community does races. While it's not valid for speedrunning, it does certainly allow us some interesting opportunities into how these runners handle roughly the same amount of tower cruelty.
You're absolutely right. Before that was kind of more complex because, yeah, we still raced the game, but obviously sometimes you knew in the back of your head that you were just luckier than the opponent. That doesn't mean that you still didn't deserve the victory, but that was a little bit different. With the de-randomizer, that's much more different. Everything is left to player choice, player decision, how you're going to tackle things, where you want to explore first. These should be the only thing that's different from one player to the other, which means that we have a much better idea of who's actually playing the best, considering they have the same items and stuff like that.
Messenger, Dreamy sometimes does not have a timer. We are keeping track of it.
Yes.
Think of it for him. Chad getting into, I would say, a frog trap. That is unfortunate, and Dreamy is pretty lucky in that nothing came along. How about that trap luck, huh?
Oof, okay. We have Chai in a very bad situation. That's the same situation Dreamy was in. He actually got out pretty okay. This one is going to be a little bit tougher. He needs a kill here, and he gets it. That's fine.
Dreamy just lost Q to an unfortunate warp trap. That is not good.
Yes, so that warp trap still exists on Chai's side, but will he step on it is a whole different thing. It would be in that room. But is it gonna happen? Who knows, right? Obviously, it didn't trigger.
He got lucky this time. He might not next time.
Yeah, exactly. He will still need to get into that room because it's where the elevator is. But yeah, that's gonna be really interesting to see Dreamy run without CUNY. I know he can do it. He's really good as a player. Obviously, this is the finals. But the stress is this is much tougher, but it's also a little bit faster, though. Since you will fight much less without CUNY, you will be tempted to actually just run away from everything. And while that's not necessarily a good strategy to go far, if the game doesn't punish you for it, it's actually the fastest way to play the game.
Yeah, though I will note that it's very possible that he might decide that running CUNY-less from this early on is just not ideal. You know, and he might decide to leave the tower early to come back with CUNY to have at least that advantage and his starting gear. It's certainly a strategic decision he could make, and it may well benefit him. But we're going to have to see, for one, if the tower lets him do that.
Yes,
You're not given a wind crystal in your starting equipment. You have to luck into finding one before you die in order to use it.
You're absolutely right. One of the most powerful resources you get from the game is your partner, CUNY, so that little blue and yellow Sonic-looking thing. It is really powerful. It is really strong. And when you leave the tower, we haven't touched that yet, but when you leave the tower, Ko, your main character, the red-haired character you play, he's gonna get back to level 1 every time you leave. So you have to actually regrind just a little bit. But CUNY, or any of your pets for that matter, they actually keep their level. This is one of the progression you can make in the game. So not having CUNY right now not only means that you're not actually grinding for him now, but it also means he won't be grinded for the next run, if any. So that's kind of scary. So knowing Dreamy, I know if he finds a wind crystal, I'm pretty sure he's using it. Just to get back in town, get back CUNY in, and so he can start grinding a little bit more.
To answer a further question about the de-randomizer seated tower, yes, a seated tower will have the ghost floor on re-entry. Basically, the seated towers, unless you do use one of the de-randomizing randomizer's other handy features, is exactly like the regular tower.
Yeah.
The only difference is it's an identical copy on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. The only difference is how it generates the floors. Programmer made sure that instead of just looking at the number of frame you've been playing for, which is very difficult to reproduce, he just set a set seed that won't move. So it should be a very normal experience. You could actually play the game casually using the de-randomizer and having a friend play that same seed, and you could like compare how your trip went. That should be a very normal experience. The town should be the same as well and stuff like that.
Yep, there are settings you can use to change up the experience in many, many ways, but we're not seeing really any of those here. This is basically a regular tower, just reproducible. And also, when they first start up the game, they get to skip the main character's life story. That's about the difference.
Yes.
Worth noting, DreamyVision has put on the iron shield he found earlier, and Chai has yet to commit to it. I think it's because DreamyVision doesn't have tune for that safety, for that extra damage, so the defense matters a lot.
Yes. Yes, exactly. You're right. At that point, like I said, the earlier floor are not really hard. The proof of that is Ko is very weak as a main character. And the fact that actually Dreamy is able to fight back some of the monsters you find should be proof enough that these enemies are really not necessarily a joke. If you get in a bad pincer, they can actually kill you, but they deal 2 damage to Ko right now. Even the spell should deal 4, 5, yeah, 5. That's not really super scary. That being said, that will quickly change. On the next 2 floors, that should be much more complex, and then it's going to be just skyrocketing up until the end of the game exponentially. You're going to see DreamyVision stop fighting probably in 3 floors, I'd say. Like in the first time you see a bloom, 2 floors. So the first time you see a bloom is going to be considering running away much more. And the fact that we talk a little bit about like how the randomizer and stuff like that works is this section of the game is very different from the whole experience. These guys, this floor is so easy. They're going to actually explore the full floor to try to build an inventory so that they can have a chance to actually get out of these bad situation and the tougher one later on. So that's why we let them and see every time they pick up one items, maybe comment on that. But that's a very different kind of first few floors.
Yep. Let's point out that Chai didn't pick up the wooden wand. I know he picked up the stream wand earlier, and he picked up the golf wand just now. He might be thinking of maybe changing which wand he's using based on the enemies around him, which is... when you don't have any knowledge of whether or not the wands are cursed, committing to an elemental wand that's not a scarlet wand is a bit of a scary business, but holding on to that stream wand for later, if you can maybe get 2 water cube strats, would be very exciting.
Yeah, it's been 2 times you talked about committing to an equipment. I think it's very important to explain that these equipment can be cursed, and if you've played any old RPGs from back in the days, you know that very well. Curse means you cannot unequip it anymore. In Azure Dream, they also come with a -1, which is kind of huge because obviously these ones deal 1 additional damage. Removing 1 damage from them is actually making it so as if you had no weapon at all, and then you're stuck with it, right? We also speak about wands and how powerful they are, but there's obviously sword as well in the game. Wands are king. Every time you see CUNY cast its spells onto Ko, that's called mixed magic, and wands increase mixed magic not by a flat amount, but by a percentage. And so the later you get into the tower, these wands are going to be much more powerful than any sword. So they're just setting up for the future, and the stream wand is king here.
Yeah, the stream wand is king because as water is the most reliable element. Most enemies that you're going to be afraid of are going to be fire or water monsters. Wind shows up as something threatening occasionally, but you can also get fire damage out of like spell balls, such as what DreamyVision's using now. And so that's a thing. We initially thought that the damage of a spell level was more important than it is, or at least more important to continue leveling it, because once you change a monster's elements, its spells don't keep growing with it. They remain static. But once you get to around 11 or so, the difference between a level 11 spell and a level 12 spell is meaningless. Essentially meaningless.
Oh yeah. I talked earlier about the floor 6 and the blooms. We saw our first bloom on DreamyVision side, and he used an Ulim. Ulim fruit is the get out of jail free card. This is probably one of the best find in the game, except the fact that it can only be used 1 time. Compared to a magic ball, it can be used more. Other than that, this is definitely the best find you're ever gonna get. Using that on a bloom right off the bat is exactly showing what I was talking about. Blooms are no joke. Dreamy cannot fight a bloom, and right now this is getting scary. He is in a corridor being chased by a monster he doesn't want to fight, and if any monsters come from the other direction, he is in big trouble. Now luckily, we saw some monsters, but it came from behind the balloon or that one's coming from the side, he can run away from it. So far, he's just running away masterfully.
He might be able to lose them in the corridor. At least he lost the Cyclone. Didn't quite lose the balloon, but walked right into that Manaweaver and is going to have a bit of trouble getting out of this situation.
Yeah, but many of us are the... No, go on.
It's worth noting that Czaj did use his truth glasses on that Gulf Wand to check and see whether it was cursed. Because the elemental triangle, this game has one of those. Water beats fire, fire beats wind, wind beats water. Is so powerful. It is advantageous to try and switch it over to, say, the Gulf Wand and get wind damage off on some of those powerful with the water element.
Yes.
Needs.
Oh, Czaj is very, Czaj is very liberal with his strategies towards U-boat, but both his U-boat dancing and his U-boat pickup were successful. For some reason, I thought that Czaj was behind because he changes UI.
He was for a little while, but he's caught up and taken the lead back with some lucky things, and also not taking the time to explore the floors the way Dreamy is right now.
Yeah.
But you can see those U-boats take out a lot of Dreamy's health in one shot, and that is not pleasant. That is bad.
This is getting a little bit scarier. The only scroll here is going to save his life. I assume he's going to try a pickup here. But he's going to have to dance with the other U-boat. Yeah, U-boat. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. He's going to use the Holy Scroll beam to actually prevent the U-boats. Oh, even going to kill it for the XP. Okay, alright.
I mean, when you're in the Holy Beam, man, you don't have an infinite amount of time. You might as well. However, he doesn't know that he can just keep going and the U-boat can't follow him. He doesn't need to be taking that hit.
I think he does it for the XP, actually. Yep, got a good level up. And these level up might help him. I think he's just hoping for a Wind Crystal as soon as he can, but the towers has a special protocol that makes it so it's going to try to check twice for a Wind Crystal, so 2 times more often than a normal item. But twice, it doesn't mean you're going to get one, even at first 10 floors. So that's going to be... He could just not get one, right?
Yeah, that is very possible. The tower can sometimes be tremendously stingy, and on those days, life is just hard. It is just arbitrarily hard.
Absolutely. We see the balloon. Oh, is that it? Oh, he's so happy right now.
I'm sure he is very relieved. This way, he can run as long as he is able to. But the moment he's in a bad situation, he can just snope on out. I would have picked up the ton of fruit, just, maybe if the inventory for that works out. But now he is finally able to leave with his inventory and not having to fight that balloon.
Yeah, and that inventory is actually very decent. He brought back the fireball, he's got the stream one. Now he knows it's not cursed because everything gets identified when you leave. Okay, so the blinder ball is gonna keep. That's actually even more clever. He keeps the CC to change CUNY's element to water. And now he can bring back CUNY into the tower. Now, that's gonna be not rough, but like I said, Ko was level 7. He's gonna go back to 1, and CUNY died at level 1, I think. So, or maybe 2.
I think 2.
So all that power he gathered, he's lost. He's got... And nothing in his inventory is actually making him more powerful. I just hope he won't forget to... Oh no, he don't need to pick up CUNY. He used a Wind Crystal, that's right. I was gonna say he needs to pick up CUNY, but that's only when you die. He goes back into the tower, and 17 minutes to go back. Meaning he's still got 33 minutes to climb again. 43, sorry. Is a lot. He's got more time than he needs.
Yeah, that I think it is very possible for him to make things up, especially as the floors get harder for Czaj. It's worth noting that they are not getting harder for Czaj just yet. This area, roughly between 10 and 11, is like a relatively safe zone for a fire-type cube. Blue sand, nice. And so it's a place where a lot of runners will stretch, catch their breath, and explore the floors thoroughly to refill after the mad sprint of the previous couple of floors. Oh, that's not a fun position to be in.
Yeah,
trolls are just unpleasant to hang around with.
Yeah, and there are these columns in the room that you need to maneuver around, but actually they can shoot through them. And once you realize that, these rooms are very scary to have bow trolls in them.
Bow trolls don't care about any obstruction of any kind.
Yep.
They don't care about doorways, which for everything else is a hard attack. Stopping on attack. They don't care about anything. It looks like DreamyVision is going to be fighting Ghost. It's worth noting that he left the first floor without hitting level 2. That is a scary prospect.
Oh yeah.
You could not pay me to do that.
Oh yeah, that's actually very scary, like you said. Ghost also hits extremely hard, surprisingly hard even.
Yeah, but that really killed him.
Yeah, but he's not very tanky. He's got 20 HP at that moment. Oh, that room!
That room.
Oh my! Luckily, Dreamy won't have to deal with that room because he's in the second tower now. But that first one is not very gentle with Chai. But so far he decided to run away. I think that's the best plan here. And yeah, some of the monsters are going to the left side, so he can fight now. Oh, but he's asleep! Dreamlands are the weakest, so not intimidating monsters up until they are the worst monster ever. Yeah. And he's sleeping away, and Cutie's sleeping as well. Oh my, oh my!
If nothing else comes along, they should be okay. That's the thing. Dreamins are really scary and proportionate to what is surrounding them. It looks like Dreamy has gotten that second level. That is the most important level. Well, that's 10 HP. So he's going to be alright, probably. Unless something happens like it did last time, which is certainly possible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's going back to a room he's already explored. I assume he just... Okay, that's where the elevator is. Okay, I see. All these monsters coming back. He doesn't want to deal with that. He's out. That's fine.
Yep. In terms of things that could be threatening, it's worth noting that Chai did not look for the blue collar, so he won't be able to fuse Kyun. At least unless he re-enters the tower for that. Now, it looks like he will be looking for a C seed if he wants Water Kyun to be an option.
He should already have that, though. I know Dreamy has found the one, so I'm pretty sure Chai has found it as well.
The question is, did he hang on to it? And that I'm not sure about.
I haven't checked his inventory. Yeah, he's got it. Yeah.
Okay. So now he's just waiting for the right level.
Yeah.
And maybe to get out of Garuda country.
And maybe, yeah. The worst part, actually, for Water Cuny is definitely the ticket territory, but it's so late, like 17 to 19, that keeping on not using the CC up until then is kind of like too long, but, you know, there's going to be downsides to every strategies anyway, so you got to choose your poison, right?
Right. You have to choose what with acceptable, and I think when you think, oh, do I want to maybe get to 20 before changing it? 20, not level 20. You're probably not getting to level 20.
No, exactly.
That's how this game works. And also, at level 20, you're probably not getting much for leveling up. This game loves diminishing returns. You name a thing that can increase, it's going to have diminishing returns. Except, of course, for sands. Sands do not have diminishing returns.
That is true. Enemy damage doesn't have diminished return, and sometimes I wish it did.
Also true.
This game, like I said, was made to be incrementally explored. Yeah, there's only one dungeon, but it's gigantic, and most importantly, it's got spikes in difficulties. The next one for Chai is going to be on floor 20 with the Viper Town. But these floors are no jokes either.
I would maybe actually say that there's a bit of a spike, like a mini spike around 18 or so, where you run into Arachne, which are...
Yes.
Well, which are pretty scary. They hit very hard, But then again, they are followed up by Vipers, who hit even harder. And so 20 is sort of, I think in some ways, a barrier for a lot of runners.
Yes.
Yes, just starting.
The big difference also is like they're both water monsters, so if you use the fire cuny you get from the beginning, they're both scary in that way. But arachnids are rather squishy. Their only tankiness comes from the fact you deal less damage because you don't use the right element, right? But Vipers are surprisingly tough even if you use the water strategy. So they maybe need 2 hits, probably close to 3 sometimes, depending on your level. So yeah, you really don't want to mess with any Vipers if you can.
Yeah, Chai successfully evading the Manuiva, causing it to completely forget about Chai's existence.
Yes.
That is one of the good things about Manuivas, is that they forget relatively quickly compared to other monsters. For example, that.
Yes. So they have a smaller area of line of sight. And we have learned, like, we always knew there was something wrong with their line of sight, but we have learned, like, the whole thing kind of lately, and we've been exploiting the hell out of that, and you can see that Chive's mastered it. Everybody would have felt, if you don't know, you would have felt that he was in melee with it, so he should have fight him, but actually no, it never saw Chai at all, and that's one of the things that's really nice. We call it Manuiva juking, but yeah, that's just specific to them.
Yep. There is an egg over there on DreamyVision's side. At this point, it's probably not something especially exciting for a run like this, though it is always nice to have an egg bomb. Unless an egg bomb is a big bomb.
Yeah,
then it's just sad.
That's something actually quite relevant. If you've played this game casually, you would have learned that finding an egg is the most fun, the most exciting thing.
There goes that sink seed.
Ooh. You know also that these eggs are your most prized possession. You're gonna fight to get them back to your hut so you can hatch them and see what new monsters you have. That's a lot of fun. But you actually might never realize that eggs are very versatile as items. They may have spoken about the egg bombing. You can actually throw an egg at an enemy and it will hatch, deal 1 attack, and then disappear forever. But that attack will be prompted at your level plus 50. So if you Dreamy would throw an egg right now, the hatching monster would fight as if it was level 55. So that's really, really impressive. Like, that's a lot of damage, right? So you can use that. You can also use an egg to feed it to your monsters, and unless it's vegan, like the Newell, thank you. It's gonna recover 50 MP from that. The Vipers actually recover 100, and yeah. So you can feed it to your monsters.
Points out in chat, they can also be used to distract Vipers who eat eggs.
Oh yeah. Even if you're actually fighting them, as long as you're in a room, they're gonna stop everything they're doing and gonna go to eat the egg. So you can actually maneuver around them by throwing the egg as a bait and then run away. Yeah, these are very versatile items.
And that's definitely something you want to think about, particularly if you're trying to speedrun with re-entries. You might want to think about whether or not I've seen a lot of runners this tournament leave the tower with a wind crystal, sell the egg, bring a pita fruit. But when you think about it, the pita fruit is just a worse egg.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not wrong.
It's an egg that does less for its inventory slot.
Yeah, unless you have a Newell, there's absolutely no reason to do that. You're absolutely right. That might not be the first thing you think of, but yeah, usage speaking, the egg is just better. You could egg bomb it if you decide to. Sometimes maybe it would corner you into a different decision, whereas you should have kept it for. But yeah, it's the Swiss Army knife of Azure Dreams. The eggs can do everything. Might not be the best at any of these things, but yeah, can do a lot.
Yep, and that is certainly a thing to think about, because those 20 inventory spaces you have fill up so quickly, it feels like they're gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, 20 inventory space to me when I was younger felt the exact perfect number, so that made me feel like it was an important decision every time I found an item and I was full. But it also meant that using an item could also be replaced like quickly. It was a lot of fun to manage that inventory actually. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And I didn't necessarily use sites for this, though I probably could have and should have. And have is also when you're just playing casually, the thing I like to think about with inventories is half usefulness and half money.
Oh yeah.
Raising money is a pretty big venue for doing things outside of the tower. It's an absolutely necessary part of like book list or 100% runs. Which are runs where you deal with stuff in the town as opposed to any percent runs where you avoid the town like the plague.
Yes. Yeah, you're not wrong. The normal game will actually require you to get a lot of money, not only to build the whole town, but obviously some of the dating sims aspect of the game is gated behind building some new venues for you to meet people. So you cannot actually meet a certain person before you build like the casino or the hospital. So yeah, that's actually really relevant. Money is very important in that game, but in that specific speedrun, we're not going to see any of that used at all.
Yep. Try getting a few shots in on the arachne he blinded, but not getting not going to pursue it in order to finish it off. I think that's probably the right decision.
Yeah. One of the things that's really important is first, Chai is on Viper Town floor, so he's on 21, I think. So the game is starting to become very scary. But the other thing is we're gonna get to 30 minutes. What's really stressful in that specific time is that you're gonna start to feel that if you actually die, you're not gonna be able to climb to an higher floor than what you did. It's very it's just mathematically speaking, if it took you 30 minutes to get to floor 22, you should not be able to get to 23 in the remainder of your time, obviously.
Right. It's certainly possible.
Yes.
But it's very difficult.
So it's that moment where you're... No, that's fine.
For a second. Also, I think that floor might have had 2 elevators because I thought I saw one. Chai going for the pickup on a sleeping monster that does not fail. I wouldn't maybe be carrying Viper around.
Yes. That's one of
throw it into a hallway and leave it there. But that's a personal taste sort of thing.
Because in the corridor you're safe, so there's no trap in there. But if you actually step on almost any kind of trap with that Viper in your hands, it's gonna make it so that you actually drop the monster as well as deal with the effect of the trap itself. So you might not want to be carrying an enemy with you when that happens. So in room,
right, also if you get attacked, just anything that could make the situation worse.
Yes.
First, you would then add a Viper to it, and that's not something anyone wants to see.
Yeah, let's say it's a sleep trap. You're in trouble now.
Yep, because that Viper can't wake back up once it's on the ground. And then you're in a bad position.
Yes. This game is all about like trying to, because obviously this is a randomized game, so they'd never seen this seed before, neither did we. These seeds were randomly generated just before the race. It's the first time they're being used. Yeah, speaking of traps. So you cannot actually have a strategy about each and every floor. You don't know what's on them. So it's all about like trying to mitigate RNG, what could happen to you. So the more you actually develop your senses about how many HP monster have, like having CUNY behind you to scout less tiles for less traps, maybe trying to pick up to keep inventory item, but not too much because it might actually make it more dangerous for you. These are all the things that you're trying to control. It's hard to say the word control here because obviously you don't have control over a roguelike game. But
account for maybe is a good way of putting it.
Yeah, I think that's better. So you're gonna have to change your playstyle depending on what the tower is throwing at you. If you don't get into any traps for 20 floors in a row, then maybe you'll be a little bit more cavalier about how you're gonna react to them, right? But if you've been like hitting a trap every floor for the last 5 floors, you might start trying to. You can actually scout trap with your weapons, and if you hit one, even though you didn't know it was there, it actually will reveal it. So yeah, there's a lot of things that you need to know what you can do, but yeah, changing your playstyle on the go is
one
really
of those things. Also, as you can see, Kuhn is dealing no damage to that block. That is part of the nature of blocks, is that they are fairly tanky, though.
Yes.
Once you hit them with magic, particularly fire elemental magic, you do see better returns on your damage.
Yeah, they're not super strong themselves. They hit kind of hard, but I mean, they don't have a lot of HP. But their defense is just, yeah, and the Uleams is being used here. When you see a runner use a Huleem, you know that they were considering themselves in a bad spot. Like, that's one of your best items, like I said earlier.
DreamyVision found one, but I don't think he took it with him, unless he exchanged it for another wand. I think he put it back down. He must be really planning on a water cube. Strat.
Yeah, but you say that, and it's true. If he wants to use it, that's kind of a late time to do so.
Yeah, it sort of depends on whether or not. Yep, there he goes.
Oh yeah,
he has gone water. Fun fact: it is faster to use a go-up trap than an elevator.
Oh yeah,
if the opportunity presents itself.
Okay, Lady Deme, we talked about how not so scary wind monsters were. This is the exception. This is a zoo, and you saw that it's called the bark ability, where they like shoot a beam in the sky and it drops down on your monster. If you get hit by that, you're paralyzed. And paralysis can last a number of turns. Could be really long. I think it can be up to 8 turns. So it could hit you in the face 8 times in a row, and I can tell you, zoos hit hard. 2 or 3 is going to be enough.
Yeah, they're not one of the hardest hitting monsters of the area, but they hit hard enough at this point.
Yeah.
Because really, your defense becomes increasingly meaningless.
Yes, you're right. It's also important to note that right now, even for a speedrun, from a speedrun perspective, czaj is very low level. Generally, at this point, I would be probably around about 18, 19, I'd say. Obviously, it's been fighting much less. It's just trying to avoid all type of encounter, which works so well so far. And if you can keep it up, like doing the joking, yeah, that's
very good. And
better.
Elevator.
But right now,
he is certainly climbing this tower pretty well and at a great pace. 28.
Oh yeah. But my point is, it means that every floor he gets to, he's even more fearful of if he gets into an encounter where he doesn't have a resource to get out of, he really cannot fight anymore.
Yeah, this is a fairly scary room.
Oh yeah. So the Naples, you hear snoring. That's the Naples, the one in the far back. We can see the bubble in its nose growing and going down. These enemies can actually wake up and attack you on the same turn. They are always falling asleep randomly, but they don't lose a turn to actually wake up and fight you. And also, they have the highest amount of health in the old tower. They start at 98, but they can get double that if enough a turn pass. Oh, that's scary. Yeah. Oh, that's scary. Please, my God. No,
very lucky. Though I think czaj also did do the thing I think he could have done most, which is that he did use that Mental Seed, that he was taking 2 turns for every chance the Naples had to wake up.
Yeah, because they have 1/8 of the chance to wake up for every step you take. Now, obviously, Miles cuts that in half, but still, that's really scary. But it paid off, and only using a Mahel to get out of such a scary situation. Honestly, good play on czaj.
Yeah. Quite nice indeed. Another room with a snowman and a Naples near the elevator.
Yeah, if he wants to power through, he's going to get hit once. Maybe that's what you want to do, but getting to a new floor with only 25 health, you don't want to be in a bad situation on the other side, and you don't know until you're there, right?
Right, that is the tricky question. And we are on floor 30. I love this background. It is one of my favorite backgrounds. That and like the Viper Town floors are, I think, my favorite aesthetics for the tower.
Oh, nice. I like this song. To me, it's about the music. This one is so scary and stress-inducing. Yeah, this song starts really like just ominous, but at some points it becomes so much. I don't know. It affects me every time, but I really like it for that.
Yeah, Chai taking a moment to assess whether or not he should even bother with this room, and he decides no. There's nothing in there.
Yeah, I probably wanted to have like more of a circular exploration pattern, but he decided against it, and I think that was the right place so far. And yes, that was the right play. Oh, can we talk? Do you want to talk about these guys with axes for hands?
They're called killers. They're exactly what it says on the tin.
Oh yeah.
No false advertising.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're really scary. We have Beldo here. That's on floor 31. He gets a little bit of storyline. So this guy's like, yeah, you want to know who killed your father? Come and meet me in floor 40. And he zooms. He goes away. Oh, that's okay. That room is scary as well.
Yeah, this is a pretty spooky room. We can see Chai taking a moment to figure out how is he going to get to that elevator. It's right there.
Maybe he can take one hit from that tyrant, but he definitely cannot take two. Yeah. Oh, yep. Okay, maybe that's actually quite clever. What he's thinking? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's definitely a clever play. Now you hope so much that Annapolis stays asleep.
Yeah. That Annapolis could ruin this very clever plan.
He needs to. Yep. Delq need to stay on every turn. No. Yeah. Septic tank. You know very well tyrants never crits, right? Oh, and we have a oh yeah. Wow, a clown on DreamyVision's side. That's actually a very good pickup. It gives a range ability to your Cuny. That's gonna be really useful. The scary part is obviously right now, the game is pretty much in Chai's hand. Slime is going to decide if Dreamy has a chance. He's got enough time to actually clear the whole tower, but this part of the tower is just so unforgiving. And the worst reason about that is these enemies we see on screen, the blue ones, these are called glaciers, and their ability is so scary. They produce a ice block, and then they kick it with their legs, and it pushes you up until the next obstacle that will prevent you from moving forward. It can yeet you for, I don't know, I would say like 39 tiles in a row. That's a random number I just generated now.
Right. That's definitely never happened to you in particular.
Absolutely never. Nobody has a proof of that. But yeah, they're very scary. They can push you up into melee with another monster. You never know. And you wanna, they're not the toughest. They're really tanky, but they don't hit too hard compared to anything else. But yeah, you're gonna see Chai use something every time he's gonna see one of these bad boys. And the problem is, all the other monsters are also kind of scary as well. So
there's nothing here that there's, on a scale of 1 to 10 and of scariness, the lowest you find in these floors is probably going to be a 7 or an 8.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There's more scary and less scary, but there's not scary.
Exactly, you're absolutely right. I don't even know what I would consider the easiest enemy of them all. Like, obviously, if you have a fireball, that would be the golems, but if you don't, they're really unkillable.
Yeah, they are rough to deal with.
On a scale of 1 to 10, it's 11. Oh yeah, absolutely. Turn that dial up.
Yeah, Chai is doing a phenomenal run. I know we just saw Dreamy nearly hatch something. Did he actually hatch it? I was looking at the golem situation Chai was avoiding.
Yeah, I did.
Checking it out.
I saw only the clown thing. I assume he is hoping for a Garuda at this point.
Yeah, that would be the thing you would want to see. if you're... Oh, this is a nice room to have as
Oh,
your...
yeah, but just hope not to get kicked by that glacier. If he moves to the elevator right now, he could get kicked outside of the room, and he's good. All right.
There we go. He is okay, and it's very possible we could see a 40 run here to kick off the grand finals. That would be absolutely phenomenal.
Imagine the message that sends on the other side. That's really impressive.
That would be nerve-wracking.
But that's the type of players we have here. This is the Star Tournament. We might not have talked about that a lot, but this tournament has been made for newcomers, into the community. So everyone that was considered a veteran, so anyone with a less than an hour time on the leaderboard for any percent, couldn't actually enter this tournament. So all these runners that you see that are extremely impressive, they're actually newcomers, or DreamyVision has been into other tournaments, but this is definitely the one where he's put all his heart and soul so far, and the one he's actually improved the much in. Czaj is actually a new member of the community, and so were most of the people inside this tournament. So to clear 40, if that happens, like, I'm not saying that's going to happen. Like, this is a very scary set of floors, but that's just the type of players we have in this tournament. That's crazy.
Yep. Oh, that egg, I think the one that he got on the 5th floor was a cyclone.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting that he's walking around with it. 2 monsters is a bit slower than 1. I'm not sure what he is intending to do with that cyclone. Its fusion ability is pretty good, but I'm pretty sure you but you lose the mixture magic from, or rather the double spell levels from
exactly. You would keep the spell, but you would lose a double level for it. Now, double level for Brid is really useless, but double level for Thunder Wave, which is now low down. Yeah, Snow Wave is actually really relevant. So maybe you don't want to do that. Czaj has been using a Holy Scroll. We saw Dreamy use that a lot, where he would create a beam of light in which he would be invulnerable for a few turns. You can also throw it at enemy like Czaj did and turn monsters into a partner, but only for that floor. So that dragon following him is a friend, but at the end of the floor he loses it when he changes floor. So yeah, that's a very good item to have, probably one of the greatest, because it removed one problem from the equation and actually added him a bonus on top of that as well. But yeah, these 2 dragons are going to duke it out. That's fine.
Friend Dragon was already pretty weakened from dealing with the maximum, which are pretty heavy hitters, but aren't necessarily tanky enough to be the most frightening thing available.
True. I like to see how this game is great monsters idea, because almost all of the monsters in this game is not just a big ball of stats. There's a reason that makes them scary. Well, Maximums is the exception. It is just a big old ball of stats. It's got no special ability, no traits, no nothing. It's just really strong. So yeah, you just don't want to mess with these guys either.
Yep. Septic Tank putting up that Holy Bell Czaj pickup is huge.
Mm-hmm.
It really is a tremendous thing. It makes all the monsters flee a room. Unfortunately, he's not in the room right now.
Yes. What Ski says about Maximums is also true. They tend to guard eggs. The only difference with Vipers, though, like, they will turn around an egg on every turn. The difference is if you actually enter the room, they will stop that and go for you, which is definitely scary. Whereas Vipers will not go back to you until they have recovered the egg.
Yep. Try finding out that Toon is not dealing any damage to that maximum. He's not taking a whole lot of damage because of the protection of the spell ball, which I think just ran out. But he's not dealing a lot of damage.
The other thing that's really... the other thing that seems to be really important to consider here is that the game will never generate, at first, when you enter a floor, the maximum amount of monsters that can be on it. I think it's around about 16. The game will generally generate like 4 or 5, and then every X amount of time, you're going to get a new monsters in. So, generally, you want to find that elevator as quickly as you can, because going back to retrace your steps and stuff like that, make it so the game is generating more monsters in these other rooms you haven't explored yet. And it's going to make it harder and harder and harder. So he sees that elevator right now. He's really happy about that, because that floor was starting to take a little bit too long to clear.
Yep. And he was very lucky that he didn't run into a problem. With that.
That's a problem. Yeah. He's like, it may not look like it, but any direction he moves, that maximum will cover for it, and next turn he's in trouble. So he's gotta do something about it right now. Yep, blinder ball is gonna save him. But that's
its last charge.
Yes, yes.
So that is an option he can't use again, and that is a scary thing.
Mm-hmm.
If he's very lucky, he might not miss it, but boy, that is a scary prospect. But here is floor 39. He is almost there.
So really important to say that this game doesn't not have a real final boss. Oh my god, is he gonna do it for real?
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Oh my god, really?
He's done it.
And czaj is cleared. 440, first match of the finals. Can you believe it? I want to see some GGs in chat. I want to see some GGs for DreamyVision as well, because he's came back with a fantastic run. But czaj, my man, my god, this is the finals.
Yep, just under 15 minutes to hit floor 40. We do count times from when you get that ultimate egg over there, so it'll be a little over 50 probably, though of course we can't really count these runs, but man, that is just phenomenal. And most of that comes down to just to movement and luck, a lot of luck. And luck, that is a thing which is fairly important in these games. And some of those elevators were fantastic, but like, that is just spectacular work.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's really impressive to see these runners actually like climb it. I'm not gonna say so easily, because obviously there were bumps in the road, but I mean, it's exactly what makes it more impressive, like getting through these bumps in the roads. Like Don't Forgo say in the chat, actually being level 12 is really impressive. Like, he could not take any hits from these monsters on these last floors. He had a good adventure and he used it well, but yeah, that was a scary prospect. He's gonna deal the final blow onto Baldo. But I think so far it is like the second or third time czaj even clears a tower from the first run. This is really, really impressive. A very good show strength for that first run. Can he reproduce it? Can DreamyVision counter-attack with a 40 of his own, or at least a win? I know he's able to do it, so what are we gonna get into second race here?
That is the question. It could be just about anything. The tower shows a new face to you every time. Admittedly, most of those faces are angry at you.
Not wrong. Yeah. But yeah, these are, this is a very rough game. What I like to see as well is this seed was rather generous. Obviously, that mishap at the beginning for DreamyVision, nothing he could have done. He just walk on a tile and it happened. That tile was a warp trap, killed his cutie. Nothing he could have done here. But that was definitely what set it back a little bit.
Yeah.
What I like to see is these a little bit more generous race, followed by a very different, tougher race where the tower is really not generous at all and really starve you, and to see how the runners are going to get to. So even if we get a tower that doesn't get to 40, sometimes these rougher seeds are even more interesting in a sense, because you get to see them like react to very tough situation. But yeah, my point is just, if we get 40, very high. If we don't get, if we get a tougher seed, also very high. This tournament's gonna be fun.
Yep. This is a best of 5 match, so it is first to 3. We will have them be resetting probably pretty shortly. It looks like DreamyVision has gotten the memo and has decided that that is enough.
And we see the final cutscene on czaj's side. That's gonna be the time he's gonna probably reset. But yeah, wow. Props to him. Now, I know DreamyVision has already cleared the tower in less than 1 hour in this tournament, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe Anyway,
I think
I know you can absolutely do that, so you can absolutely counterattack. These two runners are undefeated. They were both in two different groups, and they had very tough battles on each of their side. But they both actually cleared their group without being defeated at all. So, I mean, if anybody can take Chai down, that's Dreamy.
Yep. This will be the first loss in the tournament for one of them, and that is a kind of fun thought. On an exciting thought.
Oh, yeah.
As Don Fargo is pointing out, the de-randomizing randomizer does have the option to make the boss fight against Felzo a real boss fight. And if you're interested in that, want to see more Azure Dreams, want to see what the community will cook up after this tournament, be sure to check out our Discord. We have all sorts of resources. We even have resources for the Game Boy Color version of this game. This game did have a Game Boy Color version.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely. So we have everything you might actually want to get to. We have that in the Discord. And if you just want, it's called the Azure Dreams Speedrun Discord, but it's not only for speedrunning. It's definitely just a place for fan of the games. If you love this game and just want to chat and have fun with the people around here, this is the place to come in. And if you need or want resources to see the next match or be in the next match, then we're definitely going to help you set up for that. Let the guy who named this speedrun. Yeah. I don't know who that person is. I'd like to leave now, please.
Alright. So we see the scene over on DreamyVision side. We are going to get acquainted with the one quality of life set thing we have done for this tournament. In other tournaments, we've had the first floor be no tutorial, fast clear it, all those good things. But because we wanted to get these new and upcoming runners used to how entering the tower works and how messing around with the tutorial and what text you skip, which ones can't you skip easily, and so on. We did leave that in there for the mandated Q nagging or semi. There is glitch entry, but that's not really race safe.
No, exactly. You wouldn't want to see that in a tournament settings because obviously that's way too inconsistent. That's what would produce the most incredible and the best runs we have on the leaderboard. Use that so it permits you to enter the tower with skipping that whole tutorial, but you don't get Q in exchange. So that's terrifying. Even the best runner would never do that in a tournament setting. That's just too inconsistent. But in that one run out of 1,000, that is faster.
Yeah, that is one of those things, but we will see shortly that we are letting them skip the entirety of Ko's life story, which otherwise follows him through his birth, Earth, getting advice from his old man, the death of his father, yada, yada, yada. Yes, Azure Dreams are generally run to best floor and are generally run at minimum best 2 out of 3. Okay, that looks good on Chai's side. Because sometimes the tower is incredibly cruel. Well, and you can die on floor 2. You can die on... Basically, I've heard of people who die on a re-entry floor 1.
Yeah, it's rare, but it has happened, especially on the re-entry floor 1 where you might enter without any gear. So these trolls hits hard. That's not a joke. They hit you probably for 7, you have 14. Oh, 16. Yeah, 2 or 3 hits, you're down. And CUNY cannot tank either. These floor 1 are actually a scary thing if you're itemless.
Yep. That is certainly the risk of re-entry.
Oh yeah.
In previous tournaments, we have had in the Welcome to My Eldorado tournament, which was a 2v2 tournament, we once had a race where every runner except one died on floor 2.
Mm-hmm.
Just simultaneous deaths.
That is true. I remember this match. And I was
Yes,
weird
yes,
because
yes.
one,
Not a
yeah,
shining moment, but
yeah,
it was hilarious. And the only runner who didn't die on
yeah,
floor 2 wasn't racing with everyone else at the time. They had scheduling conflicts. And so we
yeah.
were all watching and going, okay, when he gets to floor 3, we tell them that they won. And they just did not believe that.
That was so weird. I loved it so much. That was just like such a coincidence because at that time we didn't have. Did we have de-randomized tower?
I think we did.
Okay, okay. So that was just a rough floor too. Yeah.
And it's hard for me to remember off the top of my head,
Yeah.
but the same basic outcome across all is that the runners, myself included, got a little overconfident about dealing with the flame before getting your first level up.
Uh huh. Oh yeah, the first level up changes everything. You go from being scared of everything to I can probably deal with pretty much anything unless it's really, it's really just like a bunch of enemies at the same time, right?
Yeah, that is one of those things. So this is why this is maybe one of the reasons why we're not doing single entry, but also to get new and upcoming runners used to the idea that you don't have to clear the tower in a single entry for it to qualify for the any percent leaderboard. You can make a second trip, it's okay. It's not going to be the fastest time in the world. Okay, countdown time.
Oh yeah.
But it is a viable option.
Absolutely. So the changes you were talking about earlier, Deme, is the fact that we allow re-entry and the fact that the tutorial is still in it, is to make it exactly like an any percent run. Now, these ones cannot be submitted because they use the randomizer, and thus they could actually be learned and explored, and you could. So that's we don't allow the use of the randomizer in the any percent leaderboard, but the practice you do here is actually gonna transfer 1-to-1 to actually any percent speedrun, and these decisions were made for that exact reason. These guys can actually make it to the leaderboard just after the tournament easily. Like, this was a really good time.
Yeah. That is something, and once you have it, that is a great confidence booster. Sir, because it's a bit of a barrier getting to that point. Mm-hmm. Though that said, one of the things the community has as sort of an anti-frustration feature is categories for things other than completing the game. Yeah. First at 10, which is pretty much all glyph entries. Trees 20, 30, the things that, hey, you ended up in a bad situation, you died tragically through, I don't know, let's say a monster den on floor 21, but you made great time to floor 20, so submit that for something. The run still counts for something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That was exactly the reasoning. When we actually started this whole community, I was with Adarsis, and Adarsis already had world record at the time, and he was really, really good. And I couldn't even clear the tower because that's just so daunting, right? And I wanted to see progression, and just seeing my PB go up, but that's not really a PB because I never cleared, was just a little bit too much to take for somebody that just didn't know how to do these things. So I made these first at 10, 20s, and 30s so that I could actually see myself improve. And that felt much better. Like, I always felt like I did better than last time. And it actually, at some point, brought me to floor 40. But that took a few months. A lot more time than I actually want to say.
Yep. The tower can be rough on that. And certainly, you are doing things the game doesn't intend you to about just as much as if you were glitching it horribly. This is not what the game thinks playing Azure Dreams should look like. Again, I think that's one of the more interesting things about any percent as a category and these races in particular. You know, there are certain glitches you can do.
Yes.
For the most part, Azure Dream speedrunning is really more about know-how and tech than glitches.
You're absolutely right, and that's one of the things that really drew me to this game is like the fact that when you actually say to people that played the game but haven't seen a match that you clear the whole tower in one climb, the reaction is so crazy because, and I was the same when I saw that for the first time from a Darcis, is how can you even, like, that's, I never went to really close, like casually, I think the average amount of climbs to get through the whole tower is like 28 or something. And after that, those 28 climbs, like, you probably have such a strong weapon or such a strong pet that the enemies hit you for 1 damage and you're gonna clear without any problem, right? Once you decide you're ready, you're not really in any kind of threat.
Yeah, no, I generally find that I ended up, that my last run was usually started when I could reliably get to 30 and then just run life. Like, the last couple of floors are pretty much always a mad sprint for me, even if I prepared for them.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, these last 5-6 floors are, the enemies are so powerful that you would really need to have like a crazy weapon or absolutely a shield in that situation, or like a fusion of a block and an arachne to get through them. If not, they're gonna still hit you hard, even if you're leveled up okay.
Yep. Yeah, the lack of information about items, the lack of information about things in general, is certainly one of the things that makes playing this game so tricky. The game is very opaque about a lot of things. Also, I'm worried that might be a trap room, and DreamyVision's first climb could have ended horribly due to something like a bomb trap.
Oh yeah. I am 100% behind you, Red user, but actually I think that's one of the best thing Azure Dream did. It's super frustrating to not understand the tools you have in your arsenal, but at the same time, I really am one of the guys that think that games take you too much by the end, and I am the type of guy that like to experiment, and I am always so delighted when I actually realize, oh, it can do that. And Azure Dreams is really great at this. It doesn't give you a lot of information. The tutorial is way too long, but still absolutely quite brief, honestly, in the end. I just played it too much. But it makes the game a lot more interesting to explore. Now, obviously, I know what every item does, but at the time, I remember being so, like, impressed.
Right, not to mention, of course, the things you don't realize items can do. For example, you might not think of an Olim as especially useful until you realize you can chuck it at the monster and it will get the same effect. It will just send it away.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Throwing an oldie scroll at an enemy to change it into a partner. All the things
doing the same with a malicious scroll to make it confused. The fact that that doesn't work on bow trolls.
Yeah, you can change a bow troll's weapon by throwing another weapon. That's actually really interesting.
Yeah, that's things that, well, for one, you don't find troll weapons often enough to really ever use that. But it's a nice thought. It's a concept that's fun.
I 100% agree. And now we all know because of Chai that Justin Bieber's got anorexia. So you've seen it first here, guys.
Apparently so. Oh, I will call TMZ.
So yeah, you see Chai pick up a steel sword, which is definitely a good sword in terms of attack power. But like I said in the first match, swords gives you a static boost to your attack, like it's flat. It's a huge boost. Right now it would make all the difference to switch for that sword. But the problem is, and we see it on DreamyVision side as well, the problem is the one's damage being percentage based. It means that right now it doesn't do a lot for them, but later on it's going to be such a huge difference. And with the actual fact that there is curses in this game that makes it so you cannot change your equipment, you don't want to risk being stuck with a sword. No matter how good it is now, it's gonna like outrun its usefulness really early.
Yep, and that is certainly the hard part. While wands can be cursed, they're much less likely, and the -1 does hurt, but it is in some ways less hurting than a -1 on a sword because of that difference between static versus percentage versus multipliers.
And that -1 actually doesn't affect the percentage. It affects like just the static one attack of the one, so it brings it to 0. But that percentage is untouched. It's still as relevant as it used to be. Now, obviously, that multiplier on one less attack is going to affect the damage. True, but not as much. Like, as long as you have that, I think it's around about plus 25% damage. As long as you get that, you're really happy.
Yeah, and that can be increased by having a sane element bonus. In that sense, it's just like Pokemon. But one thing about this being sort of a trial and error game with a lot of hidden odds and ends and weird stuff, I think that's one of the special things about this being a game from sort of the early era. Ooh, a fire and a water crystal. This has been a very crystal generous tower.
And most importantly, no wins, so that's kind of interesting. These two crystals are much rarer than the wind version. And water especially is actually really, really good. It heals all the HP, all the MP, and the status effect of your monster. None of yourself, sadly. And again, that's one of the very bad translation from Japanese, I assume. It tells you it heals everything, and that's it. And then you use it to heal yourself, and you realize, nope, only monsters. But it's still extremely good. It means that just the fact that it heals MP, for example, Peach Fruit would recover 50, but Cuny has a total of 100. That water crystal is going to refill the whole 100. So that's you.
Yeah, that is a really nice feature of it. If you have more than one monster out, which isn't what you'll generally see of a speedrun, but it's worth commenting on, it will also do that for all of your monsters.
You could have a Cuny that's actually kind of powerful and use a U-boat for scouting, so that would be the kind of situation where water crystal healing the MP of 2 monsters is really relevant. Other than that, you're right. You would probably never see that, or almost never, yeah.
Right, Dreamy was running a Cyclone as a backup, which was an interesting decision.
True.
But it's not something one generally sees because it is a bit slower and it spreads the XP a bit thinner.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The number of XP you get is very wildly. Every enemy gives you a set amount of XP, but having Cuny makes it so you share 50-50. A third monster would make it so you share all a third. But also you get double XP if the enemy you kill is higher level than you are. So that first roll is going to give you 8 XP, but then it's going to give you 4 because you're at the same level as it is. So it was really hard for me when I was younger to track like how much XP do they actually give. But by doing it a lot, you actually realize, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, okay. When I share with Cuny and I get a bonus from killing them from lower level.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think the community... Oh! DreamyVision getting lucky with a warp trap that does not activate. That is good fortune.
Yeah. Your red user brings a very interesting point, saying like, oh, I underestimated how good the orbs are until I watched this. And this is absolutely the... how we tackled this is... All the items... We already know what items are good, but the point is... how can we get the best of every item we find? That was definitely the philosophy behind all of this. So, yeah, obviously Stream 1 is great. At the time, there was a Scarlet one that was the king, right? And obviously that's good, but what do you do when you don't get one? You're not... And you might be in a tower that there will never be a Scarlet one, so what do you do then? And so it was always about, how can I stretch the usefulness of every item? So obviously some of them are really garbage, but could I still make them worth something? And that's where Water Strat is so popular. It's definitely good, but is that so much better than Fire Strat? I'd say not really. A little bit better. I would feel a little bit more confident, but not that much. But the reason why it's so great is that now if you find either a Scarlet one or a Stream one, you're really happy. So it stretches like the usefulness of these ones. So not only one is useful now, 2 of them are.
Yeah, that is, I think, one of the big things about this particular strategy is that it does... There are things that if you look into them, that if you watch the community, oh, a cure-all, that's very nice.
Oh.
That is one of the only things that clears away the curse status effect for putting on a cursed item. That is Not something Chai had to worry about with the Scream Wand, but it might be relevant later, depending on how Shield Luck goes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have Doom Dragon in chat that talks about Acid Rain Ball in the Monster Den, which is definitely one of the most satisfying thing in the game. So Acid Rain Ball is a spell ball that can only be used once. It always has one charge, but it does deal a lot of water damage to everything that's in the same room as you are. And a Monster Den is a special trap that's really rare, but when you step on it, it fills the room you're in with monsters, generally putting you in a very bad situation, unless you're lucky enough, and I say lucky in quotation here, to be just by the door when it triggers. And then you can just actually run away from it. But yeah, it's a very scary room, and the amount of monsters that can be on the floor then can actually exceed the maximum number of monsters on a floor at a time when Monster Den triggers. So that's scary.
Yeah, Zero Bag brings up that it's also good on a single floor if it doesn't crash the game, which is certainly a thing that's possible with Acid Rain Ball.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We are still, I say we, programmers still trying to find, I think, why this is happening. But yeah, it's probably about like some experience counting that is waiting on to be resolved and never does. And so the game is just like waiting on something that's never gonna happen. Through glasses on the binding ball, only 4 charge, this is the minimum, but DreamyVision is still going to be very happy with that find. Binding balls are great.
Yeah, they are. Paralysis is a little bit more reliable and stable than sleep, for example. And blinded monsters can still attack you if they think they've hit something that stops their movement. It is worth noticing there is something about I have completely lost my train of thought and I am sorry. But anyway, I was going to say a little while ago that I think one of the things about this being sort of an information hidden and an information dense game is that it's one of those things that made it particularly captivating coming out as it did in like the late 90s, where you were just getting into things like game facts being a thing, and starting to see, for one, of course, the wild schoolyard rumors of your youth.
Yes, that is so true. This game is filled with very wild rumors that sadly are actually not true. The fact that there is a ghost of your father in the tower, that is not true. The fact that the Seraphim sword you get from the end of the game, that it could turn enemies into eggs, that's sadly a rumor as well. Probably progged by the fact that when you kill a viper that has eaten an egg, it actually spews it out after being killed. But that's not related to having a sword. The egg actually needed to exist before the viper eaten it. That's something that's very rare. I can see why it created some really interesting
theories.
Yeah.
When you think about it, that actually kind of sounds like something that ought to be a rumor in and of itself, doesn't it?
Sorry, what?
When you think about it, that is something that sounds like it should have been a rumor in and of itself, you know? Oh, vipers sometimes eat eggs.
Yeah, that should have been, but you know, it makes a lot of sense when you actually see it in action. But when I was a child, I actually never thought about it. When it did happen in my face, I saw the viper eat the egg, I was like, oh, yes, right. Now I need to run away.
Yeah, I spent a good while of my youth thinking that vipers just occasionally would randomly drop eggs, rather than that it had eaten it somewhere off screen.
Yes, Keith, it's not necessarily super rare. Actually, it will happen every time a viper comes in contact with an egg. But eggs are rare from the get-go, and it might be eaten off-screen. You will still hear the sound effect for it if it happens, even if you're not there. But connecting that sound effect to what happened if you don't know that it can happen, that just won't be a thing, right? So obviously, you need to actually be there to experience that. And if you're not the one throwing the egg, yeah, it might not happen often. In that whole tournament, we've never seen it happen, right?
I think.
Oh wait. Oh wait. Skeef, no. I know where you're getting, and that is not okay. That is not acceptable. Oh.
I think we've seen someone throw an egg in order to do that.
Ah, that's so cool. I might not have been there then.
So, DreamyVision fighting this U-boat, but first getting the higher ground. That is, if you're gonna fight a U-boat, that's kind of how you want it to happen. You want to fight it on higher ground. You want it to be alone.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, they're not necessarily tanky. They're actually kind of frail. But the fact that you're still using that fire mix magic makes it so they can actually take, I think it's 3 hits most of the time, and that's too much for how you can actually tank them. They hit so hard, even from a high elevation. DreamyVision had a hard time dealing with them. These sets of floors are just really scary. They want to get out of there here really fast.
Yeah, it's interesting that Chai has that stream wand, knows it is a curse. Oh, that is entirely true about the trained wand.
Yes.
That is what is special about the trained wand to begin with.
The fact that it doesn't rust really feel like it's a mistake. Like, I assume it should have been able to rust, because everything that's metal in this game can rust, and that the description of the trained one is that it is a metal one, right? So I assume it's a mistake, but yeah, it's absolutely true. So the only items that are made that cannot rust are generally made of something different: diamond, leather, wood. But yeah, the trained one is gold, true. But that's a really specific. Oh, so it doesn't rust in GBC either. So I guess they either just ported the idea or they really intended to never rust. That makes it a little bit more interesting.
I think it seems viable that they might have never intended it to rust. But then again, we're pretty sure it might be an item that was never supposed to drop in the first place. At least not in the regular tower.
Absolutely true. The only way you can get one is it's supposed to be from a barong anyway. So
I think it's possible that they spawned, but I think it shouldn't be. I think Programmer was saying something about that the other day. Or maybe it was a different item.
Because I've seen like tens of oldie swords and dark swords, but I've never seen this trained one in the wild. But that doesn't mean it cannot be true. I've seen like tens and dozens of roach fruits as well. But maybe I just was unlucky. I mean, that's kind of a rare item anyway.
Yeah, it's hard to say. This game is certainly very varied in the experience it can present you. Both of the runners have been having a relatively smooth trip. There have been a couple of tough spots. DreamyVision certainly having to fight his way through a lot of things. Oh yes, you can absolutely use a red sand on an Doom Dragon. That is what makes a trained wand special. That is the point of it existing. Yeah, casually is probably the best weapon for that reason. It does give you plus 25% damage from mixed magic that everyone gives you. Having a matching one would give you an extra 25% damage, but at some point that plus 99 on that trained one is going to be just so much, because attack does get factored in the mixed magic damage as well. So yeah, that's just really powerful. And also it means that if you lose your pet, that train one is gonna just hit hard in and of itself, which is not true for all other ones. Yeah, that is a really nice feature. Oh yeah. A nice feature, though. It's not a thing you can really expect to find unless you play the Barong Lottery, because Barong Lottery's check on item rarity is completely broken. Oh yeah, it should actually check for rarity, but it just doesn't. Actually, it does. It checks for rarity, but instead of looking for the rarity of the item it's gonna spawn, it looks at the rarity of the item you've thrown in. So the check always passes because it's the same rarity, right? Right. Because it's the same item. That's definitely a small mistake they made there. Yeah, that is. That's an error. But it's an error that I think makes the experience much more fun. Yeah, because what items could you have thrown that you find in the wild that would have given you just a small chance to get that train wand? I don't know. And even from a Barong, they're still kind of rare. Like, you cannot expect
finding 2 or 3 barongs and getting a train one from them. So I think it's
Right.
really
And barongs are pretty rare to begin with, spawning only on 16, 26, 26, and 36, and even then, not always.
yes. So now I think we know the formula, and if I remember correctly, it's every time a monster spawn, a barong has a 1 in 16 chance of that monster has a 1 in 16 chance of being a barong. So
Yeah, barongs are one of the best monsters casually. One of the best monsters for frankly, a necessary monster for 100%.
Oh yeah, absolutely. At least to get your first Roche Fruit, and then you can dupe that with a Maneva and a Picket. But yeah, before that, absolutely necessary to have that barong, I think. Unless you're really lucky, but yeah.
Unless you're really lucky.
Oh yeah. These guys' climbs have been really good so far. We see Chai actually adorning the Fire Sword. Fire Sword is really interesting. There are 3 elemental wands. There are also 3 elemental swords. In the short run, they're really good because you do get the same attack type bonus that David was talking about. So the fact you use a fire spell with a fire weapon gives you a bonus to your damage. But it also gives you a flat amount of damage like every other sword does. So early on, and I say that it actually is good up until probably 420. It is a really, really strong weapon. But as the longer you're going to get into the tower, that flat damage is going to be counted out, and obviously the percentage damage is going to catch up and become better.
And then there's the question of the elemental effectiveness of the weapon to begin with, which, if it's the same element, is more or less the same question as mixture magic. But it's definitely a thing to keep an eye on and be aware of. I generally find that while fire swords are pretty flatly desirable, elemental shields are always a little bit spooky to me.
Spoopy, yes, absolutely. The elemental shield. Oh, that's a neg on floor what, 12?
Yeah, looks like.
Oh my. Okay. So, does he even check it? And if he does, what do we have here? Oh yeah, he is checking it. Is he checking it? Oh yeah. Okay, so why is he checking that specific egg?
Because there is a chance that that is a Garuda, and that is one of the most fun monsters to have in a run. It can very cheaply just take you around the tower. It can show you the world.
Oh yeah, and the chance to actually have a Garuda is kind of low. I think it's around about 9% that this egg is a Garuda. But if it is, this is a very stressful strategy because it can backfire really quickly. Every time you actually warp around, there is a chance you get hit on that same round before you had a chance to actually react to what's happening. But if it does, and yeah, we have some people in chat. Is anybody right on what's in the egg?
Wugga is correct.
Oh my! Sadly, Wugga is correct. I think you should had here. Volcano are very bad. They are not spoopy. They are poopy. They do just create fire, volcanic rock that can be put on a tile, and then enemies will have to clear that before trying to continue moving forward. They are kind of tankish. The rocks themselves, the volcano, not too much. They don't hit R at all. They don't have a lot of HP.
They hit against you fairly hard, but against enemies, not so much. It's one of those unfortunate things.
Yes, absolutely.
In part because so many enemies are water type, and just in part because they have better defense than we do.
No Wag. The one, if you've ever seen an ice truck ball, then the thing from the volcano would be very similar. It doesn't move, it just stays there. And it's an obstacle that the enemy has to clear before moving forward. Whereas the one from the glaciers kicks you away, and then you just see yourself getting pushed up until you hit a wall or something. That's even scarier. The volcano, if your familiar is on attack every enemy, CUNY's gonna start to attack the rock, but you can just manually tell him to not do that, and he will stop. And as long as you're not, as long as you're manually telling CUNY to stop doing things, or putting him on AI too so he'd stop attacking and follow you around, there's not even a problem. The rock can absolutely be ignored. But the glacier, oh no.
Yeah, that is certainly a difference between them, even though they are kind of... Yeah, it's interesting. I always think of them as similar looking, but they're not. They're not similar looking monsters. I don't know why I think of them that way.
Volcanoes and what?
Glaciers.
Oh my, yeah. They're kind of different, I agree. They have 2 legs. Oh, no, they have 4 legs, the glaciers. But yeah, they feel like a roundish monsters.
Yeah, that might be the similarity that's drawing me. That, and of course the functional similarity of both of them giving out items. Skeef Stream, yes, that's gonna be a volcano. It is the same egg. That is how this works.
Yeah, I think they're right.
Rough spot, having to use his holy crystal on that holy scroll on that Kraken.
Yes.
And because Kraken are just unpleasant, particularly for him. He is both using fire elemental attacks more or less exclusively, and also that's a sword Chai has. So Krakens are very unpleasant for Chai in particular.
Yes, exactly. So Krakens has a special ability that makes it so if you hit it with anything metallic, you're gonna take back some damage from electricity. And that damage you take back is, I think, 20% of the damage you've dealt. So even if you're really, really powerful, you actually just end up hurting yourself more. And on top of that, they don't only have that, but they are extremely tanky and hit very hard. Krakens are no joke. They are a very good prospect for a Holy Scroll. If you remember me from the first run where I told them like they were using Olim fruits in a situation I felt was where they needed to do, but it's a little bit sad. Like, it's not the kind of enemy you want to keep an Olim for. Holy Scrolling a Kraken is exactly why you have an Holy Scroll in your inventory. That's exactly where you wanted to use that. Props on Chai.
Yep. We like to root for both of the runners against the tower. In particular.
Oh yeah. Except
I think unless it would happen that one of the runners winning would cause there to be more Azure Dreams, then we want to see that runner win. So in this case, we're rooting for Dreamy to make there be a round 4.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, Chai could win this game, but then it's really important that Dreamy wins 2 matches in a row, so it culminates into that crazy match 5. But yeah, no, I'm just joking. Made the best and the most luckiest runner win. But yeah, obviously, these 2 runners absolutely deserve the title, but who's gonna get it is a whole other story, though.
Chai, he has been having certainly a little bit of a hard time on that last floor. Oh, and SpeedGaming is raiding with a fairly large party. Hello, SpeedGaming 4.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Star Tournament. Very quickly, this is a PS1 game called Azure Dreams. We are climbing a floor made of 40, a tower made of 40 floors, and we're trying to do that as fast as we can. This is the finals, Chai versus DreamyVision, and these 2 runners are going to try to do it in one go, or yeah, I think at this point it's going to be that one run, rather than playing it casually and getting into the tower maybe 20 or 30 times before being strong enough to clear the whole thing.
Yep, these floors are randomly generated, but they are shared across both runners because we are doing a seated tower so we don't know what's around the next corner, and neither do they. They are at this point neck and neck. They are on the same floor. Chai has a little bit of a lead because he reached floor 15 first.
Yes, in case of a tie, we do give the match to the one who get there first. But don't adjust your screen. Chai has walked on a reversal trap. That makes it so he sees everything upside down, but your control doesn't change. If you were going in a direction, you can continue pressing that direction to continue moving. So it's just your vision or your perspective that changes, and that makes it even more confusing.
Yeah, luckily you can hold the triangle button when you move your character and press a directional button in order to change what direction Ko is facing without taking up a turn, and that is very useful.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It gives you the chance to actually check if you're actually doing the right thing before committing to it. So that's actually really great. Oh, that room though, Chai, my.
That is quite the flock of Garuda.
Yeah, that's a Garuda meeting place. They're all sleeping, so if he's lucky, he can just leave the room. But yeah, he's definitely like thinking if one of them wakes up, like the Garudas are far away, but that Manivas is scary. One of them woke up.
Madariva is the scary part there. The Garuda's pretty handleable. He is using a fire sword. He is using fire Cune.
And look at Dreamy. He just doesn't care. Pick up Scuty and run away and doesn't get punished for it. That's what I like to see. Let's go, Dreamy.
Yeah, that is the RNG. Really working out for both of these runners' favors. I think that Garuda was, of all the monsters to have woken up on Chai's side, the best monster to have woken up. You know, one Garuda is very manageable for Fire Cune. Dreamy's going to have a harder time with one Garuda.
Yes, absolutely.
He has made the switch to Water Cune.
Yeah,
and so that's like no damage.
One of the things I like is they're both on the same floor. Oh no! Oh my! That's not something you see every day. But yeah, that's gonna be scary, obviously, because you don't want to lose your pet. He needs to find that elevator or find that Cuny back real quickly.
Yeah, he can't find the Cune back anymore. It's dead.
Oh, is it dead? I did miss that part.
It died very quickly.
Yeah, generally.
Enemy, but I guess abducted into another one.
And Chai is not in a better situation.
No, he might be. Oh, that is a lot of trolls. Oh. Luckily, they are all bug trolls, but they both lose Cune at the same time.
My God. Okay, I said earlier that I wanted the second tower to be a little bit less generous. Jeez, yeah, that was a commentator curse, right?
Yeah, I think so, just about.
And win Crystal at 34 minutes? Really? Oh my, okay, that's a gamble. Let's go, Chai.
Yeah, let us see how this happens. DreamyVision does have the lead now, being on floor 17. Chai may have gotten like the lead for floor 16, but now he's going to have to make it to at least 18. Dreamy's trying to hatch that egg, is going to find that volcano edition.
Yeah, he doesn't know, sadly, but we do. That's a very sad egg to be eating right now. But yeah, wow, okay. Yeah, that's really impressive that Chai at 34 minutes decides to do that. But just more power to him. If he actually ends up catching up on DreamyVision, that's going to be a very impressive gamble to get through. Yeah, because he comes back with his gear.
Taking out the volcano just for the heck of it. I don't think he has a spell, Dreamy. I don't think setting it to AI3 is going to do you any good.
No, I think he just wanted to follow around. Oh, actually deals a decent amount of damage. Now, obviously, pickets are really weak. But I think it's just so that the volcano can fight for him for at least the picket floor. And then after, I think it's not going to be super relevant.
Yeah, it'll probably wear out its usefulness.
Yes.
Soon enough. But in the meanwhile, that it is at least something. Oh, interesting. Mahel Seed on the volcano.
Huh. Actually, it did pay off. That was really interesting. Wow. Okay. That's what we were talking about, like getting more usage and different usage of the same items. That's what DreamyVision's doing.
Yeah. Now he's got a little bit of space between him and the bow trolls.
Yeah, and only one of them is a grow, so he's fine, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's that one. Yeah, that's a bow troll.
Yeah. The interesting thing is, this floor has all the types of trolls on them. And obviously they are, like, luckily they're not at higher level than when you find them. So, these are floor 11 monsters on floor 17. So he should be strong enough. And that's it in Maniva that it's pretty hard. DreamyVision is, taking a lot of damage here.
As Skeef pointed out, Dreamy does have a blue collar, could get a spell with a Palimpa fusion, but it's... And that is going to take a little bit of time.
True. Luckily, the Palimpa egg is always at 80% eat, so that's not super long to eat up. But yeah, I don't know if that would be good enough or worth it. But I would change that volcano into water type, and he already has a stream one. I don't think that's that's a bad idea.
Yeah, it's certainly something. Shawnee, DreamyVision is in the lead. Oh, getting a lucky elevator spawn.
Oh yeah, on Arachnifloor, I'll take that any day of the week.
Chai left the tower before dying pretty much the moment.
Wow!
Risky business.
Let's go, Dreamy. No care in the world.
Yep. So he has the opportunity to expand this lead out. It's going to be a while, before we see if Chai can make up the difference.
Yeah, that's definitely a scary prospect to come back from that high, in that such a short amount of time. But I stress that out a lot, but actually it's not that bad. Obviously, he's got a very high-level CUNY right now, so he's not stressed about fighting anything up until he gets to floor, I'd say 15. Like, right back where he actually left.
That can make him slow down a little bit if he does too much fighting.
Yes, exactly. So he should probably just wander around and run away.
Don't trust your eyes, trust the mini-map.
Ooh.
The volcano is now out of the picture. Luckily, that's a great use of that binding ball right there.
And the other thing is, realistically, it was really just useful for up until floor 20, which he reached, so yeah, he's fine. He doesn't need that volcano anymore.
Ooh, nice.
Yep. Bazaar Seed gives you a level up for free, so that's always something you want to get your hands on, if only just to increase that Ko's HP a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like he was considering carrying it in case maybe he could get a monster back. But I think banking on a restore scroll is unfortunate. Luckily, we did it the second time. That is statistically likely. But oh no.
Oh, very no. Very no. Luckily, this animation is very long, gives you a little bit of time to memorize where you are before you actually turn out blind, but the blindness didn't work, so that's even better. He's gonna need to have that pickup. That's one no. He has another chance. He doesn't take it.
Go for the pickup?
Yeah, he doesn't go for it.
Oh, yeah, that would be pretty reasonable.
Yeah, that seems really fair, honestly. That was a type of situation you didn't want to get. Because even if you would have got the pickup in the final time, you don't want to be like 7 or 8 HP on these floors. So conservation was a good idea here. Alright, this giant dog is now a dog.
A whole lot of space to deal with that wee dog. That is unfortunate. I think made the right call in this position. Yes. You don't want to be firing a ball you've used a lot of when you're directly next to an enemy, because who knows what will happen.
Yeah, that's not a time to risk things.
Then Godspeed to you, but if it's not your only option, consider... Oh, that's bad.
Oh yeah, now the question is, if that doesn't kill, and it doesn't, so Chai move was the right move. Wow, okay, that's wild. And that'll feel really bad on DreamyVision's side, because maybe he'll feel that 20 minutes remaining is not enough to actually get a better time than that, and ow, okay.
Yeah, Chai, I don't necessarily know if Chai's move was the right move. It might end up... That said, I think that would have been a good time to use the Wind Crystal when you know you're going down. Or at least when you strongly suspect. Kai, I know, has a damage calculator for that sort of moment. Using an egg as bait would have been the solution. Would have been a pretty good idea as well. But now it's really down to seeing if Chai is going to make it up that high.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, he needs to move, because Chai is more known for a very taking his time, very consistent type of plays, but that's not what's required right now. He only has 18 minutes to reach up to floor 22. That doesn't mean he can do it. Honestly, I know Chai being good enough to actually reach that, but he's gonna have to be a little bit faster here. You don't want to throw like all the quotient to the window, but yeah, he needs to move a little bit.
Yeah. I am also inclined to, at 40 minutes, go back into the tower, but I can respect DreamyVision wanting to take a little bit of a break. This is going to be a long haul.
Yeah, maybe you don't want to burn out. Like we said, this is a best of 5, which is different. You haven't lost yet. Like maybe Chai will just not reach back that high, and that small break he's taking right now, recenter yourself and everything, that actually might be really, really good. I actually really like that kind of decision here.
Yeah, I think so as well. Interesting that Chai... Oh, Chai has drums. Dream Wand. I don't know why I think I thought I saw a sword, but it turns out I didn't. Anyway, at this point, Chai is mostly using Q to do the fighting, which, while that is probably a little bit faster than Mixture Magic as an option, it does burn through Q's MP pretty fast. Q does have a lot of MP, which is, frankly, one of Q's strengths as a monster. Yeah. It's one of the few things that you can really say, if you're, say, comparing it, Q to a Griffin or a Flame, both of which I see Q compared to.
No, you're absolutely right. I think that's the only thing that makes Q a little bit better. They have very similar stats, the same spell, or well, the same mix magic, should I say? Yeah. But obviously, the 20 MP extra is actually kind of huge.
Oh, higher attack growth than Griffin. Good to know.
Yeah, but very similar still.
Yeah, Dreamy may have given up, but Chai still, has to take back that lead. It's not an endurance contest. It is a contest of who can get the highest, the fastest. And so there is a pretty sizable gap up here, though not impossible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just a lot of pressure on Chai right now, and that's why I said I think Dreamy taking a break here is just removing that pressure. You've delivered what's probably would be the best you could do. That's absolutely true that by re-entering he could have made it better. But what if you don't? You feel like you're leaving on the lose? Whereas now you've produced a very high floor, you take a few seconds to think, let Chai actually get all confused in his own head and just wait for it to be done. And you recover during that time. Actually, yeah, in a best of 5, I think that's a great play.
Yeah, I think so as well. Poison is area of effect. I absolutely forgot about this.
Yes, it is.
It is worth noting that Chai having Water Cube does mean that these lowdowns, which would normally be a little bit scary at least, are not very scary. These clowns, I mean. And Chai, you might want to consider switching to Mixture Magic.
Yeah, wow, as if he heard you. Yeah, absolutely, that was the time to start doing that. These are the fire floors. That Stream 1 is going to be extremely powerful here. That's when you wanted to do that exactly. And wow, Paralysis Trap, let's go.
Just keep going, just keep walking. Nope. Chai, this would be a good time to remember how your last match went and avoid fights and just keep walking.
You're absolutely right.
This is really a pretty good time to get HP, but it might not make a difference depending on how things end up playing out.
Getting HP?
Yeah, from leveling up. Admittedly, you don't get a lot of HP from leveling up, but it is something.
Yeah, becoming tankier, but I mean, he cleared the tower in level 12, so I don't assume he's gonna do much in terms of grinding. You do get some good level ups when you use some killing items like the fireball on the wind monsters. Even if you're low level, that's almost always gonna be a kill, and you're gonna get a lot of XP if you do that when you're low level against the high level monsters. I think Chai will only rely on that for grinding. I don't think he's gonna do any safety grind in this run, which is marvelous when it works, but yeah, when it doesn't, that's scary.
I suppose it sort of depends on what we're counting as safety grinding. In this case, I just mean fighting anything you don't completely have to. Which admittedly can sometimes be counterproductive. While it may seem speedier some of the time to avoid fights, sometimes you're just putting off problems until they get bigger, and so everything is a risk. Alright, Revan, let me recap. We are on the second match of a best of 5. Czaj cleared the tower in the first match, but right now DreamyVision has the lead, made it up to 21. And Czaj exited the tower a bit before him, but is now having to make his way back up. He will have to get to floor 22 in order to win.
Oh yeah, that's a really interesting run. That's gonna end up close, I feel, because I think Czaj is on a good pace. That CUNY is really high level, like we said. Even though that difference in level is getting smaller and smaller, he's still really, really useful. That Stream 1 is also really, really good. I'm sure he's going to beat that floor, I think 15 is when he left, or 16. But the question is, he needs to clear 21 and get to 22 to actually win that match. And those 12 minutes are, well, 11 minutes and a half are not on his side.
Yep. He is going to have to make some good time. We are probably reaching a point where he's going to start doing more sprinting.
Yeah.
Metaphorically, his actual use of the run button is probably not going to be all that much, but his behavior might start changing in the next couple of floors.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, that's the point where if you are to change your gameplay style, especially when you left while your run was good, but probably not good enough, knowing that DreamyVision is a good contender to win, obviously, here. Oh, you risked the whole thing here. Ooh.
Yeah. Admittedly, he has 2 Deeker skulls, one in his inventory and one in front of him, but that's still a status effect that can't be removed by anything but a cure-all or death.
See, that's one of the situations where I think you just don't take the Ulim and run. I can absolutely see why he wants to get the Ulim, but yeah, if he thinks Dreamy's still running and just climbing higher and higher, you gotta start moving soon.
Yeah, I suspect he might know that Dreamy is at the very least having a hard time from comments in the spoiler race chat.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Maybe want to, though, of course, like, you have to say something if you don't intend to keep running just in case. Otherwise, we're not going to we're going to allow the race to keep going until you say you give up or the other person wins. And if you want, basically, to take a break, and for it to count, you kind of need to tell us.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Try doing the math on this Kraken. That's probably not the greatest time to be doing this math.
No, the math for Kraken is 1 Kraken, 1 Ulim equal yes. That's the only math that's acceptable here. And he gets it right. That's fine. That's perfect.
Czaj does have a damage calculator that he likes to use, and I suspect that's what he was using there, but it's not a great time. Not a great time for that, Czaj.
Because he's on floor, what, 12 now, I'd say? So still 10 floors to go in 9 minutes, or even 8.5, right?
Yeah, that's certainly possible, but it's becoming increasingly unlikely.
Yeah, he had a great run just before, and that was 40 floors in 50 minutes, so that means not a floor a minute, which is actually the pace he needs to have an even a little bit better now. So, yeah.
Yeah, it would be very difficult to do. He would need... Frankly, it is no longer a question of his skill, or even his speed. It is now, at this point, entirely the provenance of elevator luck, and also all those other things.
Yeah, but I think we might have seen the first like weakness of Chai. In this tournament, he's on his side of the field. He felt really dominant, and I see why. Like he's really a good player, but I think that his conservative type of plays is great as long as you get a lot of resources. But when the tower puts some pressure on him, I think he just doesn't necessarily adapt. And that might be one of his weakness, actually. And we'll see if actually DreamyVision can take the best out of this. Obviously, they don't know because they can see the other player running. But yeah, absolutely. That might be one of his Achilles heel.
Yeah, particularly here where maybe using a resource would...
Oh, yeah.
Admittedly, he doesn't have a lot of them, but there you go. Good chance to use a resource.
Yeah. And here, that's absolutely not his fault. Like, the floor 12 is really trolly. He's explored the whole thing and then realized that's on the other small side. The next room should hold the elevator, but that's not any fault of his. Like, he was just exploring the best he could, and it just ended up being on the other side. But these things do add up. Yep, there you go. Elevator.
Yep. So he's going to have to make it to floor 22 in a little less than 7 minutes. That is a tall order.
And he didn't see the elevator on the spin. He doesn't have the elevator in his starting room. That's a scary prospect again.
Yep, he does have the star glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Says he could use that if he wanted to.
Well, he doesn't know how much he needs to reach, which is different than what we know. I assume you would keep that for the last 5 minutes? Well, this is coming up real quick, though.
Yeah, so he knows he needs to be higher than this, because he made it higher than this.
Yes. And we haven't called the match yet.
He made it to 16, I think it was.
16 makes a lot of sense. I don't remember directly, but 16 is about right.
I remember the background. That is a thing I'm pretty decent about remembering, and 16 has a different background than other floors.
Yes, then 15, you're right. 15 is the gray one, and 16 is like the yellowy, orange, stripy one.
Yeah. I always end up thinking of it as bronze-colored, even though
that was a misstep.
Is bronze-colored.
Okay, I was gonna say that was a misstep, but actually his plan was to fight. Okay, he doesn't want to enter this room with a Kraken on his tail and the other Kraken that's coming his way.
Yeah, that makes sense.
True. Oh my. Okay. He still has to deal with that Kraken, though.
Yep. Also, yeah, Kyun is going to have to do some moving.
Now, the scary part is that Kraken that's the first one he put to sleep is going to stay asleep for a long time. But that one, well, he is lucky because that one could have woken up every turn. You give him a chance to wake up if you're in the same room as it is. Or if you're in melee with it. Wow, let's go. Not even woken up. Okay, at least the tower is giving a little bit back to Chai, but 4 minutes and 45 seconds, that's going to be close. No elevator luck again.
Yeah, that is unfortunate under these circumstances. I think if he's on these floors in particular, this might be, again, where I'd be using the star glasses. But he is, I think, just hoping to save them for I don't know what at this point.
Oh, he's going in the same direction that Kraken is gonna go.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's not what he really wants.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you really want to keep track of where it is. But, yeah.
Yeah, that is one of the things. Monsters obey the left-hand rule.
Yes.
As a general rule of thumb.
Okay, now he's gonna get the Kraken to run away. That's good. You can just skip a few turns to let that troll, run its course. Oh, he even goes back. That's fine. He might, he's gonna get that troll again, and it's coming his way.
Funny that. Sometimes the floor architecture can be a little bit different from what you might be picturing in your head.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely, but...
When it's up on you, it's certainly trying, might be a good way of putting it.
Yeah, that's one of the skill you still will try to work on. The better you're going to get at this game is having an idea like that troll, if he got, like after he's gone into that room, he only had up to go. And as he's keeping always his hand on the left wall, if he had a left turn, he will use it. So he was actually having a good chance to get back in melee with that troll. So I would probably have followed the troll instead of going back on my steps. But these are these are the type of things that you need to play a ton to actually start realizing.
He does know enough to not go for the lift on that Kraken because Krakens cannot be lifted.
Sadly, yes. Oh, okay, we see the elevator here. Gives him a much better chance for it. But yeah, 2.5 minutes. You cannot even check that ball. It's just going to move.
Yeah, you just have to run like your life depends on it.
And it kind of does. Blaze wall is great. Yep, you need to. Yep, let's go. And that room is full of magic. That's crazy, but just a little too late.
Yeah, he is going to have to... Here he is, back on the floor where he died before. He is going to have to get the lead out, and now this is where he's using his star glasses.
Okay,
that makes some sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good because he actually got the elevator really close to where he started, so that's great. Can actually move on to the floor 17, I think it is. Yep, there we go. Doesn't see the elevator again. Does he star glasses again? I think he does.
I think he has to.
Yeah, I think he does, yeah. You don't keep those in your inventory not using them. That's not a good idea.
Right, particularly when he knows that he is creating his own new highest floor, even if this isn't the new highest floor for the race. That's something that he can't quite know. And so, without an elevator in sight and without any more star glasses, I am not sure he has really any options. And that sleep ball is out of charges.
Yes. Even if you just add the loading from elevator to elevator together for what he needs to reach, I don't think there's enough time. We're gonna let him go for the full hour just for the thing of it. But yeah, obviously I don't think that's just feasible. I think we have a winner in DreamyVision, and that's gonna make it so that is 1-1. Guys, this is a race!
Hey. Also, welcome SpeedGaming 3. They have started rating. We are just about at the end of this round. The second match of it's going to be 4 at minimum now. Could be 5. That is something that they are going to have to figure out
among themselves.
Next race.
You're not wrong. Having to do 5 rounds in a row is a lot. It's really, really crazy. We're sure to have 4 now, so that's really nice. The gods of Hades will be pleased. There's going to be more climbs done tonight, and I hope you will appreciate that as well, because that's going to be a lot of fun. All right, I think we can call the race.
Yep.
DreamyVision gets a point. That's 1 point everywhere. Aren't you guys entertained?
Yep, we'll be allowing them to set up for the next seed. I'm going to be right back, and then we'll probably recap roughly how things have been going. And in case you're just joining in for SpeedGaming 3, I'm sure Stan Knight can fill you in on all the details.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, if you have any questions, I'm going to set up the people for this next run at the same time. But if you have any question in chat, please field question me a lot. I always like to share the knowledge I have about this game. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. Can I order? Oh my. Gene Freak, no! No, Gene Freak. That's not okay. These 2 runners are gonna quickly reset and reset up for the 3rd match. So far, we've had a first match win for Chai, where he actually cleared the whole tower in 1 entry, which is a feat in and of itself. That was a really crazy first run. On the second one, DreamyVision has gone really high, really fast. He had an unfortunate death, but he climbed so high in such a short amount of time that actually Chai never got the chance to catch up to him. So that's why you see the get up on the side of DreamyVision, is that he died early, yes, but he just made it so it was impossible for Chai to catch up, which was really fun. But now third match, like we had a really generous tower with good items, give Chai the first point. We had a really rough tower with a lot of bad traps and stuff like that. DreamyVision won that one. What is gonna happen in the third match is my question, obviously.
That is always the question with Azure Dreams. We've certainly seen some particularly wild, that unfortunate trap luck on DreamyVision's side over the past couple of races.
Oh yeah.
I think I would like to see. Well, trap luck is always so interesting.
Oh yeah, trap luck is definitely a thing that makes or break a run. But the fact that now we have seated tower makes it so generally the pathing in your mind, like the way to clear a room, we all seem to think alike. Like you want to take the quickest path from your exit to the next one, right? So we generally walk on the same tiles up until we clear a room. But obviously, once in a while, we will make just a different decision. Oh, I'm going to go for that item versus the other one that won't. And then one of them walk on a trap and the other one doesn't. And then we have a wild run in our hands. And that's interesting.
Yes. Also, sometimes traps will sometimes not activate when you step on them. And that could really make a difference. I'm pretty sure that is... It looks like you are just being barraged by ever so helpful questions.
Hey, I told people to ask me questions, so obviously I'm going to answer them. So any questions in chat with my name in them, I'm going to answer all of them really quickly. So no, nice. yes, no, and yes. Oh, and no. Okay, so there you have it. So like we were talking about... so everyone can actually see that we're going to have a seeded tower again. Chai is ready with his seed. We're going to get DreamyVision to do the same real quick.
Yep. He, it sounds like, did not necessarily download these in quite enough advance.
Yeah, I don't think
that is something we generally do to allow for setting up. But sometimes things can just get a little bit awry, or you can lose track of your mind.
Yeah, exactly. You're so focused on what you actually need to do in the game that sometimes you can just forget that things about around the game. But yeah, DreamyVision is going to go onto the seed screen real quick, and we're going to see if we have a setup for that match. Can't wait to see. What are you expecting in that third match? You've seen both of them plays, and you've seen also the two types of towers, like the generous type and the really not so generous type. Do you have...
Well, I think one thing that certainly caught my eye is the difference in how they handle losing Kuhn.
Mm-hmm.
We saw DreamyVision on the very first race. And it's hard to say how much of this was choice. Looks like Dreamy's good to go. Yes, I accidentally said who was wrong and who was right. Correctly. Anyway, point is that we've seen that Dreamy will push on a little while until the situation gets really dire after losing Kuhn. Yeah. But Chai will more or less go, no, I need Kuhn, I'm going home right this minute. Mm-hmm. And I think that is interesting. I think I'd like to see a scenario where that ends up playing to Chai's benefit. I think that would be kind of fun to see.
Interesting. What I like to see here... Go on.
Where Dreamy's approach worked out better for him, but it really could go either way.
Yes, exactly. What I really like to see here is that how sometime a SpeedGaming game is solved, there is a way to play it, and that's just better than everything. I like that almost every finals we've had has always been a conservative player versus an aggressive one. Obviously, Dreamy is much more aggressive in his playstyle. He's going to take more risk, whereas Chai is going to always make sure that survivability is more important than speed. And that's crazy that actually almost every tournament ends up with one of each type of player versus each other's, which means that there's absolutely no better way to tackle this game. Obviously, we're going to crown a winner, but with one win each, we know that it could be anybody's game. They're both really good runners with very different approach that both gives us results. So I really like how this game lets you play it to your own style, right?
Yeah, because it is such a random game, the little decisions you make, and because you can have so many different situations you could find yourself in, the game will pretty much always look just a little bit different, and will reward different things. Sometimes the right move won't matter, or it won't be enough to save you, and there'll be nothing you can do about it. Sometimes a move that looks right can end up not paying off in the long run. It's one of those things that I think makes this game really special to watch races of in particular. I think the things that make it particularly fun to play casually, the things that make it linger to your heart, well, certainly being a generator for fun stories about ways the towers screwed you over is one of them. That variability, but I think it's also that space to experiment we were talking about earlier, and that but also it has a lot in it. It has bits of dating sim elements. You have that town to explore, or you have less one big storyline and more little storylines. You can raise cute pets that are kind of funky and interesting. It is a funky little game, and there's never been anything quite like it, and that is a shame.
Yeah, I really agree. Even though I'm not a big fan of dating sims in general, the other aspects of the game really drew me in a lot. The tower exploration felt like a Diablo game, even though that's really different type of gameplay. The town building, even though that's not super expanded upon, always felt so good that when you come back in town and your house is now super upgraded and there's a pool on the top of your house, it feels good.
Yeah, people fangirl over you in the streets.
True, absolutely.
There's a bit of an ego stroking. For me, I think the dating sim element was one of the ones that really struck me, particularly compared to other RPGs I was playing. And I am, in fact, a fan of that, and certainly that is the thing that the two most influential games of my youth, the games that I will always love, even if sometimes I can't necessarily always defend their decisions, that is the connective tissue. It was this and Harvest Moon 64.
I see, yeah. Two very good examples. Honestly, my what I was trying to make is actually the dating sim in this game I actually enjoy. That's still not gonna become my favorite style of play ever, but this is still something I really like from Azure Dreams. And the Harvest Moon is also a good example here. Is that it's not overpowering? I don't know if you've ever played. The game's called the one where you need to date girls to forge weapons. Thousand Arms.
I played that one.
That was a fun game, but the dating sim felt a little bit weird. Whereas in Azure Dreams, it's not about let's be serious here. That's not really about dating. It's just child having friends and having quotation mark girlfriends. You're just learning about them and
teenagers.
Yeah, it's just about having a crush, right? And it feels really just discovering about these people and learning about their background. And I don't know, I really enjoyed how Azure Dream tackled this thing. It's just
they have storylines, and the storylines also connect to certain people in the town. The old man with too many books, the guy who used to race mules, and he keeps calling them horses, and we never understand that.
You're right. Absolutely.
The guy who makes you do a Manzai routine.
That's true. And that's weird because this type of game actually permits you to have all these explored at your leisure. So every bit of new story, even when they were bad, fun is really terrible.
Chai has wandered off without cue due to mostly the rain. It looks like Dreamy's having some technical issues. He's switching off of his emulator a lot. I think, there we go. He runs into the exact same problem.
Oh yeah, he's had that. It's a controller problem as far as I know. He's had that a few times during the tournament. These two first matches seems to have been fine, and we have a paralyzed one right off the bat. Really good. Yeah. Definitely not the greatest, but if there's a one that you can just get behind, you know it's going to do its job, it's definitely paralyzed. It's middle of the pack one. It's never like, oh my god, the greatest weapon ever, but it's a safe bet. Like, you know it's going to do its job really well.
Yeah, as Gene Freak says, it's pretty harmless. The pool is maybe a little pervier than I would like it.
True, not wrong.
Also a little bit more boring.
Yeah. That's the part that felt a little bit weird as well. Other than that, yeah, there's some discussions you can have that's a little bit on the ruder side. Definitely with the Mia in the pool, you can be a little bit rough to her, which I didn't like as much, but obviously I just chose the other option. That was fine.
Yeah, I think my favorite of the girls' storylines when I was a kid was Cheryl's, because I think it's the most involved. It has it has an associated side quest where you climb up the tower, and you can, well, for one, you also kind of can really influence what sort of shape her life takes, and I think that's very interesting.
Yeah, that's true. For the longest of time, I only knew about her becoming a nurse, but you can actually make her become a doll maker instead, and that's kind of interesting, even though it has no gameplay. It doesn't change anything into gameplay form. It's actually kind of interesting to see that you can shape her life, like depending on what you say to her when she tells you, oh, maybe I should become a nurse. If you say no, she actually goes into a very different walk of life, and she enters both of them.
Oh, that is a room with a lot of go-up traps. That's two of them right side by side. That is not a thing you see every day, and Chai might consider going back to those go-up traps as opposed to the elevator. We know they're going to be wanting to explore both of these floors, or these couple of floors to their fullest.
Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. A go-up trap right now is not a nice thing to see. Like, if it doesn't trigger like it did in now, that's fine. You can use them to go out quicker. But yeah, going around to find them is not going to be faster. So he goes with the real elevator, that's fine. But if it does trigger and kick you up, that's bad, because now you start thinking, what if I'm the only one that walked on that go-up trap? What if there was a very good weapon I'm not going to get, or a good shield, right?
Right.
And that starts to play in your head, and in a best of 5, that's scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Ghosh, not supposed to be dateable. That is another one of those schoolyard rumors.
Yes.
Mainly because most of the save slots have like a little running thing at the bottom, so you can see what girls' stories you've essentially cleared. But there's one that's sort of taken up by
Beldo, yeah, clearing the final boss.
Beldo, yeah. And that's a little bit weird. I guess when you think about it, that kind of indicates that Ko's storyline is about as important as the girls are. So, like, that's a thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, the fact that they consider final boss as just one. You're not wrong. That was a really interesting thing, and I really enjoyed just trying to make Ko's life a better life, and by extension, like Ko's tried to make the village life a better life as well by spending so much money, on your house, but so much money onto just creating entertainment in a really remote desert city and stuff like that. That was a lot of fun.
Neat little thing. And turning it into a proper tourist town, other than a town where there's a giant tower.
Yeah,
full of monsters. Look at the giant tower full of monsters.
And what is the thing that actually why would tourists comes in? Because
mini games. A ton of mini games.
So many mini games in this game, and none of them are mandatory. But jeez, there's like gajillion of them. Right,
there is bowling at Skeef Street mentions, and that is in both the Game Boy Color version and this version. There's a gym, and what is even the point of the gym? I don't know.
You can throw the marble, which is a game which is actually really hard. The bowling is not easy either. The octopus thing is kind of a... I really like the octopus thing. The bowling was fun as well. You have the whack-a-mole. You have... there's so many mini games.
Oh, I thought Skeef was talking about bowling that was done in the GBC, but I think it's just with monsters that have a little bit more airtime in the GBC version. Sorry about that. I don't really know the GBC version especially well. I played it a little bit as a kid, but didn't quite get the differences. And I think I found the sort of different presentation, which has a lot more tower and a lot less town, to be a little bit not my favorite thing, particularly because I wasn't very good at the tower, but was pretty good at the town because you can't really be bad at it.
I have to say though, Wigga, I disagree. These are all the best mini games in video game history, and we should make a new category, which is first player to clear all the mini games.
Count clearing some of them though. Do you just get the highest score you can?
You're not wrong. I was just trying to make Wooga play them, but that's fine. If you want to get all the world records, it's going to need to be that one as well.
Yeah, I suppose so. Worth noting, DreamyVision had some bad luck getting confused there, and that's lasting a while. Your ability to use items is not impaired. We saw him using a fireball on that other cyclone earlier. That's certainly an option, and Q can do some fighting for you, unless you're in a weird position.
Yeah, I think he just didn't want to spend another usage of for a monster that Cuny can take on. But the balloon was definitely the right play, yeah. Yeah, you can actually use items or throw items in a straight line even when you're confused, but attacking is out of the way. That's a no-go. You'll only get a 1/8 chance to actually hit the target you were aiming at. And that's scary. Way too much to fight, actually.
Chai getting a little bit... Chai checking over the wand to make sure that it's safe before putting it on. That's a pretty good use of a truth glasses. I generally prefer using that on a spell ball, but if you have one item that you really like to not be cursed, I think that's legitimate. That's a good choice, I think.
Yeah, actually, Dreamy did the same thing. He just did it much earlier. And I think that just plays for, even better for him because he's been using that one for a longer time. I think, like, right now they're on the same level, but so far we've seen Dreamy fight a lot more and get higher levels. If he is to do so, he needs a good weapon as fast as he can. And yeah, he's got a bitter shield as well, like the live shield versus wood. It's no joke.
That is certainly a nice little shield. You know, that's not one of your dream shields, but thing's better than nothing.
Is that one of your
dreamy shield?
Well, I suppose it is at the moment now, isn't it?
It's gonna start.
And there is a warp trap that Dreamy does not have to deal with, and that is the best type of warp trap.
Yes, exactly. That's the only kind of warp traps we want to see.
Well, also the occasional warp trap that teleport you right next to the monster or right next to the warp trap.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Minerva's a really blind Doom Dragon. It's a little bit hard to explain if you cannot really show it, but in room they always see you. Every monster always sees each other and yourself when you're in the same room. In a corridor, they have a line of sight only once, so in melee. So as long as you're not in melee with them, you're fine. And actually what they're doing is they change tile at the same time as Minerva is doing that as well. And so they actually never are in melee to each other. That's something that you really need to... Like, it's hard to explain not having a visual cue to show it. But yeah, that's kind of a thing that once you realize how they work, you can just walk around them. And yeah, as long as you have a corner, you can do that. It's crazy.
It's not always viable, but when it is, it's a pleasant feeling.
Oh, absolutely. And once you get good at it, like, you just get to recognize the pattern that's needed to do that. Yep, and CUNY doesn't count in that. Yeah, move diagonally here, and they're gone. CUNY doesn't count in their line of sight. If they're in melee with CUNY, they will fight him. But if CUNY walks into their line of sight and then goes out, that doesn't count as being a road. So yeah, it's just code there. That's kind of really crazy once you start thinking about that. And
we see Dreamy, I think, taking a little bit of the lead here.
yeah, I don't know on which floor Chai is, but yeah, Dreamy is just rushing a little bit more. He's been lucky also on the other type of monster. Like, he doesn't get into like situation like Chai is in right now so much. And that's definitely good for him. Like, one bloom is scary, but two balloons is definitely worst. Even if balloons are easier to fight, and it takes a lot less time as well.
Yeah, Chai's on floor 6. You don't see balloons
True.
after floor 7.
True.
And the game sort of like weans you off of having non-water type monsters as a discouragement from continuing your trip up the first time.
Ears Manuivas, that was not enough. Ears Bloom, that was not enough. Ears U-Boat, that was enough.
Right.
Yeah, that's really scary. And then you get the clowns, which are not water, but they low down you, and yeah, they're scary as well. And then you get to floor 10, and you can finally breathe a little bit.
Yeah, I always like when I start seeing clowns because it feels like that is the moment your luck starts to change, you know? Be tired of water monsters just takes a little bit of a break.
Yeah, and that's a cool looking monster as well. Like, being the little type of boy I was when I was younger, like the cool, evil looking monster with a scythe was so cool. I really wanted to get it, and when it evolved, I was like, oh my god, it's even better, right?
Your very own personal Kefka.
Oh my, don't start me on Kefka. I'm the biggest Kefka fanboy ever. So yeah, absolutely. I might have called my clown Kefka. I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that cool monster was nice, but I really like flame design as well. Really nice. But yeah, good usage on Chai's side. Oh my, yeah. I was gonna praise him for the use of the paralyzed ball, but now like it's not his fault. But yeah, he's in a bad situation.
Oh, this is bad.
And he's looking at the Holy Bell, but Holy Bell only works in a room. So yeah.
It is completely useless in this particular context.
Oh yeah. Wow. How is he gonna get out of this? Like, that's the type of situation that makes this game the game it is. Like, it's what I really like to watch.
I maybe try and deal with the bloom.
And then dance with the U-Boat?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Is that what he's gonna do?
Here's my reasoning.
Oh, my hell I like, but go on.
Yeah, okay, that works too. Is those guys are further away. That's it. That's literally it. While the clown is easier for him to fight, the enemy you don't fight is good.
The problem is he's losing turns of Mahels because he has to end turns, yeah.
Oh dear, that's not good.
Nope, no it's not. And he's gonna take a hit here, that's fine. But then he can just run away, gets 2. That is the final turn of the Mahel seed. That he can dance with, that's fine. Again.
Yeah. It's gonna be hard to lose this chain. Particularly because he is U-Boat dancing.
Yes, you're right. The only good part about all this is probably almost all the monsters on the floors are here. There shouldn't have a lot of them coming from the other side, right?
But now he's in a room.
True, but I still think that... Oh, yeah. Maybe you go back then. Oh, he takes the hits. Okay. He's got a life shield. That's fine. He can take hits from blooms.
How many U-Boats? You know, I don't remember what the maximum number of U-Boats I've had in this stack is. It's generally not very high because 1 or 2 U-Boats can end you.
Yeah, like, 1 U-Boats is always too many, so the more you add to the stack, the worse it is. But it's funny, though, to just stack them onto one on top of the others. Yeah, that's a very funny thing you can do, but messing around with U-Boat in general is just never a good idea. But it's funny. Oh my, okay, Chai is in a really bad spot.
Yeah. This is not good.
You know your plan is going to win when you actually have to manually tell Cuny to move one every tile. That doesn't mean that, like, it's still what it needs to be done, but my.
Yeah, it's
And
a,
I
it's
mean,
a bad
whoa.
situation.
Dreamy is not in a good spot either.
No. Oh, this could even be another form of the same chain.
Yeah, this room is not joking at
I
all.
really do. But no, he is going to keep going.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he is going to regret that decision.
What is that floor? I'm laughing, but that's not funny.
Wow.
Oh my. So many monsters walking in packs. That's terrifying.
That's what it says. It could be a small floor. If there's not a lot going on in terms of rooms, they can all really bunch up like this.
Yeah. So luckily DreamyVision clears that floor and goes away. But my Chai, I'm not sure. Like, he's got decent resources and everything. Oh, and that floor 9 is... Yeah, he's just gone. Ciao, bye, next.
Yeah, Chai does not know that there's a lovely elevator waiting for him once he can find his way out of this room.
And that's one of the things I really like is watching a runner and you know that their hamster is spinning in their head. And I like to see like what resources they have. They'll open their inventory and start thinking, right? And so you get to see that inventory as well. And they'll stop playing just for a second, just trying to think of the best actions. And I love these moments because it's so much fun to try and think in my head what I would do different or the same, and how they actually creatively get out of the situation. It's definitely the thing I like the most.
Yeah, it is worth noting that he does have a restore scroll if he needs to use Kuhn as some sort of bait.
Yeah, he has a decent shield as well, and he's full HP, so honestly, these blooms, I'm pretty sure you can get through them. Taking a few hits is, like, he should be hit for, what, 6 or 7? With that kind of shield and that kind... Well, this is low level, but I think it's still fine.
Yeah,
it's just the U-boats. Yeah, it's just the U-boats that you really don't want to mess with.
It's the U-boat. Also, I think that many blooms all at once would be hard. But this is a bad situation, and one of those things where maybe trying to save resources... Oh, that's so precious.
Oh, yeah,
yep,
absolutely.
That is forums.
How did we call, like, a lot of blooms? Is that a bouquet?
Yeah, I think that is a bouquet.
Oh, I like that.
Yep.
Well, that's a bouquet, alright.
What's interesting is that one of the U-boats sort of retreated a little bit, and now it's just that bloom, and while Kuhn's gone, that's okay.
I think now is your chance to actually go behind that bloom. You can get in between the two blooms that are coming, and just follow that train, because the one in front of you actually won't see you from that distance. So I think you just start moving in the middle of that line. Yep, exactly like that. Binding it was done for, no? Okay, that's good.
He used a white sand on it just a second ago. So that's going to stop that little hole for admittedly only a second, but a second is worth something.
Oh my, what is this? Yeah, wind crystal. That's really tough because you know Chai's worked so hard to get out of this situation, and ending up having to WC out is just...
Yeah. Also, while he still has sands in his inventory, that is one of those things that I always feel so bad about.
And nobody can actually, like, say anything about that play. That was definitely the right play there. Like, that floor was just not giving up. Like, nobody can fault him for this, but you know it'll get to your head still.
I think maybe using the Holy Bell while he had the opportunity would have been maybe the only difference he could have made there.
Yeah, I agree. I would have probably made a huge difference, actually, but I understand why you wanted to keep it. That's such one of a good resource. And I guess you feel like everything was behind him at that point, right? So you feel like, I just need to find an elevator and run, but man, the strings of monsters coming in from every direction.
Yep, certainly I think he used the wind crystal at the right time. Dreamy getting thrown up does not have the chance to look for that blue collar.
So yeah, Dying Sesuke and Wysand, what are these two referring to? I'm sorry, I didn't follow the whole chains of thought in chat. Sorry about that. But yeah, Dreamy is still trucking, is still climbing up as high as he can.
Chai is throwing out the live shield. That's a very interesting pick. I guess he's just going to count on finding a better shield in the tower and keeping both of those high use spell ball.
Yeah, maybe he underestimates the difference of 5 defense, but that's actually really high. I would have kept it as well. But, I mean, there was good items to keep other than that. But, I mean, life shield is always good.
Yeah, he's going to have to hope that he finds some good shield luck. Dreamy has the opportunity now to set the pace for this run.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would almost always prefer to keep my shield and my weapon, unless I have like Scarlet or Stream. Other than that, I think there's not a situation where I would not keep the shield first.
Yeah. I think that's a reasonable trade-off to make. Certainly, you can use Mixture Magic with just your hand, and you can probably find a wand of some sort or another on the first couple of floors. Probably. But only probably. Remembering, it's one of those things where sometimes it just doesn't happen, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, exactly. If the tower says no, if the game says no, it's just no. So like I said, this is why I like seeing how people react to every situation that you just cannot like set up really for. You cannot just learn them. You need to always be like, and yeah, we have one of these situations there. Dreamy becomes blind, he gets his side back, and then there's a Kraken. Lightning ball, good call. Oh, he's even fighting it. I mean, yeah, he's gonna win. Water Cutie is that strong.
Yeah,
wow.
It's a couple of hits, but if he's not taking the damage, then it's not that big a deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Dreamy doesn't know that. Oh, that's a bad situation. I was gonna say he doesn't know that Chai has opted out of the tower. So he probably doesn't feel that behind. Like, that's a good run so far. But, I mean, I know that for myself. I always feel like I'm behind, no matter what time it is. And that makes me play a little bit more risky. I'm already a risk taker anyway. But, yeah, personally, I always get to feel in my head, oh, I must be behind. The other one has got a good run or whatever. So, yeah, maybe that will affect DreamyVision's gameplay. But he's in front by a lot right now.
Yep. Chai, meanwhile, got rid of the frog. Luckily, Q's able to handle it. He does still have all those levels that he got on Q.
What's with these blinder traps?
Yeah, that's happening a lot.
2 on the same floor? And he still goes for the AI one.
A little bit spooky.
Yeah, but he goes for AI one while being blind and he gets it. Wow. Okay, we have another enemy in the room. I think that's a cure-all, or... Yeah, no, maybe?
Yeah, I might.
I think it should be, yeah.
Since you don't have a clear sense of exactly where it is or what it is.
And the worst part is, there could have been one monster attacking CUNY and another one behind that you wouldn't know about. So you don't want to just get pincered into that bad of a situation. Cure-all was definitely the safe play. It's sad to use a cure-all. You always want to keep it for that next worst situation. But that's wise.
Yeah. There comes a point where you kind of need to stop and go to yourself, you know, maybe there won't be a next worst situation unless I deal with this situation.
Absolutely, and you're 100% right here. When I started getting good at this game, the biggest error I made was always trying to play as if I needed to keep something for the next floor. And I had to actually slow down my playstyle to realize, well, who cares about if I can or cannot get that item to the next floor? I need to clear this one first, right?
Yeah, that is, of course, the thing. There's also some times, and this is certainly an acid rainfall on my side. That's nice.
Ooh.
You can sometimes run into the trouble of wanting things to turn out a certain way, and so acting like it will work out that way. It doesn't work out that way.
Nope, sadly. Dreamy's grinding a little bit. That's actually really interesting. I think he could probably get another level, but after that, it's going to be a little bit too slow to grind here.
Particularly with those Garuda in the picture, basically.
Yes, exactly. That's kind of a scary prospect to fight here, exactly because of these Garudas. I assume he's trying to just find better stuff. Was that worth it? That wasn't. Yeah, sadly, the repel ball is definitely... Oh, another one? Weak ball. Wow, the two worst balls ever.
There is one thing you can do with the weak ball, because some people have said, which is fire it into a room to scout it out. It's not that great a plan, but, if you're hurting for inventory space, it's not a plan worth your inventory space.
Yeah, 5 scout of a room, or average, is actually not that bad for one slot. We don't use it often because we either forget or most players just don't do that either. But that's one of the things that is really, really useful once you get used to it. I've seen Shawnee use it the most and the smartest, and I really like that idea, and I'm trying to incorporate it more to my playstyle. But obviously, as soon as you get any other item that's kind of worth, that's gonna replace that repel, that weak ball, right?
Yeah, Chai also picked up a water ball. In the last couple of races, he's used that more than I would generally think to.
Yep.
And he can get good effect out of that, and just using Kuhn to take the hits.
Yeah, water ball is actually really great. The first time we saw it was done by Adarsis in a tournament match, and he actually ended up winning the round. That was so incredible that we knew what it did, but we kind of just said, that's not good enough, right? And he just showed out how good it can be. It's very situational. Oh my god. Oh my. Okay, Dreamy. Nope. You don't want to see CUNY get hit here. You want to get hit yourself so you can wake up. But obviously CUNY being high level enough, he gets the win. Water CUNY helps here. And he gets one hit from the... Wow, a dodge even. Not even punished for that play.
Nice. Nice. That's one of those things where, you could have thrown an item at the Manaweaver to see if it was a Manaweaver.
But paralysis trapping. Okay, unparalyzed right away. He needed that because one extra round, that was it. He's in a very bad situation. He can pick up CUNY and move upright, which would be a free round, and then run away. But other than that, if he decides to want to fight, that's gonna be scary. Because
these two can knock him out right now. I think Sleep might be the wrong move, but maybe he's thinking he's used the binding ball too much. But Sleep, particularly when you're in melee with a monster.
Oh my!
With a monster. Yeah, that can happen.
Down. Yeah, absolutely. That was just
have that restore scroll that we saw earlier. I don't think he does, but I'm not sure.
He does, yes. Oh my, nice. He needs that, yeah, really. Then the play was definitely the best play. Having CUNY back, that's fine. I would do that a little bit farther from this spooper. Oh no! Is that a kill? 20, oh my! No, you don't want to risk it. Oh. Alright, does he risk a miss here? Don't miss, don't miss.
Oh, this is scary.
My heart! I'm too old for this. Okay, let's go, Dreamy.
Scenarios where I probably wouldn't. That said, he did, I think, make the right decision in terms of using that restore scroll.
Yes.
Because really, what that really does for you, besides gives you a little bit of insurance against bad luck, is it allows you to make plans. And with Kuhn being taken out, plans where you're basically using Kuhn's life as another resource.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And in that specific situation, 2 times in a row actually, having CUNY out saved his life. But this specific time, he's got CUNY alive at least, and he's moving along.
Yep.
And And Lady Deme, oh please, would you take me to Viper Town?
We can't stop you. This is Viper Country.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Dreamy is in fact exactly thinking what we're thinking. Gets a lucky elevator spawn and gets the heck out of Dodge. Water Cune Vipers are still pretty formidable.
Oh yeah, they're just crazy hard. The thing that you don't get to see a lot because it hits so hard and battles won't last for long, but we saw it here. Cuneys lost 1 attack power and that's a permanent drop. There is items that can cure that, but unless you use that type of item, which is Azak Herb, Water Crystal, or a Cure-All Herb, that drop in attack is permanent. It's also cured by leaving the tower, obviously, but at 33 minutes, I don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah, so czaj not having a good spawn here.
Oh no, absolutely not. And this is around about the same floors where he actually had to leave last time. Like floor, I'd say 6 or 7 at this place. It's just telling czaj, no, you're not climbing. And that's pretty much when I said the tower was starting to tell you not to move forward. And this time it really is.
Well, the minimum he can be on is 8 at this point, I think. Is it 9? No, it's 8. It's 8.
It's 8. All right. But yes, that's a definite like rough start for a room.
I kind of end up thinking about floors by background, but also sort of corresponds to like difficulty level. While it's not to say that our difficulty increases are equal, that is sort of how I tend to think about it. Fireball, this would be a good opportunity for a fireball.
Oh yes, absolutely. These monsters are like a light version of the golems. They both have an incredibly high amount of defense, but they're very weak to magic. So as long as you have a fireball in your pocket, you're always going to one-shot them, absolutely no problem. But if you don't, oh, that's not the same. And speaking of, the worst wind monster in the whole tower, the zoo, and that's worth a good pillar ball in the face right off the bat, because obviously you don't want to mess with that.
Yeah, and when you're using Fire Cune, they're a little spooky, but not very spooky. When you're using Water Cune, they're full-on spooks and goods.
Even when you're actually using Fire Cune, because if you want to use Mixed Magic, you're going to have to be in melee with them, and it takes 2 shots, so 2 shots is not a lot, but if they paralyze you in between those 2 shots, you're done for. That's just the end.
Yeah, Dreamy is playing hard. He is not messing around.
Oh, absolutely.
Hey.
That first game you lost to floor 4, that could have, like, hurt his spirit and his willpower, but it didn't. Like, it just cranked him, and every match is just doing better than the one before.
Yep. Also, Holy Bell, that's nice.
Nice. A floor 25 egg could not be really great. I don't see any monster that I can think of I'd be like, oh yeah, that one, that'd be nice.
Yeah, could
I'm
be a
just trying to think of something in my head.
Pink Bomb, though.
Oh, they could be great Egg Bomb, absolutely. Or MP for Cuny if he goes down the
That snowman hurts. And it's difficult to have to deal with both the zoo and the snowman at the same time.
Oh, was that the final floor you can actually get an Arachne egg from? 25 would be the final one. Then absolutely Arachne then. That would be probably the best monster ever in the whole tower anyway, to get an egg for. Well, except maybe Garuda.
Except maybe Garuda. I think there's something to be said for maybe
Oh, wrong!
Absolutely out of the picture. Ooh, Barong, nice.
So, Barong is the pachinko machine that Konami tested in Azure Dreams. You throw a weapon or any items at them, actually, and they will spit out something new. It's gonna cost 20 MP from them every time they do so. But you actually can get better items like that. Star Glasses is really, really good, so that's nice.
Yep, and also it drained its MP completely, leaving it a sitting duck.
And they're worth a lot of experience as well. They would be the equivalent of a Metal Slime in the Dragon Quest series. they actually are not always worth a lot of XP. You can see them 3 times on floor 16, 26, and 36, and they are always at the same level. So the first time you see them, they are way over leveled. The second time you see them, they are a little bit over leveled, and the third time you see them, they're actually a little bit under level. And at that point, they are not worth a lot of XP, but they always are worth 256 if they're higher level than you are. So yeah,
that's always a very nice thing to see.
Yeah, always.
You never really, unless you're in melee with a lot of other monsters, you don't really ever have to actually fight them.
That's true. When Dreamy going out of that room and hoping he doesn't make any sound, because that was a very rough start for a room.
I almost said a Scarlet moment, but I'm like, yeah, but he's using Water Cune, and also really fighting enemies has stopped being a great strategy, like, a while ago.
You're absolutely right. That was a weird animation where we saw Ko dodge and then get confused and then come back from dodging. That was really weird. But he's still confused? That's weird.
Sleep Ball, that's an interesting pick. Not sure I would have gone for that one because confused. Also, it's not a one corridor, so you can't necessarily boomerang it in quite the same way. So he still has to figure out, how do I deal with this?
Yes.
But also he's confused.
Yeah, exactly. It's how many resources are you ready to spend for this is the question. But yeah, he's gonna send CUNY fighting for him. I like how Mandaras, when you fight them, they actually, when you put them to sleep, they actually turn to stone instead. I don't know why, but I think it's really cool.
It's really a mythology thing. This game does love to base its random, its monsters on folkloric elements. You have, for example, Garudas abducting people. You have Picket. You have, say, griffins guarding your treasure by preventing you from getting stolen from. It's cute.
Yeah, but the Mandara should probably be a reference to the mandala patterns, which is a type of patterns in painting that's kind of confusing. Well, not confusing, but weird. And I assume that's why they're actually are confusing you. So I don't see why the stone is necessarily related, but I really like that anyway.
Yeah. It's neat. Oh,
right.
Zoos are in fact immune to paralysis. That is a thing that happens.
Oh, absolutely. And that makes them even more scary. Because it's a type of detail that everybody knows, but you will forget once in a while. You'll be like, okay, I need to deal with that zoo. Okay, what do I have? Binding ball? Let's go. And they'll be like, oh my.
Well, maybe not everyone knows. The game never tells you it directly. So you might not know it, particularly if you've only played casually or you're playing for the first time and this is your first time seeing this.
True.
That's unpleasant to run into.
Yeah, that's the type of thing that Azure Dream is going to teach you the hard way, which is pretty much everything in the game. You're going to have a strategy. See that new yellow, be like, okay, I'm going to poison it, and like, oh, it doesn't work, and you're dead. Same with all those buttons. Sorry about that.
Alright.
I didn't reach the button fast enough, but yeah. All those small immunities and stuff like that, these are the things that you're going to get to learn the hard way, and it's weird because that's the type of thing that in games infuriate me when I don't get enough information, but in this game I always was so hyped to just get back into the tower right away and use that newfound knowledge to
and there we see, on DreamyVision side, we just saw one of the more unusual things that can happen. The Manuivas have a new trick each time they come back, and this time it's appearing like a different monster.
Absolutely. They still keep their own elements, but they get the stats of the monster to transform into. So sometimes it'll be weird because you're fighting a fire monster in which you're supposed to be super effective against, and then you realize, oh my god, why am I dealing so little damage? Oh, that's a mini, oh my. And it's too late. You're already getting counterattacked, and yeah. That's a scary room. Chai is in, but actually just needs to leave. That's fine. All the ones that are asleep, even if they wake up, they won't get to attack. But that's
Right, only Naplises can do that. By the way, Naplises can do that.
Mm-hmm. And
This
they
is
will. So.
Your update, things you didn't previously know. What are you doing, Chai?
Yep, that seems like unless you really wanted that experience, there was no reason to spend a resource there. And I'm not. And speaking of Naplises.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Okay, we're in a bad spot. Oh, yeah.
Remember what we said about items? Using spell balls that you've already used a bunch in melee? Bad concept.
That's starting to be a little bit too scary. Not happen again. And, yeah, even though actually CUNY's got the element of advantage here, he's not going to win this fight because Naplises can have upwards of 190-something HP. My, that was... Even with a pillar ball wasn't enough. Yeah. You don't want to mess with Naplises. That's not a joke.
Yep. Now, however, he has to figure out what he is doing.
And that's a very clever play. That's going to slow down gameplay a little bit. But honestly, that's still going to save you a lot of time. Now you need to deal with that Maneva. But at least the Naples is not a problem for a little while. But that's not going to be enough, though.
Slow, but
Oh, no! Oh, he's good! Well, he's good. Well, that depends. Pillar Ball should get him out of that situation, though. Yeah, that's starting to be scary.
Have a strong lead, and that can make a big difference. But it's not yet insurmountable.
Yes, you're right. That's definitely surmountable. Like 15 minutes is a lot of time if you go quickly. But what scares me is we've seen Chai not being able to actually change his gameplay style enough to catch up on during the last match, and I fear it might happen again. Or did he actually learn from that experience?
Particularly if he's thinking Dreamy must have had a hard time on that Nightmare Floor 8.
Yes, which actually didn't really happen. Yeah.
But yeah, Dreamy didn't have nearly as hard a time with it. Things sort of worked out.
Oh my. Yep, that's not good at all. So obviously the situation he's in is terrible, and DreamyVision is in a bad spot, and just not having CUNY alive right now. But these are the type of situation Dreamy has played. Oh, and the lucky dodge! Wow. But yeah, these are the type of situation Dreamy gets himself in a lot because he plays more risky. So he knows how to actually react during these. That practice is invaluable, and right now he's putting it to extreme usage.
Yep. He managed to get himself out of this one on to floor 30.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's starting to look like a very good lead right now, especially considering Chai is, again, about using shenanigans. That's a really good strategy. You can make it so a picket cannot steal items from you. If you put an item at your feet, you're going to have to steal that, and you can choose what's at risk. So you're going to use an item that's not really good. But that takes time to set up, and during that time, we see Dreamy actually moving forward quite a bit. Oh, that's hurt, but it's fine. It's fine. He's fine.
Yeah. It can't attack him through the doorway. He'll be a...
Yes.
What? It's following him and not targeting the ice rock. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely setting up another ice rock, I assume. Yeah, he doesn't want to have that new... Naples on his trail, and I can absolutely understand that. Waiting on him to fall asleep is just something that you don't want to risk. But one other thing I like to see here is that DreamyVision is a fighter. He fights a lot in the tower, and so his level is much higher than what we've seen Chai getting on these higher floors. So he can actually tank a hit or two, which was not true of Chai when he actually played. So that's actually nice. Like, he's got a lot of HP. That's not going to be enough to fight back, but at least he can add strategies where he needs to take a hit.
Using a Holy Bell, that's a pretty good,
yes.
pretty good thing to use.
Oh, nice, but yeah. Oh, yeah. That he cannot attack because there's a Holy Bell in effect. That's nice.
That is interesting. But yes, as Stream Freak points out, that is a rare interaction. We haven't generally seen what happened with the Ice Rock Ball before, and that this game loves things that have never happened before.
Yes. Okay, he's gonna have to pick up the tyrant or have a plan B. Okay, maybe. Oh yeah, fireball is gonna do it. Oh, unless it doesn't have any charges. Yeah, I guess he goes for the pickup at least one try.
Interesting. The tyrant has turned around. Its movements are a little wonky compared to other monsters.
Yep, and that was a little misstep here. Yep. He's fine though. He's fine. Oh, he's not fine anymore. Oh, he's really not fine. I don't see how you get out of this alive.
Yeah, this is
Thicket is not gonna do it. And BAM! He goes down.
Chai still... This could still be enough of a lead.
No, okay, he's alive. Oh my. What's happening? Alright, yeah, he's got resources for days, but being asleep was scary.
Absolutely. Chai has 11 minutes to chase down over 10 floors.
Yep.
That's a tall order.
Oh, we get the glitch where the Manivas was an item and then became a monster again, so that Maniva is big. It becomes a little bit bigger. That's not something we see every day.
Use a Garuda egg. He has a Garuda egg.
Oh, does he now?
Yep. Just use the truth glass to find that out. If he can get the time to hatch it, that might be the difference maker, or it might lead him on an RNG-filled chase through the tower.
Yes, I still would go for it because you gotta do it. He knows that kind of floor count is not going to be good enough to beat Dreamy. It didn't last time, so why would it not right now? And so you want to at least risk it. If you cannot like reach a high floor in that amount of time, you want to risk something, right?
I would like to, for posterity's sake, share Dream Freak's excellent joke. Oh, because the Manaweeva grew up. He's not a boy Eva anymore.
I like this. I need more puns. Let's go, chat. You know what to do. I need more puns in my life, and yeah, you are going to be the providers of that.
For a little while there, he was the big Manaweeva on campus.
Oh, Lady Demi, you're killing me. Alright, so... Before is he... Okay, yeah. Obviously, he goes for the eating up the egg. That Maniva is gonna try to foil his plan. But I assume he's just gonna deal with it, or just go up? I don't know. Yeah, that egg is just too far. 50% is too low.
Yeah, that's
goes. All right.
A hard sell.
Problem is, he's just pushing back that usage of the Garuda, and that timer is not going down.
No, it doesn't do that.
Sadly, and it's 51 minutes, and only 9 minutes to go. Yeah, Pillar Ball is gonna clear a room and set himself up for hatching the Garuda, even though that's a lot of resources spent for just clearing an enemy that was not really in his way. I still think that's the play. You really want to get the Garuda as quickly as you can, if it is to help. Maybe it won't, but it might, and you gotta just bang on it.
Yeah. This is one of those things where you kind of have to commit to it entirely.
Yeah. Yes. You don't need as much resources. Yeah, you don't need that much resources once you have that Garuda. As long as it doesn't like put you in a bad situation, you can always use that to get out of a bad spot instead of a resource. So, using some to actually get the Garuda going is not necessarily a bad thing.
Very true. I think though that the time ticking away as he hatches it must be such pressure.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you probably see that timer go twice as fast as we do. Yeah, he's gonna get that Garuda up and running. That's gonna be great. So we gotta talk about Garudas. We've been talking about them a lot, but how does it really work? There's an ability the Garuda has. Oh my. And he needs to pick up that Garuda. Yep. Spend some turns. Let's go. Okay. So Garuda's got an ability that's called Abduct. We've seen that during the first match, I think it was, or maybe the second one. It picks up something and teleports away with it. They use that offensively against your pet to teleport them away and split you from your partner. And Ko is only really strong with
the partner. We saw that in the second race, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's not good.
No. Welcome to Viper Town. Oh no, that's not too bad. Here's the elevator, so he's fine. He's fine. Okay, 1 floor.
That even saved him some time.
Yeah, actually, it's actually really good because he saw the elevator right off the bat. But that was scary. So now, once you know that they can actually teleport target away and separate you from your pet, that's not that good. But you can use it on yourself, and then you teleport away with your own pet. And yep, we're gonna see that right off the bat. Let's go. And it teleports you always in a room, and yep, that's exactly what I want to see. It's always gonna be in a room. It can be any room. It can even be the room you're already in. But yeah, you're gonna just teleport away, zoom, 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 and hope you're gonna get to see those elevators.
Yeah, he has a lot of space to go in not much time.
Yes, exactly. At that point, you're just gonna run. That's generally what I do. You want to dash, and once you get into a bad spot, use Garuda. It's generally faster, and you're sure to explore a region you have not explored yet. Whereas just spamming abduct works. Sorry, what?
Are you sure?
About what?
About going to a region you haven't explored yet. I don't think that's the case.
Oh, I'm talking about I generally prefer to run with the Garuda on my side instead of using abduct, so I know I'm exploring new regions.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes, and then if I get in a bad spot, I'll use abduct to just get out of this, and hope that the RNG is going to bring me to a room I've never been, but I just can't know.
Yeah. If you spend the whole time waiting on Garuda to teleport you wherever, I frankly would not bother with my inventory right now.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't know if he's in front or behind, like that's just not a thing. But considering Lights Run, I assume you would just try to, you know, maybe play a bit faster. Like, we definitely see that Achilles heel again, where Dreamy brings up a really good run early, dies, and then just relax and wait and start thinking about that next run, where Czaj is just not able to adapt to that faster playstyle that he needs to get into right now. You're right, Revan. Oh, go on.
Abduct is a result of changing it, of the de-randomizer changing Ko's title to Runner from Tamer. Yeah. I guess it does this by, like, maybe even adjusting the font or something?
I assume so. So the second letters of Tamer, which was an A, changes to a U for Runner, and that changes abductability from abduct to yubduct. Yeah, that's just weird. It also happens with Manivas, which changes transform into Ransform, so 2 R's in a row, because Tamers become, Runner, but yeah.
That is an interesting side effect.
The weirdest part was trying to understand why, and like, yeah, programmer find out that that was a reason, but we tried to just understand where the changes was coming from. Well, like, I have absolutely zero idea. But then we actually realized, oh, okay, that's really bad. He's gonna go up. Yep, he's gonna go up. Okay, he had to. You never want to get into a next floor while a frog, but now he was just gonna lose at Garuda, and I think he's fine actually. Let's go.
Yeah, Garuda won't in fact teleport a frog of its own accord. It's not going to do that.
Yes, exactly. And Garuda is not going to win any fight. And when you actually get turned into a frog, your pets start to go into a frenzy, where it's going to fight everything to try and defend you. And another frog trap!
Oh, that's just unfortunate.
Oh, yeah.
But he is not stopping. He can't stop for frogs.
Nope, no stopping for frogs. How is he gonna? Yeah, this is getting close, but he's still far off. I think he's on what, 22 now.
No, he's well past 22. He's like 25.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad then. 3 minutes for 5 floors. Oh, 6 floors though. Yeah, that's gonna be rough. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough. And he's gotta stop fiddling with his inventory.
Absolutely.
Which one takes years off of my life?
He does. Yeah, you don't need 3 acid rain balls. Like you'll be fine. Just abduct. All right, another one. You gotta have elevators in a room or find them really quickly now.
Quickly, yeah.
That's
he has got to hurry.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
26.
you're right, Don Forgo. That's exactly the problem here. Is he doesn't know, so maybe he doesn't feel as much pressure, but we do. So yeah, we have to commentate on that. But oh my.
Oh, that is one of those situations that we were talking about.
Yes.
This would be a great time. Holy Bell works. I was actually going to say maybe you use a fire spell, all that sort of thing. Even stopping for the HP, while essential and necessary, is also one of those things where if you don't know what you need, it can go wrong.
Yeah, and you cannot fault him too much for just regenerating health on the elevator. That's definitely something you should almost always do, and he doesn't know why he shouldn't, but yeah, that makes it even more stressful on us because we know what's required, and he is close, but it starts being really, really stressful, and this floor just doesn't want to yield.
No.
And he's scouting for adventure again, yeah.
He wants to fight. He doesn't want to fight anything.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that Ulim is really, really yummy looking, but, yep. Like, you see, that's one of the situations you could have used Ulim on, but you can just abduct instead, so... Generally,
and there's an elevator, but I think he's not going to be able to make it.
Yeah, 1 minute is a tall order. Even, again, adding all the loading animation might make it even possible. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
that's the thing.
Yeah.
If it weren't for loading animations, maybe.
He needs to get all go-up traps, and even then... What's all the frogs here? And it doesn't get the elevator. Okay, there he goes. Yeah. I don't know. All the frogs.
Yeah.
29. He needs 2 floor in 20 seconds. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. It's unfortunate, but that is just the way of things sometimes.
But that's still, again, crazy. They both add, like, different re-entries on all the 3 matches, and most of the matches were still pretty close. This one is particularly close.
Yeah, this one is agonizingly close.
Yeah, exactly. But it is another point for DreamyVision that gets... Wow, you don't get closer than that. That's what a final should always look like.
Yeah, but we are not done here yet, folks. This is best out of 5.
Oh, yeah.
So we still have some more accurate dreams going. Czaj still has a chance to make up the next. If he goes to the next race, we will have a 5-round finals, folks.
How exciting! You always want them to go for the most matches played, but again, we might start to see some of that. That's generally the longest a match would be in the tournament, right? And we're gonna start to see that endurance dwindle. I don't know if these 2 guys have the endurance to actually go and just be unfazed about what's gonna happen, but if they are a little bit pooped at the end of a match normally, well, that's now, right? And there's at least another match to be played, potentially 2. And then, if you're a little bit, like, tired after a set of 3 generally, well, it's not the end.
This is going to be exhausting, and this is going to be nerve-wracking. These runners are, I think, maybe compared to runners who got their starts in other tournaments, or at least who got a serious start in other tournaments. This has certainly trained them at least for more endurance than those, because all of these have been 2 to 3 hours long.
That is true. That is very true. Generally, we end a match as soon as you... No, we don't end a match, but you cannot re-enter, so if you die on 12, that's your score, and the other one needs to beat that. So the match rarely get to the hour, actually. And here, you're right. They always went to 2 hours, and some of the times even 3. Yeah, but 5 is another thing, so it's going to be scary to see these guys run again, but I know them. I know they're going to be all right. I know they're going to perform again. And, yeah, let's just see what the tower is for them today.
They are going to reset their seats. I'm going to be right back. This is a good time for anyone else to stretch their legs. Eggs in the midst of this marathon of a race.
Oh, absolutely. Stay hydrated. Take a bathroom break if you need to. We'll be there when you get back. This is definitely the time for them to do the same. And yeah, they're going to set up and reset and be ready for that 4th match. It's match point on DreamyVision side, so maybe potentially this is the final match, but obviously for this time we're going to take on Chai's side because we want to see as many matches as we can. We want to get that match 5, and we want to see the most Azure Dream weekend today, because that's the final match of the tournament. There's not going to be another one of those before a little bit of time, and yeah, I want more matches.
Yep. So it looks like they are both getting towards the seat. Select screen. The last couple were generated by our lovely Curry bot, who admittedly I don't know why I'm complimenting the bot, but maybe it likes the feeling. However, these next ones were handcrafted by me with love and care.
Yeah, and people might think that I make mean seed, but Lady Deme is definitely like the hidden evil, like that good lady that is so fair and beautiful, and you think that she's all smile and everything, but inside is hidden a dark and an heavy heart that just wants to see people suffer. And these seeds are not going to be gentle, I know that, and I can't wait to see that. And I can't wait to see that in action. Lady Deme makes some mean seeds.
I do, in fact, I like that trap luck. I like seeds that are hard in terms of floor layouts and enemies, but generous in terms of items. That's not necessarily always what I make, but I think my favorite type of seed. The seed that gives the runners a hard time, but also gives them some tools.
Yes. I think that's definitely the most interesting ones, because seeing how player use creatively and differently their tools is a lot of fun. At some point, just getting pummeled by bad situation but never getting the resources to get through them can be a little bit tiring. That's another skill set in and of itself, but I absolutely understand what you mean. Is here's a puzzle, you have the tools to solve it, good luck. I think that's a lot of fun.
Oh, Don Fargo is making a mean suggestion. Round 5 should not be. Yeah, I tried entering the command, and for 5 that Sam Knight mentioned before the stream, we did have to try and set it up, but it didn't feel like that was a command.
Yeah, maybe she was a little bit tired.
Make the next 2.
Maybe Kiribot was a little bit tired. But at the end of the day, we will have 2 very special seeds to finish the thing. I don't know if we'll need both, but I really hope we do. And can't wait to see what Lady Deme has made for our runners today. They are going to be renaming. That first rename doesn't even take any time. Timers aren't started yet. But that second rename for CUNY does actually take time from your timer. And actually, we always do. I really like doing so because it doesn't take that much of time, and it's just, for fun and giggles and everything.
Yeah, and of course, the name you picked for CUNY doesn't really impact the length of text boxes.
True,
this
absolutely.
Isn't Pokemon.
Yeah, the text appears as a full line at a time, so maybe it could if it's long enough. But yeah, not even. You have like 5 or 6 letters to write names, so 6. Yeah, that's not a lot.
Yeah, it's not very long. It doesn't really impact too terribly much.
Mm-hmm.
Shawnee mentioned it up a little bit in chat. We actually do have a save with like all sorts of things set up. Basically, all the monsters and inventory you could possibly want for doing New Game Plus, which is a unique category in Azure Dreams, because Azure Dreams doesn't actually have a New Game Plus. That's not a thing in it. What instead New Game Plus is you hatch every monster so that you know it's fresh on stream, any monster you want to use, and you can bring in any 5 inventory items, basically.
Yes. New Game Plus I made at some point because I really thought that it would be interesting to have something different than CUNY all the time. I really enjoy CUNY. Honestly, that's one of my favorite monsters. But I really also enjoy all the perks of all those different monsters. And I thought that by making a New Game Plus category for the speedrunning, it would make it so people would definitely try some of these weird fusions and stuff like that I like so much. And it actually ended up being exactly that. Some of the strategies were really creative, and it is still used today. Like Garuda's strat we just saw was born from New Game Plus, where Baldwin said, I think you all know what Garuda can do, but I don't think you know how to use it optimally. And was he right? And now its uses change in any percent as well.
Yeah. If you want to see if you want to see things like that, or check out how to run booklets, if you want a more full Azure Dream speedrunning experience, then check out our Discord. We have that particular save. We have all sorts of setups to investigate. And thank you, Dream Freak, for plugging the runners. Give them a follow. They are doing some fantastic work. And they are ready for their countdown, and so they will be off in just a few seconds.
And yeah, you're absolutely right. These two runners are so great. They've done such a good job to entertain us tonight, and it's not the end yet, obviously. But they're both real great person that I really enjoy. So a lot of love sent in their way. They definitely deserves it. They're not just great runners, they're also great human beings. So thank you very much, guys, for being who you are, and continue entertaining us. I want more of that.
Yeah, this is a really great community, and it's been very welcoming to all sorts of who love this very peculiar little game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just always so grateful of how big this community is becoming, but still we're still having a lot of fun with a lot of cool people, and it's always so chill, no drama, no mess around, and that's so nice.
And they're off, folks.
Oh yeah. So I think we're gonna get to see some renaming here, at least on Chai's side. I don't know on... Dreamy always renames as well. So it's time lost, they both take, that's fine. As long as the other one does as well. Nobody's really losing time.
It's one of those things where, since the community generally does this, it's sort of like a gentleman sort of thing.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's kind of just like, I agree to lose some time if you agree to lose some time. And it's just better. Like, you can give some shout-outs. I'm pretty sure DreamyVision is renaming himself and his pets to some of his friends. I assume so. I saw that.
It's a Metal Gear. It's some Metal Gear references.
I see. I know the first round he actually named himself Poulet, which is one of the other member in that 2v2 tournament was his partner. So yeah, they were called the U-Boat Brotherhood, and yeah, Poulet Santet was definitely one of his was his partner, and yep, they were a great team. A force to be reckoned with.
And Poulet probably did a little bit of coaching for him, because one of the things we did have for this tournament is the more experienced runners having a chance to stand as coaches and guide these guys through some tricks and play styles.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a one-to-one, this wasn't The Voice or anything. It was more of a general resource, the community helping the community.
Yeah, exactly. If you wanted to have a coach or even more than one at any of your stream practices, we were just jumping in and out, coming in and giving a little bit of tips. You could ask for anything, and we were there to actually make sure we could answer any question you had. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that part of the tournament a lot. But then it actually was very impressive to see these runners, that some of which I've actually never played Azure Dream at all, like zero, not even knowing what the game was like. And they actually still decided to come and join the tournament and play in it, and they actually performed pretty decently considering the zero experience they had prior to the practice session before the tournament.
Absolutely, everyone just played their heart out this tournament. And the community also does have a place for casual players. We will plug any Azure Dream stream we can find. We will come up with stupid challenges.
Oh yeah.
DreamyVision's Discord username in the community is Plum% or Bust.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Where we try to have a Palumpa always out. You cannot bag him. You cannot, like, you always have to have your Palumpa around. And it's already hard to make it survive when it's just following you around. But it's even worse once you realize at some point it doesn't have any more MP. And then you have to lift it and bring it with you. And then that's just really scary. One of the categories, well, it's not a category yet, but one of the challenge I've been working on lately is Pacifist run, so I cannot be the reason any monsters, mine or enemies, take any damage. If that happens, that run is dead. And that has been...
That's a pretty narrow possibility there.
It's crazy. Like, my PB so far is floor 24, and that is just a miracle in it of itself. But
That's
most runs die. Oh,
Very
yeah. But...
quickly, I'd imagine.
Sorry, what?
I'd imagine that dies pretty... This usually probably die pretty fast.
Oh, yeah, exactly. My average is around about 4-4. So that 24 was really impressive, but all the other runs generally are done in 5 minutes or so. I'm just dead because, you know... Yeah, you never level up. If you never kill anything, you're always level 1. So imagine being level 1 on floor 24. Yeah. And Don't Forgo is absolutely right. I never mentioned anything about Earthquake percent. So speaking of...
Right. That is certainly a thing you can do.
Yep, Zoroark is right.
It's worth noting, though, that you can't pick up all my... Oh, that's
Oh, no, that's terrible, because he's the one that picked him up and put him behind himself. Oh, that's so bad when it happens.
That's so sad.
Oh, it actually is. Like, that's just heartbreaking. He gets a sleep ball for his trouble, but geez. Okay, uses the Majesty to what catch back quicker?
Yeah, he doesn't know where Kyun is, though, and that can make a pretty big difference. Kyun could be anywhere, and he might want to think about...
There he is!
Okay.
There he is! Oh my! I lost another 5 years here. That's good. Like, this early on, I think every run, Dreamy lost Cuny kind of early, right? So that was probably starting to play on his mind, like, okay, that's enough. Like, I need to have a run where I can actually have my pet for a sec, please.
Well, doesn't necessarily stay early in a couple ones, though. There was certainly that first run where Kyun just had the worst warp trap luck, died immediately. That is a hard thing. And I kind of like thinking about what are the worst things that could happen to Kyun in terms of separation. There's collar jacking, which isn't as bad as other options in terms of bad things that could happen to separate you from your monster. And that's a thing Palumpas do on floor like the early 20s, 21, 22-ish, I think, something like that.
Yeah, around about 25.
That. But on the other hand, at least Kyun's not taking too much damage when that happens. Which is the scary part with, like, warp traps or Garudas, which we saw earlier this race.
I think that makes the Garuda the worst because it's random whether Cuny will be in a combat after that or not, but Garuda makes it so it's always going to be in a combat right after the warp, and Garuda's kind of hit hard, and Cuny might not actually win that challenge even though he's fire against the wind monsters. And especially not if he's being turned into water.
Right. And even if he wins that one, you never know.
Yes, you're right.
You never know. Like, we saw that on one of the Kyun losses in one of the earlier races. Where it took down the Garuda that abducted it, sure. But it didn't last after that.
Yes, you're right. Copper Shield, that's definitely a good upgrade. That's not the... Sorry, what?
It's an upgrade. I wouldn't call it a good upgrade. Frankly, I almost think that is maybe too risky a prospect.
I know I do risk Copper Shield. That's a good enough upgrade for me early on. It makes a huge difference against blooms and stuff like that. Being stuck with it is really much of a pain. Like, that will end up being a 3 defense shield. I would absolutely see an argument against doing that, but I generally do. Like,
it's probably not a 3 defense shield anymore.
oh, okay, no, I was gonna say a Scarlet one, but he's got what, a life one? Or is it a Scarlet?
It could be a Scarlet already.
It is a Scarlet. Wow, they both have a Scarlet one already, and there's another one on that floor. My God,
Yep,
I was gonna say,
seed.
I was gonna say your seeds are evil, but is that like putting them into a false sense of security?
To hope so. I like. We've seen the generosity. Now the punishment begins.
Oh, all right. So yeah, you had the warp trap, and it wasn't that bad.
Unfamiliar. I actually have no idea what's in these seeds.
Yeah, exactly.
They are being made by the randomizer as opposed to by any of us specifically. But on the other hand, we all like to have our superstitions.
Oh, absolutely.
In a game that is so much about luck, like with sports, come to that.
Mm-hmm.
You end up with weird little rituals and superstitions. Steel swords mean you win, for example.
Yes.
Sand Knight seeds are cursed.
Sand Knight seeds are cursed.
Are also pretty cursed.
Yes. Shawnee seeds are great. What else? Anyway, all the Azure memes. I like the Let Me In memes. Like the one where the player is actually trying to enter Ghost's bedroom, and then you have the Let Me In meme with Ghost face. I love this one.
That's a good one. Ghost's bedroom, the continual subject of curiosity.
I don't know why it became so out of hands, but I really like the fact that like there's so much of these rumors are all ghost related.
Yeah, there's that. I think part of it is just that no other character has, except for Ko, has a bedroom.
You're not wrong.
It's just Ghost and Ko. Pretty much.
So that's what the girl are actually looking for. They just need a place to stay.
Yeah. They're tired of having their beds in their living rooms.
So it's all about either Ghost or Ko, and now they need to choose.
Yep. I've heard of getting someone into bed, but this is ridiculous.
It's unacceptable. Oh, an egg early. 7th floor is a very early egg. Actually, what most people don't know is only the first time you enter the tower, floor 1 to 5 cannot give you an egg. It's just impossible. So that is very interesting to see an egg on 7. It means it's really on, not the earliest, but very close to. Also, what's really important here is that 2 of these eggs are really great. It could be either a clown or a U-boat. That's what you definitely want to see. Clown is really strong because it can shoot magic from afar, which not getting into melee to fight is very good.
Yeah. It also can be handy for even just, I need to defeat this monster, but I need like one more thing of 1 or 2 turns worth of damage to do that.
And the clown will definitely give you that. And the other one is the U-boat. The U-boat is not necessarily a great fighter. Actually, it's really not that great. But its ability is to scout the whole floor, as if you use the star glasses. So it will tell you where the elevator is and how to get to it. It costs a lot of MP, but what's weirdly weird in Azure Dreams is if you cast a spell, but don't have enough MP to cast it, the game will still let you cast it, and you'll be at 0. So if you find any items that actually restore just a little bit of MP, like a 3 MP from an herb, even though the ability costs 8, if I remember correctly, you'll still be able to use it, my point is. And so every herb you find is 1 extra uses of that scout ability, and then U-boat becomes like that infinite Starglass use, and then you can just not fight because you always know where it is. Sorry, what?
Just have a much easier time of it. It's not necessarily quite on the level of Garuda, but it's still very strong and is a little bit less risky.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
Lucky on Dreamy's side.
Yes, Keith, Bloom, Palumpa, and Windseed is absolutely one of the greatest thing that I really like to use. It's very slow though, but it's definitely like the strategy I love to use the most, I think. But yeah, you need so many things. Bloom can be replaced by Viper, Kraken, which other? Oh, Snowman, Arachne, and I think that's it. But yeah, blooms are the one you're gonna find the earliest, so much more chance to actually get to see these ones. But yeah,
yeah, and also if you have an Arachne, why are you bothering with that? Just use your power fighter.
Not wrong, I mean, but I still like to paralyze enemy before starting to whack at them with an Arachne, so I don't know, it's just me, right?
It's certainly a fun thing.
Yes.
It just also has a lot of time, and yeah, Zerwag, certain monsters are very hard to get. There is a reason why we have Bookless and 100% as separate things.
Oh yeah.
And why Bookless is even a category to begin with.
Yeah, you're 100% right. We thought about making 100% a category, and some people were interested in it, and for a while, Ashani and Donforgo a little bit, and Kane the Brain were trying to go around that, but that category kind of make no sense. It's just way too long, and it's like half of it is interesting, and the second half is just isn't. And it also always only became about duping Rochefruit anyway, so but at the end of the day, Bookless was really interesting because it was everything except finding one of every monsters, which is the monster book, which is why we call it Bookless. And suddenly it became much more interesting.
Oh god. But 100% no duplicate. That just sounds unpleasant.
Yeah, it kind of does. Actually, if you would get to unlock the second tower, that would be much easier. Because in the second tower, every monster can appear, and suddenly you don't need to either get an egg or evolve any monster. You can just whack them with your weapon once, and
yeah, that's an interesting prospect.
But sadly, you would need to use the randomizer for that, and randomizer is not allowed in the on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that would be, I think, something that might be fun to do just for fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Zero Wag, what about only book run? Well, honestly, book is so much of the only longest thing. Having book, if you need to do the book, everything else is not gonna add up too much time to the whole thing. That the book is the gatekeeper, so that wouldn't change much, I feel.
Yeah, I think it would be probably a bit less fun than Bookless. A bit less fun than 100%. And they're both a little bit less varied. Mm-hmm. What I like about Bookless as a category is not so much is the sense of completion.
Yes.
Ishin, the sense of getting to experience more of what Azure Dreams has to offer.
Oh yeah.
In terms of its big picture gameplay loop.
Yeah, we do showcase the tower all the time, but we don't showcase, like, we talk a little bit about it, but we don't showcase, like, talking with the girls and building the town and stuff like that. This is still an interesting part of the game. Some people like it more than others, obviously, but that's still, like, the whole gameplay loop, like you call it, and that's the right word for it, is definitely, like, the fact that one of these things leads you up to the next one and just makes it one big thing that it's so much more fun. You go into the tower to get money, you get money to build town, and you build a town to learn more about the girls, which will make you go into the tower again, right? And yeah, that was a lot of fun.
The tower becomes a passage of time sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know last summer... Was it this summer even? I think last, right? One of those. Anyway, at some point there was sort of like a Bookless grinding event that the community did, and I think something like that, doing more with that as a community, could be pretty fun.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree. We need more events, more!
It would take a while, because Bookless times can be a little bit longer than any %.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that would be really interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely. There is still improvements to make in Bookless, but it's gonna be still hard. Like the time on the leaderboard is like just a little bit above 4 hours, which is definitely like my time on the leaderboard is 8 hours 59 minutes, and no, it's not 9 hours. It's 8:59, and I it's really important. But yeah, it's like more than double world record. It's crazy, and it's not like a throw run. Like it's definitely the best I could do. Obviously, I didn't practice it as much, but still, like I had all the knowledge.
Wow, that's a lot of item mounts on DreamyVision's side.
Item rooms, let's go. Yeah, a good chance to actually refill your inventory with new stuff. Star and exit. That's really the two things you wanted to see, but it left the exit behind.
He might be thinking of going back for it once he sees what everything here is.
Yeah, I just understepped everything, so...
Yeah, I would certainly like to see more Bookless percent runners. We do have a channel for advertising Azure Dream streams.
Oh, yeah.
Just a Cyclone. That's not the worst monster you could come across, so it's not the best either.
Exactly. It doesn't give you an increase in power. In exchange, it gives you less MP consumption. So it doesn't make you stronger, but it makes you stay able to fight for a little bit longer if you decide to fuse. Generally, it's not that great. I rarely run out of MP, but when it happens, it's definitely a pain. The tower can be very stingy about its MP recovery items, and then the Cyclone becomes really important. But sometimes you just have that many MP recovery item that that Cyclone is just useless anyway.
Yeah, I think that is one of those things. I like Cyclone a lot as fusion fodder in my casual playthroughs.
Oh yeah. That's very different than casual, because in casual you're gonna want to explore almost every room and almost every floor. And suddenly that half MP consumption is just huge, because you're going to spend much more MP exploring than these runners are doing, where half of the time they find an elevator and they just go for it, right?
Yep. And if you are interested in running Bookless, or interested in learning more about Bookless runs or any of our other categories, check out the link to the Discord. That is an excellent segue into hugs. So we've explained a bit about the randomizer's features, though, since that was earlier in what is a very long race, we might have people who don't know exactly what we're talking about. What we're talking about is that we have developed a way to make the game. First, we developed a way to seed it, or programmer it, really. Mm-hmm. There's very little about it. Oh, that is so rum.
Okay, 2 Krakens, one of them is sleeping, 2 Volcanoes, one of them is sleeping, and there is no exit close to where he is. He needs to clear, or at least travel the whole room. Yep, Holy Bell right off the bat. I'm sorry to have cut you here, but
no worries.
Oh yeah, you can continue. I think he's fine.
Yeah, and you use that Holy Bell. That's going to make this much easier. He's going to fight this Kraken, I think, just for the EXP, even though it also does not care. They've all clustered around one exit, so ooh, egg.
Nice. On floor 13, I'm very surprised Dreamy hasn't started hatching that egg yet. But yeah, that could absolutely be Garuda. Starting on floor 11 is the earliest you can find one. And
it's not a high chance, but you never know.
I think the lowest it can be is like 6 or 7%, which is still decent enough. And we saw how powerful it can be on last run. Oh my. Does he have a familiar bell? I don't think so. Yep, star glasses.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's far away enough that he might just want to run for the elevator.
Yeah, the problem is, then is Cuny's dead. Wow.
Yeah, that's
so sad. I mean, they both have been pretty pummeled by warp traps. That's crazy. I think it's always almost on DreamyVision's side, actually, the warp trap.
Dreamy has worse warp trap luck. He just lost Kyun, and that is so unfortunate.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a tiny bit of a lead, but it's not really enough to rest on.
Yeah, this time, Chai has not gone back to town. He might be moving a little bit slower, but he moves surely. Like, this feels like a hare versus the turtle kind of race. I think Chai on this one has got a huge advantage now, and can't wait to see if he can actually get like a better floor count from that. Like right now, DreamyVision's got inventory, so he's able to fight these guys, but that will dwindle out really quickly.
Yeah, he does not have a whole lot of resources, but he does have that floor 13 egg. That could be a thing that would make a huge difference.
Yes. And we saw him not being afraid of hatching an egg when he needs another pet. Yep, fire, let's go.
Hatching that egg, it could be, in addition to a Garuda, a couple of there's not enough monsters with spells in this area that I think it would be worth looking into.
Yeah, you could get a Griffin that would be absolutely great. Like, Griffin is definitely CUNY light. It gives you everything a CUNY gives you with a little bit less stats to back it up, but he doesn't. He goes for the run.
He must really be feeling that pressure. He really wants to make sure there's not a fifth match. We really want to make sure there is.
Yeah, I assume he's just like feels like he's got a good 2 runs in a row. You want to keep being the one putting the pressure on Chai, like you said, but that crack trap is telling me otherwise. Oh yeah, let's go pick up.
That is a fortunate pickup.
And he's fine.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. There is that. It is. Chai did apparently have some different monster spawns. I think this was before Dreamy lost Kyun.
That's
now,
true. That's
correct. Nope. This is the Pulumpa egg. He lost track of which egg is which.
yes. So hatching that egg slowly but surely, just making sure that he can actually see if he's got anything that could be useful. That'll give a little bit of time for Chai to catch up. And that's scary in and of itself, obviously. But
he could also look into finding a Barong while he's hatching this egg, so this is a pretty good spot.
You're right. That's definitely clever. Yep, that's a very good time to wait. For that, if he gets a Barong, he can work on his inventory. And he just used a monster loop as well, so he doesn't need to turn camera. He sees that a monster is coming, or actually it's going away, so he's fine.
Oh, we're about to see it before he can up Bloom.
That's great! The best monster ever! Let's go, Bloom! No?
Well, he does have the resources to make that work. Oh, and now he's gonna hatch the Cyclone. That's gonna be a little bit sad.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see Dreamy. I know he knows,
Actually,
but I don't think...
When you're thinking about the Bloom and the Pulumpa, would a Cyclone and the Pulumpa give you the same effect?
Sorry, what?
Would the Cyclone and the Pulumpa give the same effect?
Which effect?
As the Bloom and the Pulumpa.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that train of thought. Would what be the same as a Bloom and a Pulumpa?
Bloom and a Cyclone.
Oh, yes. The important part is just having Bloom win a fusion with a monster that doesn't have a spell.
Yeah, that is the thing.
That would actually be better with the Cyclone, because you also need to turn that Bloom into a wind monster, and fusing with a wind monster would make it so already. Yep.
Wait, he didn't get the same monsters.
Didn't he now?
That's weird. That's super weird.
Huh. Maybe they didn't find the same egg?
Maybe, but Chai also did have a slightly different spawn on, I think, 13 it was.
I
that's
know.
A little bit peculiar.
Yeah, I know that not having CUNY changes a lot of things in terms of how the monster spawns, but you're right in it that when it did happen on DreamyVision side, he did have CUNY actually, so I don't know about this one.
Saying while the de-randomizer does do a pretty good job with it in terms of seeds and using its abilities, and like giving us the same tower, it does occasionally diverge, and we have no idea why.
Absolutely.
Oh, that medicinal herb. That's a sad loss.
Yeah, but the floor layout should still be the same, and the items as well. Obviously, monster spawn can make a huge difference, but
oh, that's scary.
He's fine. He's fine. Oh, why is he walking in a room with it though? That's a scary
Don't walk
part.
the room with it.
Yeah, throw. Thank you. Oh my, much better. All right. You just pick up and go, and that's it. Perfect.
Oh.
419.
Oh, so one of the things that apparently could make a difference is whether Dreamy has multiple one crystals. That does make some sense.
Yes, because the game has a different approach to how it spawn wind crystals, depending on if you have 0, 1, or 2 and more.
That
And
makes sense.
it should affect how everything else spawns just a little bit. So maybe Chai is actually 2 wind crystals, or Dreamy does, and that would change a few things. That's actually true.
Yeah, that would do it. But yeah, that said, it's hard to say if Dreamy is aware of that possibility or thinks it's a worthwhile one.
Oh, programmer says he even may be able to fix that. That's actually really interesting. But
that
honestly,
would be interesting.
yeah, it doesn't make that much of a difference that 2 different runners. Well, it could, but generally it doesn't. I know these, like both these runners are still getting out of these situations.
Fairly small.
Yes, exactly. Like as long as the items are the same and monsters spawn are not too different, they should tackle around about the same amount of battles.
Well, as we established, the items are just a little bit different between them because those 2 eggs had different things, which means we don't know what Chai's egg on floor 13 was.
That is true. Yeah, that's absolutely true.
That said, since we're talking about the de-randomizer, and we didn't end up going through the whole spiel at first, there are a lot of things you can do with that. You can change what your starting familiar is, you can change what floors monsters are on, what elements monsters are, what spells they have. You can make a real boss fight out of Beldo.
Yep, my favorite mode is called Survival Mode. It changes first floor into a floor with one of almost every item in the game. So you can create your perfect inventory, but then the game never spawns any more items. So you have those 20 items to clear the tower. I really adore this mode.
That's interesting, that's neat.
Oh yeah, like Thickets floors are so scary because you know that you're never gonna get more items. If they steal something and you don't get it back, you're not gonna find something to replace it. That's the 20 items you have.
Yeah, there's also, we mentioned a little bit a while ago in passing, access to the second tower, a much more difficult tower that got dummied out of the game at some point near its completion. A lot of us theorize that it must have been sometime around...
Oh! Misstep on Dreamy's side and he goes down!
Down on floor 20.
Oh my!
Look up this time. We could be seeing a 5th match here, folks.
The tower said, Dreamy, welcome to Viper Town. That's terrifying. And now Chai is definitely
Well
in the lead. Oh yeah, absolutely. He's not in the lead really, but I mean, he's well positioned is the absolute right way to say this. Unless, I was gonna say unless he's in a bad situation, but those 2 spiders reacted to what I said really quickly. Yep, Viper Town said no. Will Dreamy actually go for a second run? I assume so. Oh yeah.
Yep, it looks like he is. This is an unfortunate situation he's in. He's gonna have to take that hit. It's not enough to knock him out, and at the end of the day, that's probably the most important thing.
Yeah, I think we found like the threshold where Dreamy feels confident about. Like last time it was on floor 25, I think, that he died, and he said, nope, I'm not going again. It was around about 40 minutes as well, that's much different. But this time he's on floor 20, and I think he feels that's not enough. And I think he might be right. He will have to play fast, but if I know anything about DreamyVision, this guy knows how to play fast. I'm not saying he's gonna survive, but he's gonna either win or die very fast. I can tell you that. So if he is to catch up, he might actually do it.
Dreamy is in a fairly tough spot in terms. He does have Qn at a pretty good level, though. That is a thing that he has going for him, and he's going to have to rely on as he tries to rebuild his inventory. You don't get the starting inventory just every old time you went to the tower willy-nilly. Oh no! Oh, didn't have his inventory sorted out quite right.
Yep, sadly. During that time, Chai used
Qn to go ham on that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wand, that's nice.
Yep,
that's
very good, smart.
Chai putting away his wind crystal, saying, "I'm 34 minutes and 20-something odd floors in.
There is no going back."
There's no going back.
He also will actually take the lead if he finds the elevator on this floor. This is exactly the place where Dreamy died, and he just nopes out of that situation. Fireball to clear the unicorn, that's great. Again, Chai with being like every run very underleveled, even for a speedrun setting. I think that's been the story of this tournament so far is Chai might play very conservatively, especially like always making item plays. Like he's always going to use his resources first and foremost, and always hope on a refresh, which he actually got a lot of the time. Whereas, and so sadly, because he uses so much items and not necessarily spell balls all the time, so he doesn't get kills. He doesn't get to level up much. Whereas DreamyVision will always fight and try to not use any resources. But yeah, that's the story of the tournament. 2 wins for Dreamy, 1 for Chai. Definitely Chai in a great position now. Oh, and we have 2 elevators in that room.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
One of the quirkier things the tower might do, theoretically.
Yes. There is a possibility for 3. I've already seen that. But potentially there could be 4. That's what programmer theorized. I'm pretty sure actually he knows that it could be a thing. But realistically, I think it was like 1 in some million amount of whatever % chance of happening. That's really, really, really low. But even then, even if there was a floor with 4 elevators, would you see all 4 of them? Maybe you would just see the first one and use it, right?
Yeah, that's probably what you would do. Unless, say, you saw something spin in, or were exploring the whole floor for whatever reason.
Exactly. So the chance we ever see a 4 elevator floor needs to, A, it needs to happen, and then B, we need to actually see all 4 of them to realize that was that all along, right?
Right. We could have had 4 elevator floors vanish through the night. In fact, when you stop and think about it, given, well, this game was never like super popular, certainly enough people have played it that they've probably genned in some millions of floors.
Yeah, that's just really crazy. Like, that's a meme in the community. How everyone we know has actually played. Everyone we know have not played this game. Like, we were always the only people in our vicinity that actually loved this game. I remember showing that game to all my friends when I was young, and they were all like, no, that doesn't seem cool. I was like, why? Like, it's so good. I don't get it, right? And, oh, yep, Viper drops an egg here. We get another egg on Chai's side.
You were talking about that earlier.
Yes.
Dreamy wandering around, very low on HP.
And the meme is, oh, that's a block egg. That's not bad at all. You would want to put that at Puny.
Powerful defenses. The question is, does he feel confident enough to take the time for it?
Oh, yeah. But the thing is, when anybody comes into the Discord, the joke is the first thing they always say is, wow, there's a community for this game. I never knew anyone that played this game besides me. And, you know, we're getting very close to 500 members. We're 496, I think. So, like, hearing that 400 plus time is just so funny every time. And not laughing at the people coming in. I was exactly the same when I was young. But it's become some kind of a meme because somebody gets in and we're just like, they're gonna say it, they're gonna say it. And then the first sentence is that. We're like, exactly what I thought. And now, like you said, this game has gotta have been not necessarily popular, but to some extent, kind of yes, because this game is growing so fast. It's crazy.
You know, I would call it an elder cult classic. A cult classic which has slept at the bottom of the sea for an unknowable amount of time until finally it awakens in all of its strange horror.
A Cthulhu classic. I like that.
Yes!
That was the first thing I said in Discord. Yep, Booga, probably. We all did. It's a strong meme.
It's a meme full of love.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's not about laughing at people, it's laughing with people. Like, it's just, we all went through there at some point, and I think Shawnee had his brother that played a little bit. But that's pretty much it. Like, everybody was just alone playing, and I wanted to share so much of love about this game. Like, even online, if you talked earlier about the early days of GameFAQs and stuff like that, there were so little guides or even explanation of how to do things, and most of them had so much of a big mistakes in them. I had to make my own. Like, I still have to this day my notebook of when I was probably like 14 or something, with all me and writing the monster's HP and stuff like that. Like, you know what we do with pens and paper, the things we don't do now that we have programmer. But you know, at that time, way back when I was young, with the dinosaurs and stuff, you know.
Right.
But yeah, Chai is still just making sure that his advance goes forward, that he just like keeps on trucking. He doesn't need to move fast right now, yet he doesn't know that, but right now his position is just really good.
He hasn't hit too many hiccups.
Yes, exactly.
Or issues. As Trevor points out in chat, that there is pretty much one supreme code monkey for Azure Dreams, and it's programmer, and we're very grateful for him for developing the de-randomizing randomizer, which we initially didn't think was a possible thing.
Yes, exactly. And we're so grateful, but I mean, it's still yet an understatement. Like, this guy's given so much of his time and energy to just create another experience for a game so crazy as this one. And maybe I'm misquoting him, but I think he didn't get to play a lot of the PSX version. I think he was more of a GBC player, Game Boy Color version of the games. And he just went into the game and tackled every little quirks and stuff like that. And he just learned how to do that by himself. That's just too crazy. And I'll never say thank you enough, programmer. You're a wonderful person.
Yeah. It's worth noting, of course, that he has actually developed a de-randomized randomizer for the Game Boy Color version, which I think is really going to change how that little sub-community works. I'm really looking forward to it.
Definitely. I think the runners are really excited about all that, but I think there needs to be just a little bit more race going on in that community. And once it starts, I know, like, they are passionate. Once it starts, and they start to win or lose against X or Y other runner, that's going to become legend. I can't wait to see more GBC Azure Dreams.
Yeah, I would love to see if they think they can do a tournament, because it's a game I really don't know a whole lot about, but still have that particular attachment to. I remember playing it on Christmas Eve one night, because number one, I would generally get to open one present at Christmas because I just have a terrible time at family gatherings and spend most of them sitting outside in the cold. And that's really pathetic to say. Wow.
I'm crying just a little bit.
It's one of those fond memories I have of being out there and being that odd little game, this spin-off of something familiar. And thinking of that with a little bit of confusion and a little bit of excitement, and I think that is a thing I would like to see spread a little bit more. I would like to see more from that game, and maybe I should really start looking into when they do, for example, I think they're doing randomizer races more often now, and that's pretty exciting.
They're doing weeklies, which is really interesting as well. That's a different way to tackle this. They don't face off against each other directly. They each play on their side and submit their best time, which is really fun because everyone gets to play every week. But yeah, I can't wait to see more of that community. They definitely are on the verge of becoming something much bigger, and I can't wait to see that in action.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple of things Chai is doing to maximize on inventory space. Number one, feeding medicinal herb Cocoon, since he has max HP already. It ups his max HP by 1. And we also see him sending that cyclone home. Or not home, I suppose, because it's never been to his home, but letting him go.
These two coins in Chai face will, like, you cannot see two items close to one another and not feel like one of these has got to be a Medivh, right?
Absolutely a Medivh. We could see it on actually his screen.
Oh yeah.
On the minimap, we could see that one of the blue dots was still there, and one of them was not.
Yeah, Medivhs are definitely scary in and of themselves, but when they hide as items, you just don't want to, like, just take a chance on them. That's going to be really, really scary. But, I mean, yep. Does he get...
He might have to go through into that room.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
He might just have to deal with that being a Medivh, and that's too bad for him.
I think you're not wrong here. Like, these doors are gonna start to be scary real fast, and Chai is trucking along, like, again, consistency is definitely the name of the game on his side of the screen. Oof. Oh, is he going for, yeah, AI 1. Oh, or just a little bit of? Aha, okay, I think it's enough, right?
Yeah, I think
Chai
so.
has a good knowledge of, like, the, okay, 59 damage. I forgot he's got Scarlet Born. He's got a really good knowledge of, like, numbers and stuff. Like, he's got to make, like, a damage calculator, and he messed around a lot with it, so his knowledge of, like, how much damage he should do at X or Y level is definitely something he's got under his belt, but he also have the tool at his disposition if he ever needs it, like, if he's not sure, right?
Right, that is certainly an advantage, and it helps kind of explain his particular playstyle and how this sort of slow and steady works for him in particular. It's not something that necessarily would work for every runner, and we can see situations where it hasn't served him as well as it does other times. On the other hand, he is undefeated in terms of matches, so that is a sign that certainly does work sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. Wow, a beautiful item room, and on these floors, so high to tower, that is so refreshing. Is he just going away?
He might nothing. He's good.
So nothing was
an inventory full of things.
True.
I mean, I would still look personally just to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something that is a power move there.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Floor 29. He's gonna get onto those killers really soon. He's gonna get to see Beldo in 2 floors as well. That's definitely, like, after Beldo, when you see his projected image, that's the final stretch. Every monster after that is just not something you can mess with. Maybe Tyrants if you have a water cuny, but other than that, just forget it. You need to use a resource or run away from every encounter past that. He is a much higher level than we've ever seen him have on any set of floor on any of the matches so far. I don't think he's ever got better than, like, 14 or 13 level. He's on 18 right now, which just makes me a lot more confident or comfortable seeing him. And there's an egg right off the bat.
Yeah, that is certainly a neat thing. As Stonfarger points out, this might also be a correction due to the way previous runs have gone for him.
I have to agree.
Go bigger. He feeds that egg to Kuhn. That I think I would probably feed one of the other eggs to Kuhn instead.
He doesn't take the restore scroll?
He doesn't take the restore scroll.
Oh my, Poulet sans tête might have found a friend, somebody that just ditches a restore scroll? But you're right, that's definitely the face.
Familiar bell. In place of the restore scroll. The familiar bell ultimately solves the same problem as a restore scroll, but the restore scroll solves one more problem.
Yes. That being said, I mean, I love to see that he is adjusting, and I think people in chat also believe that, and I think you've said that as well. We all said, like, he needs to stop looking for better inventory when he knows his inventory is good, and he's done just that. Yeah, he's passed on some items. I was like, oh my god, that's so, like, he's really not gonna take that. But honestly, I still think that's the play here. You've got all you need, let's go run. And that might pay off a lot right now, obviously.
So, how is he going to deal with this? Now, I think Tumna Fruit could in many ways be better served by using it on Kuhn for invulnerability's sake. But certainly, it could be used for a boomerang effect on one of these hallways here.
Yes.
And that's pretty valuable.
You're probably the only runner that used that this tournament that I can remember.
Maybe. I feel like maybe I've seen it somewhere else. But we see, for example, that now he's got that killer working towards the current.
Yep.
Right? He just has to get there. He's very close.
Wow, let's go. Passing a turn there was very important. He didn't get hit, not even once, just because he passed a turn. So sometimes, yeah, losing time is actually winning time. That room is scary because every time you see Beldo, the monster loading is done yet, but the game will still let you run, so you need to not hold the dash button. Luckily, nothing spawns in. He's fine. Gonna pick up that truth glasses, get one of the other ball, I assume, get identified. Oh yeah,
yeah,
sleep.
I would think so.
I mean,
that's some good usages on those. Sleep can be a little temperamental, but he's almost out of napless range. And those are maybe the situations where sleep is at its worst.
Yes, you're absolutely right. You really don't want to put them to sleep because they're gonna wake up and hit you anyway on the same turn, so you're not even winning anything.
Dreamy does it's more or less guaranteed to see a fifth match here. Oh, another item row.
Yeah, what Dreamy really needed during that specific match was, like, he's playing well, he's playing fast, he's playing efficiently, he's got good gear and everything. But for him to really got a chance, he needed that, and for Chai to just die early. That re-entry has hurt him a lot.
Or die middle. You know, at something like, at some point, he needed Chai to not catch a break, and that has just not been what's happened here.
Yeah, if someone has to re-entry and the other one doesn't, that's always gonna end up making such a huge difference. Chai was just a little bit more safe, I assume. But
yeah,
this time it did pay
out.
out.
Some better luck. He
You're not
didn't
wrong.
hit any of those warp traps, for example.
Yeah, exactly. That does count for a lot. You did say you wanted to see a run, a run where Chai actually gets his playstyle some shining moments, and I think that's definitely the match for it. Like, he took his time, he got out of those really bad floors, and some of the floors were actually more generous in terms of inventory, and now it's paying dividend.
Yep. Smartly putting Kuhn back in the bag and taking him back out so that Kuhn doesn't have to navigate that room's wonky terrain.
Yes.
Yeah, I think certainly he goes and checks that loop just in case it's an exit loop. That is certainly what he wants to see most here. Ooh, this is a spooky room.
Yeah, you're really happy that the golem is sleeping. Oh no. Please. Oh, lucky him. That felt like a glacier moment. That felt like a very good curling moment.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty good... Would have gotten a good score on that glacier. Oh, another egg. Don't give it to Cune. Use it as a bomb at the very least. You saw the elevator.
Naplus. Yep, Naplus is nice.
Yeah.
You can probably get a kill just with the flame sword. Yep.
We saw the elevator only turn in on this one. I wonder if Chai did as well. I don't think so. He's gone the other way. And that could end up not going as well for him. Luckily, really don't like fire. Oh, there's the elevator, so I guess it's fine.
Everything's fine. That dragon could have been a problem, but as long as it gets the elevator before, that's fine. Oh, another lucky one! Let's go!
I would like to see another full clear.
Do we? I really love this.
Great way to bring in match 5.
Oh my, that's gonna be a lot of fun. I really like this song as well, like 35 and up. The 30 to 35 song is so hype and so energetic and so fear-inducing, I think is the right word here. This one is so zen, and I always felt it felt out of place the first time I heard it. But then I actually realized, like, this is so much of a... Okay, you probably have what's required to clear at that point, which is not true during the speedrun, but when you play casually, when you reach this part, you're probably fine. And it's so weird. But I still love it so much, yeah.
Yeah, I have to admit it is a...
Let's go. You will lose the block egg, though. Yep, the block...
That's fine. That's fine. Blocks probably aren't the best egg bomb. Good fusion, but not the best egg bomb.
You're not wrong.
Now, one thing... What I always think about is that this song particularly kind of makes me think about, like, the concept of tension, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Not like high stakes tension. That's more the 30 to 35, but rather the idea of people sitting around a table and there's a bomb under the table and you know it and they don't.
Oh, I like that.
That suspense maybe is a better word than tension.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. Oh, that's a very bad slow trap, though. If that fireball doesn't have charges, that's fine, but... Oh yeah, pillar will be fine. Alright. Still scary. That lasts for a long time. Like, it's like 18 turns or something that you're slowed. So, monster will catch up to you really, really fast. Yep. Mild to counteract the slow, he's fine.
That is the way to do this.
Oh yeah. That's probably the best reason why you keep the Mile Seed in your inventory. Like, it can be used for some good situation solving, but just countering a slow is so huge.
Yeah, it's interesting that... Okay, yeah, he's not going to fight that. He's going to just leave it out.
Au revoir, Mr. Maximum. We don't want to get anything to have to say to you. Crossroad is always a safe point if you know how to manipulate enemies' AI. That's definitely a good place to be.
He's going into that room he's already explored. But I guess he doesn't want to run into that dragon too soon.
Yeah, it's the second time he's actually done that and feels a little bit weird. Maybe he just doesn't look at his minimap and he actually realized mid-transition that he is actually getting to a room he already explored. I don't know. But...
White sand, with his inventory being mostly made up of items, that's probably got to feel pretty good.
Oh, but wow, Dreamy is in
a bad position.
Oh, absolutely.
38. Chai generally likes to keep Cune in the game. We saw earlier in this match that Chai could get to a medium-high floor and then lose Cune and just immediately nopes out.
Yeah, absolutely, we saw that. But what I like to see is, so far, as soon as Chai reaches 35 and up, he generally clears. These are not easy floors at all. If you've ever been to that type of floor, everything is a problem. But I think his playstyle, that is super conservative and taking time, is exactly where it shines the most. Like, these enemies, you cannot try to cheese. You gotta kill them or use an item on them in one shot. There's not gonna be a tomorrow, right?
No!
Oh, that's scary.
Oh, double no!
Double nope. Yeah, let's hope that, that glacier doesn't have... Oh, yeah. Curling time.
Curling time.
Yeah, getting confused in front of a glacier is really scary. Let's be serious here. Yep, using a spell ball, that won't miss. Like, it's not affected by being confused. But it might actually,
Not last. It might not last long enough.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, you need to pick up CUNY. At least he cannot do anything while he's in your hands. Oh my, oh my. Yeah, that feels like a misclick, crap.
Dangerous misclick.
Yeah, that's a costly one, I think. Oh my, yep. And then CUNY is just spending its whole MP set, and that's not a lot of MP, but my. He's on 38, so he's really...
He's really close.
Yep. DreamyVision is down, but obviously, at this point, this is just a question of does Chai clear or not.
Yeah. We could let him keep going to clear, though admittedly, with a race quite this long, that sometimes seems a dodgy thing. We'll see. Clear is always so hyped that it's hard to say no to.
Yeah, on 38, honestly, if he is going to win or lose, that's not going to take a lot of time either way, so... I think we just let him go. Like, it's not going to last long, either a win or a lose. Where is that elevator, though? It's not... Yeah.
Yeah, this is not a set of floors you want to take a long time finding the elevator on.
No, but following the maximum paid off. And we have 5 seconds, so I don't think he can actually clear, but we have the full hour now. We saw the elevator, though.
A final item room that he's mostly going to ignore.
Didn't he see the elevator on the spin? Oh.
Maybe.
Maybe he didn't.
Maybe he didn't.
He's getting into the right direction, though. It's one higher, I think? I think it's there.
Think so. At this point, don't bother with the ice rock ball. Just keep moving, Chai.
So it should be... Where is it, though? He turned the camera a little bit. Now I'm confused.
It shouldn't be too far, I don't think.
Well, I think he's getting farther now. Might be wrong. He doesn't have anything to actually scout the floor.
Yeah, that is certainly the problem at this point.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's in this room either. So
yeah, so he's getting farther.
I think he must have turned away from it at some point.
It was 39 before the full hour.
That Palumpa. Brave. A brave soldier.
Absolutely. We're gonna let him actually try to clear. It should be on the right ear, or on the right onto the next room. Yeah, I think it's just there. Yeah, there it is. And we have a 40 clear.
We have a 40 clear, and we have a 5th race.
My!
Down to the wire.
Can you believe it? Like, that's the final you always dream for, right? Just
right.
Everything going, like, perfectly. They both had 2 great matches. My god, like, I just want to see more. And Chai, his 2 victories are 2 clear.
Yeah, that is really something. And I think that says something about the approach Chai has to the game. How it is fairly reliable. It's either not going to be fast enough or he's going to clear. There is no middle ground.
Exactly. But DreamyVision is... Yeah, exactly. DreamyVision is always making sure that he puts a lot of pressure, but Chai is either clearing or, like, having rough time in the mid-20s. What will the final tower, like, have for them? Because I think Chai is really comfortable when he gets a crazy good inventory. But when he doesn't, I think Dreamy's got the advantage there.
For it. And we will see if the two of them have the strength, the sheer stamina to keep going.
Oh yeah, absolutely. At this point, you're probably on your last strength. Like it's got to be 4 hours of like that tense of a match or a challenge against somebody else. This is just a lot of pressure. Like it's not just like playing a game for 4 hours. It's knowing that every match could be your last. Like there's a lot on the line. I mean, obviously it's just a title and it's just like some bragging rights, but when you've invested that much time and energy into a tournament and seen how you've improved, it's more than bragging rights. Like you just gotta win this, right?
Yeah. Humans are people designed to want to brag.
Oh, absolutely. 52,
We are
89.
social animals, and as social animals, we feel attached to the idea of being esteemed. And so, in that spirit, I would like to give a round of applause and esteem to all of the runners who participated in this tournament, and especially to Dreamy and Chai for giving us a fantastic finals that we are going to see one final match. Okay, 289.
That was my round of applause. But no, these guys are just great. But everybody in the tournament was really impressive. I just didn't know what to expect from a tournament that would actually put the spotlight on all the newer runners or some of them that actually never reached the what we call the veteran status now. And I'm so impressed. Like this absolutely looks like a final from the veterans. We might have still something to say about it. Like obviously next tournament, the veterans are back, and this time like we're gonna have our pride to defend. But
it's going to be a much harder and richer field, really.
Yes, in a sense, you're absolutely right. But my point is, these guys have practiced so much, and we haven't had actually the chance to practice much lately because, and I mean, in a real like tournament settings, and they have. That might actually play a big role, but that's a story for another day, right?
Yeah, that is something to look forward to.
And I have both the Germans restreamers right now that are telling me that I cursed the seeds and made it a 5 match in a row. In Germany, it's kind of late right now, so I think they really hate me.
Yeah, a round of applause.
Oh, absolutely.
Our German restreamers. Come to that round of applause to us. Let's enjoy the moment to bask in the vanity. Me. Finally, my entire lifetime of rambling endlessly about things that capture my interest is paying off.
Oh,
this is the test that I have been leading up to, I'm sure.
Absolutely. But yeah, a big thank you for the German restreamers. Definitely, this is not easy on their end. I don't know what time it is, but it's probably around about like 4 in the morning. Wow, let's go. Let's go, guys. It's crazy. Thank you very much for that. 3:34, oh my. Yeah, yep, that's it.
It'll be about 4:30 by the time we're done.
But that just goes to show how dedicated these guys are, and I'm really appreciative that they put so much effort for doing the restreaming and bring the finals to more people. That's so cool.
Yeah, it really is. We were sort of discussing before the stream started just how neat it is that this game has a community that lets us do restreams in multiple languages like that. I think that's something that maybe a lot of games of this size might not entirely have the capacity for. We certainly do. We certainly have the German restreams, and we usually, though not this time, even have French free streams, and that's neat. And also, thank you, SpeedGaming.
Oh, absolutely. SpeedGaming has been great to making sure that we have like all the resources and taking care of the behind the scenes. We are really grateful. Like, it's always me and Demi rambling for 5 hours, but this is all thanks to some other wonderful people behind the scene making sure that this happens. I am absolutely sure that if it was only me and Lady Deme, after half an hour of match, you in chat, your house would be on fire. I don't know how, but I'm sure we could do it. Like, I don't know about you, Deme, but if I'm taking care of the behind the scene, that's gonna explode.
Yeah, that's always a rough thing. I am not a technically minded person, and so having a support structure that makes this very easy also makes it very fun.
Absolutely. I'm receiving memes of a sloth yawning from the German streamer. Again, so sorry, I love you. These guys are just too good. So obviously, it's gonna have to end up in 5 match.
Yep. And we will see. Will the fatigue start to show, or will they bring us a spectacular final match, or will the tower have its own opinion about what the final match will look like? It always does.
It kind of always does. Like, isn't the tower the only winner always?
Shut up last time.
All right, and they are gone for a final time tonight, or today, or whatever time it is in your region. These guys are duking it out. These 4 matches was just to send a message. It was to set up the story. It was to make sure that everything was hype for this final moment. Czaj versus DreamyVision. It starts from scratch. This is the final match, and I want to see it happen. Let's go.
They are, of course, time for names. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes Czaj's decision. I think when you view it through the dynamics of, by the way, Kuhn is going to betray you, but ultimately turn back at the last minute possible. This all kind of works out in like a referential way.
Oh, absolutely. Oh. I think that's the best reference ever.
Dark Souls games.
Oh yeah, it's not the Dark Souls of Azure Dreams. This is the opposite. Like, the Dark Souls are the Azure Dreams of the action RPGs, right?
Yep.
It's hard for in such a different manner, but yeah, I think like you can get good at Dark Souls, or you can learn Dark Souls. You cannot really learn Azure Dreams. You're still going to be at the mercy of just the game.
I would say maybe learning Azure Dreams means a different thing than learning other games.
Yeah, true. But my point is, like, the tower can always say no. And that while that's true with some of the bosses in Dark Souls, I still feel like this game will always hold your fate in its claws, and it'll decide if you actually have a shot at 440.
Yeah, and some of that is just genre difference, you know? Like, in action RPGs, the bosses are made to be beat. In a roguelike, maybe not everything's made to be beaten.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Sometimes you need to know out of a situation, and you need to know when that's a thing. Right.
If that's an option, sometimes you're just going to die and there's nothing you can do about it.
Absolutely.
And that is part of the experience. It's part of what makes this particular genre is one I'm actually fond of. I basically like everything Azure Dreams brings to the table in one package.
Mm-hmm.
I like roguelikes, I like dating sims, I like town builders, I like monster raisers.
Aha. Yeah, I can see that. I love all these type as well. And even though I said earlier I'm not the biggest fans of dating sims, I love that dating sims. So yeah, absolutely. And all the other styles I really am a big fan of, actually. Monster Raisers and Town Builders are definitely my jam. And roguelike RPGs, especially turn-based, yep, right in my alley. I want to say a big thank you to GrindX with the subscribe with Prime, and to the Speed Gaming channel. We thank you very much for your generosity, and yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, one thing that I would... That's actually a pretty good shield to start with. It'll be interesting to see when they decide to try that on.
Yeah, decision making is so important in this game, especially some of the information is veiled to you, like if it's cursed or not. So it's all about risk, and I like... Oh, leather shield, though. Is he really not picking up leather? Do you already have one? Can I miss that?
Nope. He has the small shield only at this point, and the one shield that you start with. That other shield doesn't have a whole lot of defense, and so in the short run, it's not really much to comment on. But one thing it does have, and only it has, is an increased dodge chance.
Yes.
That makes it very nice. When your ability to actually take hits has failed you,
yes,
its ability to not have you take hits can help you a great deal.
Yeah, a diamond shield would prevent 7 damage from 7 damage you would take from an enemy. When the enemies start hitting for 80, 12% chance to dodge is just better. As the one time it'll happen, it'll prevent 80 damage, and even if it takes 10 hits to happen, it's still as much damage prevented, or even a little bit more, than a diamond shield 10 rounds in a row. But taking from 80 to 73 because diamond shield protected you is nothing. You're still gonna die. That's not gonna help at all.
In a casual playthrough, it's also worth noting that the leather shield does not rust.
Yeah.
And so you can also have a shield with a dodge chance that also has tons of defense because you have built that up.
Yeah, and we human always think in terms of percentage more than in terms of raw defense. Plus 199 diamond shield is going to give you 108, whereas a plus 99 leather shield is going to give you 100. Like, the difference between 100 and 108? Not that much, really.
Nope. So that is definitely a thing to note. Of course, the procedurally generated roguelike nature of this does mean that you might not always be able to count on finding that. Oh, it's capped at 99 regardless.
So I don't even have an argument for Diamond Shield then.
Well, it takes you less time to get there. That's about it.
Right, not wrong.
And given the roguelike nature, you might get started on one and be pretty much so far along that you don't have to worry, but if you're sleeping on Leather Shield because it doesn't have a high defense, take another look. It is another option that if you can find it, you can be happy, and isn't that a good thing?
Exactly, you're very right. For the longest of time, there was this, I think it's actually in the Japanese booklet that it tells you it increases dodge, but like, it's just inted, there's no real numbers, and for the longest of time, I thought it was some kind of, again, one of those courtyards rumor, right? And when I actually realized that it was true, and I think it's programmer that just confirmed that to me, I was like, really? Oh, okay, now, well, that's actually really, really good. And a lot of runners started implementing that and adding that to their arsenal, and it's exactly as you said, Deme. It's not necessarily about what's the best weapon or the best shield or the best items. Sometimes it's just about, if I don't get the best, what can I do with the second best and the third best? And can I do something with the worst? And the better, the more usage can get from every tool makes it so every run is going to be better, right?
Right. It is how you deal with different hands that really makes the difference.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody can win poker with, well, not everybody, but like, pocket aces is always good, but can you win with like offsuit 2 and 7? That's going to be rough, but if you can, just better, more power to you.
Yep. That said, DreamyVision put on that money wand and got punished for it. It is cursed, and it's one of the worst ones.
You're right. We didn't get a lot of curses tonight. or anyway, not any bad curses. I think that's the first really bad one. And we get a rust trap as well. That steel shield is a little bit less good now.
Yep. Czaj still has not put it on though, so that is at least preserved somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll be interesting to see if he can find if they can find another wand before Czaj ends up putting on that cursed money wand, and if so, what happens as a result?
Exactly. I like how Gene Freaks talk about his favorite shields, and that it changes depending if it's bookless or any percent. I wouldn't not necessarily put ice first, but I definitely think ice in any percent is wildly underrated. Of the three, elemental shield is definitely the best. For the same reason, CUNY is sometimes a little more comfortable as a water pet than a fire one. Obviously, it still means that those wind monsters are going to hit you extra hard, but if you've got fireball charges and stuff like that, you can manage without taking that hit.
Yeah, most things that concern you out of wind monsters hold to a fireball like a wet paper towel.
Absolutely. I like this analogy. Wet paper towel. Zack being eaten by Czaj to increase Ko's attack power. In casual, you would want to use these permanent increases on your pets, because one Ko leave the tower, that upgrades is permanently erased. Ko always get resetted exactly as a level 1 character without any tampering or any changes at all. But obviously they are aiming to never leave the tower. That doesn't mean that that won't happen. But they are aiming to just go into one time, especially against such a strong opponent as they both have, right?
Right. It's a possibility, but they'd rather not bank on it. So I think that's a reasonable decision to make.
Absolutely, and we have good ideas for favorite shield as well in chat. Shawnee says its best shield is not getting hit. Isaiah, I would agree with you. And X4F says is throwing a Palumpa. Again, really agree. Like throwing a Palumpa, using the Palumpa rank strat to turn enemies around and not having to face them is also really good. So, yep, you guys are both right as well.
It's a hard thing to make work, though.
Sorry, what?
It's a hard thing to make work, though, if only because there are so few floors where you can find them.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. When they are there, it's really great, but you cannot bank on having them all around all the time. Floor 6 is one floor where I think it's the first floor where nothing can be picked up, and that is scary, and I don't like that.
Yeah, that's pleasant. Now that I've never thought about it that way, even though I know individually you can't pick up balloons, or Manaweavas because they're too floaty, gooey, or just heavy.
Yep, absolutely.
Which, looking at, there aren't actually that many monsters that I immediately think of as being too heavy to lift, even though that's the default. Most of the monsters you see more commonly that you can't lift are too weird or too floaty.
Yeah, and some monsters you feel you should be able to pick up, like snowmans, and some you feel like you couldn't, but you actually can, like stealth. Stealth looks super heavy. And we have a paralysis trap on the DreamyVision side, but it's nothing wrong happening.
And he immediately smacks Cune in the face. That's sad. Poor Cune.
Poor little cutie. But it'll be fine.
Huh. Weird that he is filling up on all of these things for Cune now. Is he thinking about leaving the tower?
Maybe. Maybe he's just increasing stats.
This feels a bit too big an investment. Yeah, he's leaving. He does not like the inventory he has in store. He is going to risk it at 12 minutes in. That's not a big invest. That's not too big a time investment, but that is a little surprising.
Yeah, it is. But I already talked with Dreamy about that kind of situation. It just never really happened yet. Dreamy said to me that if ever once ever, he would reach floor 6 with having absolutely nothing relevant in his inventory. He would leave if he had Wind Crystal, but that never actually happened. He always had either no Wind Crystal and nothing good, or at least something good when he found the Wind Crystal. But this time, he's not wrong. Like, nothing was really rolling his way. Now, that's a big gamble. He knows Czaj has not done that, or there is a very slim chance he did. So he is banking on that second tower wielding more of a good inventory than the first one is. And he's ready to trade a lot of time, like 13 minutes, no joke, on banking on that actual gamble. But will that pay? That might be the play of the game.
Yeah, that could be a big difference. As Wurga points out, that does get rid of that first, and it does open him up to a whole brand new set of items that might give him an easier climb.
People point in chat that he removes a curse as well, which is absolutely true. And curses affect players differently. But DreamyVision is the type of player that will try a hit on an enemy when if he miss, he will die in exchange, like when he's really low on health. And that is especially scary because being cursed also lowers your accuracy. So obviously it means that to some extent, these like gamble hits that he does once in a while are just going to be that much scarier. And I think that was kind of clever, obviously, but that still was surprising. But I can absolutely see why he did that.
Yeah, that is something I spent a while thinking about in practice, actually before the tournament started, and it kind of ended up working out pretty alright for me. And at least the time I particularly remember doing it only because I'm on floor 6. I didn't find anything good. As Revan points out, Dreamy does have Kuhn not directly behind him, and that's a much riskier position style because you can step on more traps, and warp traps in particular.
Yeah, considering how many traps DreamyVision has had this evening, there's definitely no way.
There's an example right there.
There's absolutely no excusing that he doesn't put CUNY behind him, and he knows about that because he changes it from time to time. But like 90% of the time, he leaves it as is, and there's never a time that it actually saved him time not to change it. He always hit more trap than any other player. So yeah, that's kind of scary in and of itself. I can absolutely understand every other plays he does differently than I do. Like, I love seeing different playstyle. But I think that's the only inexcusable thing he does. Like, it's just, Dreamy, put your CUNY behind yourself, please.
Right, it's 1 second of work for a lot of benefit.
But I mean, so far, EA is facing off the other best player in the tournament and is neck to neck with him. But so can we really, like, chastise him for anything here? But yeah, I think that's one improvement he could make that would make actually a huge difference.
Yeah, it would probably make his playstyle. Nope. I thought he was gonna, but he didn't. When you're switching him back to AI3, Dreamy, consider putting him behind you. He doesn't hear me.
Doesn't he now? Maybe you should scream louder.
Don't go in the house!
Doesn't that work?
Yeah, that never seems to work for the characters when I have characters on TV shows either.
And Chai's cosplaying as a frog yet again. What's with Chai and frog traps and Dreamy with water traps? I don't know. Like, they're collecting different type of traps.
Yeah, apparently they have different trap styles as well as different play styles.
Trap style. I think I'm going to talk about that in the interview if I can. If I do remember. What's your favorite trap style? Wait, what?
Right.
Actually, no, they'll both exactly know what to answer to that.
Right. You know that it's not really so much. You don't choose your trap style. Your trap style chooses you.
Yeah, I think it's more like that. It's when I play an RPG and I get so strong in a game that, you know, some of the final bosses are just not really hard in a game. And at some point, just enter the room, I'm like, you're not my final boss, I'm your final boss.
Yes, I suppose you could call that the megalomania theory of video game bosses.
I like that. Yeah, some games just never made to be like a very, very tough challenge or let you over-level a little bit too much. I still always like to grind in games, but Azure Dream was really different. Like there was no bosses except the final one, and the final boss is just his own thing. There's no real fight.
Yeah, the Game Boy version is, I think, different in that regard. Certainly, it has a lot more going on in its towers and multiple dungeons than the PlayStation version does. I have a soft spot for the PlayStation version for reasons we've discussed, but I certainly think that is a game with a lot of room for challenge.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What I like is that, as far as I know, in the GBC community, they do have a lot of cheese for the bosses, so they're not that rough unless like something bad happens, I assume. I haven't watched the run in a while, but I checked them when they actually chat about the strats, and they seem to have very decent strat to actually deal with these bosses, even if they are on their level. So that's really cool as well. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, I think that is maybe something that the PlayStation version doesn't have a whole lot of.
Yeah. I mean, every encounter in this game is a boss battle, so don't get me wrong. Like, you always need to treat every enemy as if it was the last. And sadly, it never is. But, the real boss fight, yeah.
That's another nice little rare seed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this seed has been really, like, interesting in terms of items and everything. So far, I don't think I've seen anything that makes, like... Well, Dreamy did get the Scarlet one, so that's actually kind of big. But other than that, I don't think that we've seen anything crazy that would make one side better than the other, because you guys gotta remember, this is not the same tower on each side. The game is seeded, but Dreamy having gone out and back in once make it so he's on the second iteration of the tower, which is not true for Chai, so... That could be huge in terms of like climbing.
Oh, that's nice.
No, that is really nice.
The towers are the same, but there are multiple of them in a way.
Yes.
Might be a way to look at a seated tower race like this. There are like, I think it was 32 stored tower seats, something like that.
32 or 42, I'd never remember, but yeah, it's like a line of 42 towers in a row, and when you're done with one, you just get to the second one in their line. So they both can experience the same line of tower, but at their own pace.
Chai having so many medicinal herbs, he feels comfortable being able to pick up that big pita. That is very nice.
Yeah, you're absolutely wrong, Septic. You're absolutely right, Septic Tank. Sorry about that. The Scarlet one is much better right now. I mean, in the long run. But the Blizzard part is actually really decent exactly now, where he is. Fire floors, swords are really strong early. But, I mean, yeah, in the long run, the ones are always better, especially if they have the right element as well. That's kind of really important.
Yeah, that is the thing. I think at the moment he doesn't have Water Cube, so he's not putting on that Blizzard sword just yet.
Yeah.
So that is a lot of blooms.
Hey, he's got a fire sword right now, doesn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, that's still very good as well. Like, he's still at the point where that 5 damage is making a difference, so... Like, that might not be as great as Scarlet one, but that's probably the point where it's roughly the same. But yeah, this Scarlet one is going to get much stronger really fast.
Yeah. And this is, of course, an area that's relatively gentle on a person.
Mm-hmm.
DreamyVision getting the elevator out of that situation. I think it counts as both. But that being said, the negative is larger than the positive.
Yeah,
the penalty is larger than the bonus.
Yeah, it should do, like, you get a bonus and a malice, depending on what element of the enemy you're attacking. But if you fight a fire monster, you should get a bonus from the Blizzard Sword, and a neutral bonus from the one as well, from the Mixed Magic as well. But yeah, it's generally a smaller malice and a bigger bonus. But yeah, you generally want to make sure you match these instead, if you can.
Ooh, egg.
Nice, nice. Egg
That
up
could
for
be
8.
nice. I think he might have a truth glass that would make that worth investigating, though. I think under the circumstances, with this degree of pressure, probably not worth hatching unless it's something very special.
That yeah, I agree. I saw him pick up a glasses really just a little bit earlier on, but he picked it up really quickly. Didn't get to see the text box, so don't know. Like, you don't need to scout items, glasses on the ground because they're. Would let the text box go, so I at least see what I got. But he did it really fast. Maybe he did see, but I couldn't.
I didn't quite see it either. I felt like it was truth glasses, but if you ask me, do I really remember if it was? I do not.
Ah, that'd be great if it'd be truth, but I would have used them right away to know what that egg is. But I might be a more egg enthusiast type of player.
Yeah, eggs are always a little bit exciting. It's just one of those things that sort of hardwires into you. Also, this is an annoying place to deal with the bow troll.
Yes, absolutely.
Specifically while reversed. Because the reversal trap does nothing to change the situation, it only changes your ability to view the situation.
Yep, if you were going to the east pressing right, once you get reversed, the east will gonna seem to be on the western side, but you still only need to hold right to go there, so you don't even need to change what you were doing. But your perspective is all messed up, so.
Hey, he put Q behind him!
Woo-hoo! Victory! So, that's a good thing. And we hope we'll get much less trapped that way, but you're never really safe about that.
Right. Interesting that the bow troll doesn't go for Kyun even when you can theoretically see him. You are just a higher aggro target, I think.
Bow troll cannot range attack your pets.
Except indirectly. If you dodge, the crossbow bolt keeps going, which is one of those absolutely wild things.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, the crossbow troll will always only fight your pet once they get in melee with them. And if they have the choice of you and your pet, they will always choose you. The game is really hard-coded. They want code. The only way they won't is if they have your pet in melee and not you.
Yep. Well, that being said, I do sometimes like to let my monster take a hit, and that does benefit for some monsters. Monsters, bow trolls are just incredibly obnoxious.
Oh yeah.
Using his knowledge of how the AI works to avoid both of those monsters simultaneously on Chai's side. Just another wooden wand, which is
that's kind of sad.
Not worth bothering with if you haven't already, pretty much.
I mean, he's probably very comfortable with the fire sword and maybe changing to the blizzard sword when he gets water strat. And he probably thinks, and rightly so, that DreamyVision is in the same tower and they add access to the same thing, right?
Oh, leather shield plus 2, that's nice. And there's the curve. He was just looking for something to use that decurse scroll on. But DreamyVision is closing that gap very quickly. This could actually be a situation where this helped him out.
Yeah, the problem we need to talk about is definitely the fact that that curse status is not gone. He has decursed the weapon, or the one in that case, and so he can remove it, but he is not uncursed himself. And so the lowered accuracy is still going.
That's unfortunate.
Oh yeah.
That's leaving Kyun in with that griffin. That's a scary fight.
Absolutely.
And the elevator is not very close.
Yeah.
I don't
to AI1, yeah, I don't see that. Oh, with a rise as well, that's gonna be scary. But no, the Cuny did win this fight. You really just don't want to get
win the next one.
And that's it. Another warp trap on. That's just crazy. That's so wild. And now DreamyVision gets a little bit of the Chai trap style, and yep, that floor 12.
There is an egg that could be worth something.
Yeah, floor 12 could be really, really huge, honestly.
That could be enough to make up for that loss, and then some.
But yeah, that's much more of a gamble again. But I mean, this is definitely the modus operandi of DreamyVision. This run is gamble it, go big or go home. I know that's definitely his style. He really wants to win. He's not throwing, but he's just considering other options, trying to see what could make or break this run. And we'll see if that pays off.
Yeah, he does have those truth glasses if he wants to take the time to look at it. Oh, using a Leam on a Newell, that's gotta hurt. Like, I don't think it's the wrong decision.
Exactly.
His ability to fight his way out of situations is not very good right now. But it still probably has to hurt.
Oof. Yeah, that's scary. That's a lot of damage. He's gonna retaliate with the same spell, asserting dominance. That's not enough, but very close. And yeah, complete dominance asserted. He's fine. I'll show you 2 rises.
Yeah, I want to see. Oh, and another warp
You
trap.
gotta be kidding me!
Right when he was by the elevator.
On the same floor!
And it's putting him a little bit further behind.
Oh, I shouldn't be laughing, but I'm definitely laughing. This is funny.
Absolutely.
Oh my, Dreamy. Poor soul.
Having the chance to just nope out of that room.
Oh yeah, and you want to, especially without a pet.
Yeah. And that is certainly something. Ah, goodness. I really want to see what that egg is. Dreamy, use the truth glasses. Use the truth glasses. They're right there.
I don't think he hear you. Don't hide in the cupboard.
I swear, people on the other side of screens really need to get their hearing tested.
Alright, this egg was at 8%, so that's definitely going to be a long run. On the other side, the room on Chai's side is just not messing around. There's a lot of enemies. Some of them are coming in.
That is a rough room. I think he's actually the egg he got on floor 12, but you know, I actually do not know. You know what would probably help clarify the matter? The truth glasses.
She's not gonna relent, like, he's not getting away with this.
Oh,
volcano! He would have spent so much time using, you know, that through glasses.
Yep, he certainly would have.
And he's hatching the second one. Let's go. He's not losing too much time because Chai is really stuck up in that room.
Yeah, this room has taken Chai a long time. That egg does happen to have a bit more than this volcano started with.
It's so funny because I know you're really pissed at him not using the glasses, and I can feel you like shaking from here.
Shaking as glaring.
What's on the floor here? Is that marbles? I don't know.
Something like that.
Probably something like that. Alright, so we're gonna get to see that second egg. Chai has left the floor as well. That's fine.
Another cyclone.
Oh my, that's really not what you want to see. And there's the egg on Chai's side.
Oh, he's going to fuse them. Now, if he takes another step, he could get a volcano with that, and that would probably be a little bit better.
I don't know. Low Grave is a really good spell. He would want to turn it back to win.
Right. He would want to turn it back to win.
Yes.
And that'll work out. But that's at least something. I don't. Yeah, he doesn't have that set to AI 3, which he needs to. Also, oof, that is a lot of damage on that Cyclone already.
Yeah, sword trolls hit stupid hard.
It's because swords bypass defense.
Oh yeah,
swords do. Regular swords don't, and that's unfair.
Yes, that is. And we cannot use the troll sword, which is kind of sad. But yeah. So he wants a wind seed just to change that cyclone back into wind element because that spell is really good, but it's going to require leveling up. Now, granted, it costs a lot of MP, but considering like the FMP consumption from the cyclone, it actually could be relevant to use at least once or twice, depending on the situation. And we have a Barong slot machine on Chai's side.
Ooh, that will be nice, and it will give Dreamy the chance to maybe catch up a little bit.
That's what's so scary about Barongs, is that they can absolutely refill your inventory for free, and that's marvelous. Or they just make you lose a lot of time.
Yep, they can be total junk.
That spell, Laggrave, is not something you're gonna see often. That's definitely a rare 3. Now, sadly, that's a water monster, so that's not going to deal a lot of damage. But the Grave family of spell is actually the strongest in terms of raw damage. So against a wind monster, that would have dealt a crap ton of damage. That Eat Wave is also not going to deal a lot of damage. But that's a range spell as well. So if you know that it is, it's actually kind of really nice.
Yeah, that is certainly something to consider. What have we here? Ooh.
Stream one, let's go. And items from a Barong are always identified, so you don't need a true glasses for them. So that's good. He knows what it is, so that's fine.
Yeah, that is very nice. He also does have the truth glasses that he could use on that egg, and it is a new egg. That's not the greatest. It certainly does have some possibilities, but it's not necessarily really the best thing. Also, 7 damage, that's...
Yeah, the problem is...
Most fantastic.
The problem is, while Cyclone's got some levels on it, the spell is level 1, and that's definitely the problem. We are really, like, used to have the Mixed Flame Sword, which doesn't care too much about what level the spell is. Well, the first 10 level counts, but then not so much. But this one really is dependent on the level you're on. The level of the spell is, sorry, and that makes a huge difference, and you can see that. That's the kind of spell that actually can one-shot Gerudas if it wasn't the right level, but it's not. And it's not leveling up either because...
it's not the right element.
Yes, Cyclone should be a wind elemental monsters for it spells to actually level up, so... We want to see either a fusion with a... No, a fusion with a wind monster won't even help. He really needs the wind seed.
Yep, and that is an obstacle. On the other hand, he has managed...
That's a Maneva.
Yep. Almost certainly.
He's gonna scout it, but yeah.
Oh, that's nice. That is a clever way of scouting it. Unfortunately, it's the one that he has to go past in one way or another.
Oh, yeah, if he has a CC, the wind fusion would absolutely work. Maybe we get to see that then. Yeah, he's got the balloon, but that's right.
Interesting.
Yeah, he definitely feels a little bit like confused on what to do with the resources he's got. It's just that Cyclone is not too bad. There's things to do with it, but it's definitely much weaker than CUNY in every way, shape, or form. You cannot pick it up to do a IA1 strat. It doesn't have good stats. Its spells, it's just a little bit weaker. Yeah, it's range, but you cannot level it up right now, so you cannot even take advantage of that. That's another Maneva.
Yep. That is some unfortunate amount of luck in the Manowave department, though.
Oh, yeah.
He does have pretty clever ideas about how to sort of avoid taking the hit, figuring that out.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got really good on that. The other thing, though, poisoning a Maneva can get really, not scary, but, like, painful quickly because
might be a good way of putting it. It is a messy thing to do.
Oh, absolutely. They're just gonna start spreading like crazy. But at least the elevator is in that room. During that time, Chai has reached the Viper Town. So please, Lady Deme, take me to Viper Town.
I absolutely refuse. I'm not going back there.
You're not? That was such a fun time, though. But yeah, like, you see why I think poisoning a Maneva can be painful. There's so many of them now. But he's off. He's out of that room, and floor 17 it is. It's not bad. It's only 3 floors below what, and that's a lucky elevator as well. It might be in a tougher spot in terms of like what he has, but yep, that early scroll is going to be good. He's not too far behind.
Pick up the monster.
You cannot.
Nope. Prevent it from attacking or doing other things, and that is a danger of the cyclone in particular, and also of not having your monster directly behind you during the vision.
That room.
Like, that's a lucky elevator spawn, but also that's an unlucky literally everything else about this room.
Oh my.
The wrong roll could really absolutely wreck him, and that's maybe not the choice I would make because it could still attack you. Confusion does not prevent it from attacking you, it just makes that less likely.
Oh yeah, you're not wrong. At least he could have survived another hit, but yeah, that was a gamble. But again, I think he knows he's not in the greatest position, especially if Chai still has his pet, which he just caught back up to. That was a very bad warp trap as well. One step away from the elevator is always scary.
Yep. Luckily, it wasn't so bad that he couldn't make his way back to Kuhn, and that's gotta be a bit of a comfort. Whenever you step on a warp trap and, like, survive the resulting situation with your monster intact, that's one of my favorite feelings of just, ha-ha!
I survived! That's a eureka moment. Yeah, I get that. Yep, get some Maneva to become a friend. That's really good. That Cyclone is just becoming way too weak. Like, it doesn't even have the level now. When it's got a hard time killing pickets, you know that something's wrong, right?
Yeah. I would say, while it's a 12% chance to hit, he also has items in his inventory that would make it a 0% chance to hit. And that is, I think when you're on that low health against an enemy like an Arachnid, that is the way you want to go about things.
Yes, and 12% chance to hit is also the amount of dodge we get from the leather shield, and we'll love it when it actually dodges, and we think that's actually great. So if we do, it means that 12% chance to get it from a confusion scroll is also a lot, like way more than you might want to gamble for, but that didn't punish him that time, so let's go.
Yeah. Sometimes these things work out.
Yep. I mean, what is wrong? Oh, another point. The traps! The traps, Lady Deme. What have you done with this seed?
This is sure a convoluted little knot.
Oh.
An intersection that Chai has. And that worked out great for him. There were a bunch of monsters that came his way that he did not have to deal with. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to pick his choice of Viper.
Oh, yeah. And Viper is never the choice you want to pick, so yeah, Blinder Ball is going to definitely take care of that. DreamyVision was going to get into a pincer, so you don't want... And there's another pincer. Actually, no. That Viper is going up, so that's fine, but wow.
Yeah, luckily, at this point, that Halimpa is still enough to pick out that wee dog, but this is a fairly high-pressure situation for him.
Yeah, and I like how DreamyVision has been able to actually just say bye to the egg and throw it. Sometimes you get to a point where you have enough MP recovery, and I've kept that egg for the longest of time, and now actually all the things you can do... Yeah.
Anything he was planning with that light seed is rendered a little bit harder.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly, that wee dog is going to make that a much harder time.
Oh, yeah. Getting hit in the back of the head every time you shoot that fire pillar ball, that's gonna be scary, but at least he survived, he's alive, and he just needs to take his time turning those corners because you don't want to misstep here.
Yep.
Oh, he doesn't need to deal with this though.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
No, he doesn't. The enemy can attack in the corner, but maybe he forgot.
It's very possible. Certainly because, like,
Oh no! Then that was the right play. Oh no, the sleep is gonna last longer though. I don't know if you know, but sleeps is a long time.
Sleep lasts quite a while. This is kind of funny.
Oh no!
I hope it lasts long enough.
One club is not gonna be. It's gonna be the end. Just so, and DreamyVision falls on 20th. The Viper Town's got the better of him, and Child's still running.
The Wee Dog's got the better of him. I would not be surprised if at 43 minutes he decides he's had enough.
I don't know.
Maybe he wouldn't, because this is the finals of a tournament.
Oh yeah. I don't know. It's gutter.
But it's been a long run.
Oh, it's been a long run. It's been a long 5 matches in a row, and that happens to you. That is very rough. I would be defeated in some kind of a sense. I don't know if you still have the energy to go back, but I would have a few minutes of what's really. I see not like this in the chat. Exactly, not like this. This is so rough.
Yeah, that is absolutely brutal. But we've given them all the mulligans they can get.
Oh yeah.
If you want to go in for a mulligan and climb up to and try and climb back up, he can do that. But I think 16 minutes to get higher than the early 20s is really difficult, and he just got bad luck out of things.
Yeah, that's just way too scary in a sense. All right. We have the mercy kill here. Just to confirm, Chai is on higher than 20 right now, right?
Yep.
And I think we're gonna get a mercy kill here.
That is just the tower saying no, but Chai's slow and steady determination have brought him the win in this match. And this tournament, he is our official SARS champion.
And we have Chai as a champion! Congratulations!
Congratulations!
That's all you're gonna get. Like an NES game, your only reward is congratulations! Wow, that's a little bit anticlimactic in a sense, but that's Azure Dream. That's exactly what you're gonna get from a game like this. Sleep Trap on floor 20 in Viper Town, and a pack of Wee Dogs get the best of you. That's exactly what we signed for. Yeah. I want to commend still DreamyVision for the hard work you did. That's really...
This was a powerful set of runs. This was a hard-fought tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really impressed by both these runners, but... And the fact that there was one win from Chai, but still and not just a win, a 40 clear. And then DreamyVision comes back with 2 wins, and Chai is just not frazzled and comes back with another one. The back and forth was really impressive, considering the worse the loss they got, the better they came back in the run after. But yeah, at the end of the day, something's really, really bad is gonna happen because this is Azure Dreams, and yep, exactly that. That was just one bad run too much.
Yep, it is a very tall and angry house. Quite the poetry.
I'm gonna send them a little invitation because we need to talk with both these guys. That was definitely a crazy set. Can we get where is Chai? There he is. There we go.
Yep.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey there.
Congratulations. I know you didn't win, but that was hard fought. That was really hard fought.
Oh yeah. And it was pretty close up until that particular moment.
Yeah, I feel it's tough because if I had lost in a close set where I felt like we both played really, really well and it wasn't an outside influence, I think I would feel less bad, but I know I'm almost positive if I go back and watch this, that I just had like the worst luck these
I
5
mean,
sets.
yeah, I think you really did play well. I think that at the end of the day, it might not necessarily be the same as losing in a pure matter of skill, but I think how you deal with difficult situations is part of what skill in this game is, and it's unfortunate that this just ran so hard.
Yeah, it's like, sorry, it's been 5 hours. It's been really long.
Don't worry.
It's like I'm generally
You're
good
okay.
at playing from behind and dealing with bad situations, but it was like in this particular set, I think every single time that I went down, it was something that was like totally out of my hands. I don't think I need to go back and watch.
Oh yeah.
But like all my critical backfalls were basically either warp traps or I think you guys saw it in that last one. It was like a 15 round sleep trap or something insane like that.
Yeah.
And like some of it I ended up being able to run it back, but in that last one, like I even tried to curb it. Like I got through the first 5 floors. I didn't really have anything good, and I wasn't confident, but I had gotten an early wind crystal, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna jump out, come back in. Not only did I get the early Scarlet Wand, but then I also got the early Stream Wand and Sea Seed, and I was like, okay, this is, I've got to be in a better position than he is. I just need to play it relatively safe and run it up. And then for like the 3rd time in a row, I lost my familiar to a bad warp trap, and it was just like, okay, well, this really sucks. Like it just, I got beat by the tower, and that feels bad.
Absolutely. I gotta agree 100%. You were like, there was 2 story in that whole tournament so far. Either Chai cleared 40.
Dude, that first one, like the first one is the one I feel the least bad about, because even though I had bad luck, he hit 40. And then I think my second loss,
He also
I had really bad luck, but from what I was told, he probably would have had me anyway. So like those 2 I don't feel bad about, but man, it sucks. Like my trap luck this set was so bad.
Oh, absolutely.
It was absolutely. You specifically warp traps everywhere. Chai had a bit of bad luck, and I think Chai has joined us if I counted the number of sounds correctly.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Chai, you did have a different experience with traps. You didn't hit almost no warp traps, but you had one type of traps you like to collect as well.
In the last game, I did hit a warp trap. It was right next to elevator.
True.
It warped me close enough, and I had a familiar bell, so I was like, should I call back CUNY? And I didn't risk it. I just like put it to AI1 because I knew that like if CUNY gets into the battle, I can always call him back. So I saved my familiar bell. But yeah, that was the only warp trap. I hate warp traps, so
I agree.
Yeah.
But the frog traps, though, like DreamyVision's found one. You found like 7 of them.
Oh yeah. So like one time I lost CUNY to Manoiva due to the frog trap. Although I made a mistake. I somehow like thought that like Manoivas don't get aggro if the height difference is more than 20, so it's like 40, like 2 steps, right? But somehow they did get aggro, and then like my CUNY, because if I stayed in that place, those Manoivas would have just turned around and went back. So like I would have been good here, but yeah, that was my mistake. But this one, I was really like annoyed. Okay, I saw a Manoiva transforming into a coin. I was like, okay, I can walk around it. But I had to hit the sleep trap, and then my CUNY like became stupid and went for the Manoiva, even though it was a coin. And of course, it died, and like I couldn't have done anything about it. But actually, this one I think it helped me a bit, because after that I found the Garuda and I sped up a bit. So that was sort of good for
that
me.
was very close. Of that time. We kept hoping for other Garuda's egg. For example, Dreamy, that volcano you hatched.
Oh my god, I hatched so many eggs!
Yeah,
you could have used your truth glasses on them. And this
Did I
is the thing that you can that if you listen to this back, you're going to see me go. You could have used your truth graph many times.
It was like, it honestly didn't matter. I was gonna hatch whatever it is anyway. That's why I didn't waste them.
That
Because
makes sense.
I was hoping. So, Chai, you're gonna like this story. So I got totally screwed on the last run. We obviously got a bad inventory in the first 5, but we got the early wind crystal. So I banked on the second tower having a better set. I wind crystalled out. I got monster items, and then I ended up losing my familiar to a warp trap again. So I had 3 eggs in my inventory. One of them I knew was a Palumpa, and one was a floor 14 egg, or 13 or 14. I thought it was going to be a griffin. And then the other one was an early egg that I had hoped was a flame. And so I was like, I'm going to hatch this, and I'm just going to keep going. And I hatched the first egg, and I had sorted them, so I wasn't 100% sure which ones were which, but I was pretty sure. I hatched the 14 egg. It was a volcano. And at first I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'll go. But then I thought, no, I'll hatch the other one, and then I'll fuse it so it has Brid, or whatever spell it gets. So I hatched the second one. It's a cyclone. I fused them into a fire cyclone thinking, this is great. Lowgrave is so strong. And then I realized that the spell started at level 1 and it was totally weak and didn't work with my Scarlet Wand. And I'm like,
Oh, that's so bad. Yeah. In this last run, I was actually like pretty well set. I got lucky with Barong, and I think he gave me Stream Wand. He gave me like plenty of items. Basically, every item that he gave me was useful.
Yeah.
And now I'm quite set because I've got a Fire Sword, Blizzard Sword, Stream Wand, and I've got the Sea Seed. And I got a little bit greedy now because I was waiting. Okay, I'm gonna get through the wind floors and only then go for the water CUNY, because of course now like it would be a little bit tough.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah, on that last run, on the second tower, I got, I wind crystalled out before the 10-minute mark, and then I got a Scarlet Wand, a Stream Wand, and a Sea Seed. So I was like super set. I was basically blowing through floors up until I hit that warp trap, and then it just like, I knew I didn't have the inventory to really go the distance, and so I was like, okay, well, I have to hope that one of these eggs is good. And they were absolute garbage. I also, I think in the other round I lost, I also hatched 2 eggs, which were another volcano and a Dreamin'.
Yep.
No luck with eggs.
Yeah, I just like, every step of the way where I was like, please cut me a break here, it was like, nah.
But that game
I
4,
had
like
different
seriously.
eggs,
Come again?
which is weird. Those same eggs
Yeah.
on Chai side were different in that particular instance, I think.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah,
Well, I was in a separate tower.
Oh,
No, that's not the one I'm talking about, actually.
Oh,
You're on the same tower. I think it's that you had 2 wind crystals and Chai didn't, and that affected how the items gen, and that's super weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Yeah, we're not
I also-
completely sure, but that could be a thing actually. But yeah, you I think you had different tags because of the 2 wind crystals in the inventory.
huh.
But that game 4, like seriously, what was wrong with that seed? So many items, so many. Like I started like leaving the eggs behind because I had nothing to do with them. There were so many eggs.
Yeah. Yeah. The fourth game, I ended up losing to a warp trap, came back in, and then just like stacked my inventory. I ended up fusing a cyclone into my familiar, I think.
Mhm.
Or was it something else? I think it was a cyclone. I was super stacked, and I was like cruising to 40, but you were ahead of me by quite a bit.
Yeah, you definitely were going to like make a very great run with what you had, but Chai was just a little bit farther ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, Looney Cloud's in chat. Thank you very much, Looney, for doing the German restream. I know it's kind of late-ish on your side. Thank you very much, and thank you for
It's looped back around to early.
Yeah, now it's early now, so he's not tired anymore, right? That's how it works. I want to say, I want to get some ones in chat for both DreamyVision and Chai. They gave you the greatest and the craziest of final matches. It went both ways. either Chai cleared 4D on a slow and methodical manner, or DreamyVision went through like a madman, died early but with such an advantage that Chai couldn't catch up. Both these play styles very different, but were really interesting to see in action, and I'm really, really happy with that final. Like, it could have gone either ways. You were tied at 2 wins on the 5th match. How crazy is that?
Yeah, I actually didn't think it would go to 5. I thought it would end 3-1 for either of us.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
Yeah, I told you in the Discord that I was hoping for the friendly 5th where I could try the glitched entry.
Yeah.
Did not end up playing that. Hey, you two guys fought a little too hard for that.
Well, it was the finals, right? It has to be exciting.
It was a thrilling set of finals, and I am really happy to have watched you guys run this. Really glad to have commentated this. So I'd like to thank you both. I'd like to thank SpeedGaming. I'd like to thank the German commentators. I'd like to thank Sand Knight for talking with me about this for 5 hours straight.
That was fun. I want to take a few seconds. Obviously, that's the end of a tournament, so that's always a little bit of an emotional moment for everyone, I feel. But yeah, I'm going to make it quick, but just want to say thank you for everyone, obviously. But I want to make just a small special thanks for both Shawnee and Lady Deme. I don't have the stats with me, but I think they were on, like, added together, I think they did more than like 80% of the commentary for the whole tournament. That's crazy. It's Shawnee especially early on, but Lady Deme all throughout. It's been crazy to have, like, sometimes some of these matches were really hard to schedule commentary on because it was like during weekday where everybody was at work or something, and you were always clutch to make sure that there was commentary, and I'm really grateful to both of you.
Yeah,
really.
I think Lady Dem was like almost every single one of my matches.
Very possibly.
Yeah, she was definitely giving like a lot of work for that tournament. I really appreciate that. Obviously, there's a lot of other commentators, including you, Dreamy and Chai. A big thank you, but I think there's something special about Deme and Shawnee that's given so much of their time, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, you guys killed it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Another, I don't know if Panda Capra, you've heard me, but another thank you to the German restraint today. That must have been like nerve-wracking to be so late in the night doing that. I hope that you guys have had a lot of fun on the other side, but we definitely did here. And 2 final things really quickly. Thank you very much, SpeedGaming. It's always so much of a blast to have you guys help us in the background and making sure that these events happen. None of this would be there if you weren't a thing, and that's so cool. Thank you very much for all the members of the SG crew. I love you all very much. And one final giant thank you to chat. You guys is the reason why we do what we do, and it's the reason why it's so much fun to race. Yeah, we would probably have a lot of fun in our own community doing our own little thing, but it's so much more fun to have you guys commentate and react to what's happening on screen, and this is definitely one of the reasons why I'm so hyped about these tournaments.
Oh, absolutely. And if you want to see what's going to be next for the Azure Dreams community, what events or random challenges we do on weekends or tournaments come next, be sure to check out our Discord.
All right, I think that's going to be it for us tonight. Thank you very much, everyone. Again, DreamyVision, thank you very much. Chai, big GG on that victory. You are our star, and I can't wait.
Again.
Thank you all.
Yep, can't wait to see what you guys are going to do next.
Well, I think it needs to be said also, thank you, Sand Knight, for like taking lots of work to organize this tournament. So like, yeah, it was amazing. It was really fun. And I can't wait for another one.
I'm already working on it. You know that.
Good to hear.
Man, I vastly prefer this on the commentator side. This is way too stressful for me, man.
I have a well-deserved rest, both of you.
Feeling.
All right. GG, everybody.
All right.
GG.
Good night, everybody. Or morning, or whatever time it is.
Take care.